Chapter 25. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, we were all interviewed under oath at Highbury Police Station. A few of my colleagues took union reps with them, and a couple even brought lawyers. I did neither. I was not in the union, did not have another £225 to spare, and anyway, I'd done far better without a lawyer. The interview was held in the same room, but it had been updated with new furniture and voice-activated video recording equipment. D.S. Newington described this makeover as a perk of having a big inquiry. It seemed to perhaps be the only one, because she looked weary, and Afferson himself seemed almost broken. I supposed I might have been that way too, if I had found myself in charge of a high-profile and potentially career-making case that I could not solve. Still, Afferson's questions to me were another surprise. He began by asking me if I'd managed to stay off the pethidine. For a moment, I wondered if he was about to produce a sheaf of incriminating discharge prescriptions. Thankfully, he did not, and I reassured him I had indeed managed to keep off it. That seemed to placate him, because he then apologised that he understood it might be upsetting, but he was now going to have to ask me about George. Specifically, they had noticed the extra needle marks around his vein, and wanted to know if I thought they signified the involvement of somebody else in George's death. I can only guess that they imagined an unidentified assailant had somehow overpowered George, taken several attempts to find a vein, and then injected him with enough potassium chloride to kill him. They also seemed to believe the attacker had done this in the middle of a busy car park, without being seen or heard. I told them that was ridiculous. A determined 90-year-old woman can stop you from ever hitting a vein, and George was a hulking rugby player. If he had wanted to stop someone injecting him, he could have certainly done so. I reassured them that 3 failed attempts to find the easiest vein in the body made it almost certainly the handiwork of an orthopod. I'd thought that'd be the end of the questions about George, but the detectives then asked me if I'd noticed anything strange about his behaviour. I began to explain that I had not, but that was not so unusual. I was telling them how doctors actually kill themselves more than most other professions, when Newington interrupted. Anaesthetists and psychiatrists, yes, we know that. But that is not what we are asking here. There was something unexpected in her tone, and I looked at Afferson. What we are seeking to establish, he said, is whether there is any way your late friend George might have been our killer. I don't think I actually laughed out loud, but the expression on my face must have been the next best thing. Certainly, the look on Afferson's and Newington's faces showed that they believed I had insulted them. Good, I thought, because that was the least they deserved for insulting George's memory. Nonetheless, I proceeded to lay out for them some of the great many reasons why an orthopod, and especially George, could not possibly be their killer. These included that orthopods rarely left their natural environment of their own wards and the operating theatre, and would therefore have been noticed on the other wards. The arthropods weren't even very good at accurately diagnosing death, let alone causing it. That an orthopod like George had almost certainly never even heard of a drug like flecainide, and would definitely have no idea of its fatal interaction with beta-blockers, and most of all, that they were all simple creatures who mainly liked contact sports and fast cars and repairing the injuries those things inevitably created. I even made the mistake of mentioning George's diary. The 2 detectives pricked up their ears at this and asked if they could see it. I told them that I did not think George would have appreciated that. But anyway, there was nothing in it apart from weather, operations and rugby scores. Newington suggested those things might be code for something, but the idea was so preposterous I found myself involuntarily rolling my eyes. Afferson seemed profoundly irritated by both Newington's suggestion and my response. They changed tack again after that, Afferson sighing and Newington shaking her head. It was as if a high school drama teacher had asked them to pantomime hopelessness in an attempt to elicit sympathy. It was almost comical. Even more so when Afferson then exhaled and casually asked me, as if it had just occurred to him, whether I perhaps had any suspicions about anybody myself. The thing was, I actually did not. None of it made any sense. Why would anyone kill what presumably were strangers, let alone strangers who mostly only had a few good years of life left? What was even the point? Moreover, just about everything I knew about crime came from television and movies. Killers were generally spouses or lovers or hitmen hired by shady corporations. Serial killers were invariably creepy men who lived alone and liked to dress up as their mothers. None of it seemed to fit with whatever had happened at St. Luke's. I realise in hindsight that I was up against the exact same issues as Afferson and Newington, as they too seemed to have also learned much of their police work from television. I told them, truthfully, that I had no idea who the culprit could have been, and asked if I could now leave. But Afferson and Newington were not yet done. In fact, the dejection and request for help had been another ruse, perhaps aimed at getting me to stay on the record that I had no suspicions. Because Newington now brought out another of their trademark envelopes. I tensed myself for it to be my discharge prescriptions. It was not, but the contents were still shocking. The envelope contained photographs of our murder wall in the mess. I felt almost violated. The mess was supposed to be our sanctuary, but somehow the police had managed to get in there and take a photograph without anybody noticing. There was always at least one doctor in there, and it puzzled me as to how they could possibly have done this without us knowing. I realised later that one of my colleagues must have taken the photo and supplied it to them. I began to explain about our black humour, but Newington interrupted me and told me that they did not care about that. Afferson added that if I thought medical humour was dark, I should hear what was said in their own break room. I asked them what they said about us, and Afferson only smirked. Newington then explained that cops weren't traditionally fond of doctors, as they never found us very helpful when they had to bring a suspect to the emergency department. I countered that we were absolutely helpful, but to our sick patients rather than their captors who seemed to believe that the cure for every disease was a pair of handcuffs and a night in the cells. This seemed to irk Afferson, who asked me if I thought we were all playing on the same team, which I countered by asking him if he did. He considered this for a moment before replying that he did, sometimes. I told him that seemed about right to me. Newington pointed to the photograph of the mess whiteboard and asked me what I could tell her about the first name on the list. Who, they wanted to know, was the Angel of Death. I glibly replied that the Angel of Death was Josef Mengele. They looked at each other meaningfully, and Newington began to write the name down as if it might be the clue that cracked the whole case. Only when she frowned and asked me to spell it did I explain that Mengele was a Nazi doctor who had performed hideous experiments on people in concentration camps. I saw Newington frown and write the word Nazi in her notes, but Afferson now understood and was visibly irritated. And could it refer to anybody else? He asked. I acknowledged that, in this context, it referred to one of the St. Luke's porters. Their body language told me that they already knew this story, but I ran through it again. A few of us had noticed a particular porter seemed to be around when bad things happened. That had originally led us to speculate he might be the killer, but we had quickly decided that could not be the case. If an orthopod would not know that flecainide and a beta blocker were a deadly combination, a porter certainly wouldn't. We had therefore decided he was not the murderer, but rather some sort of harbinger. Afferson asked what a harbinger was, and Newington explained it was an avatar. I'd clearly already annoyed them enough for one day, so I did not correct her. They then moved on to the next name on the list, Cat. This one had been a more recent addition, and they obviously had no idea of its significance, as they asked me whether it was short for Catherine or Catriona. Fortunately, I had been present in the mess when this name had been added, and I knew it referred to a recent news story. Workers at a nursing home in the north of England had noticed that a resident cat had an uncanny habit of sleeping on the bed of elderly patients before they died, and had therefore ascribed powers of premonition to it. "And you think this same cat is killing the patients at St. Luke's, do you?" Afferson asked, now seemingly on the point of fury. I shook my head. No, it was just a joke. We decided the cat must sense some chemical given off by the dying. "And is that correct? That people who are dying give off some kind of chemical?" "I don't know," I said, "but I can't think of any other explanation." Newington diligently wrote, "No other explanation for cat," beneath Nazi. Finally, Afferson asked me about the third name on the whiteboard, Louise Fisher. They already knew exactly who she was, and wanted to know why the doctors considered a mere student nurse one of the prime suspects. I told them this too was a joke. "A joke like a cat, or a joke like a Nazi scientist?" asked Afferson. "Not exactly like either," I said. "Yes," said Afferson, "because neither of those work at St. Luke's now, do they? Whereas Nurse Fisher very much does." Afferson stared at me, seemingly daring me to contradict what appeared to be his new theory, that the vainglorious Louise Fisher was the murderer of St. Luke's. "She does work there," I said, "but she is only on the board as a joke." "And do you think it is a funny joke?" "It seemed sort of funny at the time," I said. "I'm not so sure now." "The thing is," said Afferson, "D.S. Newington and I just don't get this particular joke, so perhaps you could explain it to us, and then we might have a chance at finding it funny too. That way, we could all have a laugh together, eh?" Afferson was not looking for a laugh, but a clue, or, better yet, a slip-up. Still, I explained the joke to him, how student nurses were usually shrinking violets, long on kindness and rote-learned knowledge, yet short on confidence. But Louise was the exact opposite of all of that. I mentioned the presentation she had given about Amelia's case, and the Christmas Day shift I'd spent answering her every whim. Afferson and Newington let me keep talking without interruption, and when I finally got through, they let the silence hang in the air. "And so, you think she did it then, do you?" Afferson asked. "Your honest opinion?" I told him truthfully that I did not think she had done it. Louise Fisher undoubtedly liked to place herself at the centre of events, but like an odd-looking porter or a nursing home cat, she seemed unlikely to possess the technical knowledge to fool an experienced pathologist like Dr. O'Leary. "That's all fair enough," said Afferson. "But do you maybe find her just a little strange?" "Because we find her a little strange," Newington added. It seemed an odd intimacy for two detectives to confide to an interviewee. I felt like a patient to whom a doctor had just gossiped about another patient. I told them that hospitals were full of strange people, and it did not make them murderers. That seemed to placate them, and I thought they were about to end the interview. Instead, Afferson now asked the question he had apparently spent the whole morning building up to. "And did your friend George ever talk about Louise Fisher?" he asked. It was a troubling question. I had no idea what the actual answer was, but that did not matter. What mattered was why Afferson should be asking such a curious thing. I recognised in myself the feeling I sometimes saw in patients when I asked them if they had ever been exposed to asbestos or industrial dyes. Even if you did not know what the question signified, it obviously portended something ominous. I told them that, as far as I recalled, George had never once mentioned Louise Fisher. When that drew only a nod and an expectant silence, I found myself continuing to talk. I explained how separate hospital wards often are, that George's and Louise's paths would have had very little reason to cross, and that I did not think I had ever even seen George on Jack Ducton. I told them it was definitely not impossible that George had been called in to see a referral there at some point, an old lady with a frozen shoulder or an elderly man with hip pain, but it would have been a brief visit. "So what would you say?" asked Afferson, now in full Columbo mode. "If I told you that Nurse Fisher had begun her training on the orthopaedic ward and would have been working there when George started at St. Luke's, would that change things at all?" This did surprise me, but it at least made Louise's sprint up the aisle at George's funeral a little less performative. I acknowledged to Afferson that it would change things slightly, but it did not alter the fact that George had never spoken of her. Neither Afferson nor Newington responded to that, and I abruptly had the sense that there was another piece of information they were withholding from me. "What makes you think they knew each other?" I asked. Newington looked at Afferson, and he nodded at her. "What?" I asked. "What is it?" "The potassium that George used," Newington said. "He got it from Jack Ducton ward." My first thought was about how guilty this made me look. My flatmate had killed himself with potassium obtained from the ward I worked on. It seemed to explain why they'd asked me about the extra marks on George's arms. "You think that I gave it to him?" "No, Louise Fisher has admitted she supplied it to him," Afferson said. I briefly felt relief, and then confusion, and then anger. The relief was that I was not in the frame for giving George the potassium. Images of having to explain this accusation to Amelia or George's parents had flashed before my eyes. The confusion was as to why it had happened at all. Why had George needed to obtain potassium from Jack Ducton when he could have got it from his own surgical ward? Was it just that he didn't want to get his own nurses into trouble? And of all the damn nurses in the hospital, why had it been Louise Fisher? This last was the anger. Louise had overstepped her boundaries once again, and now my friend was dead. "I don't understand. Why would George have even asked her?" I said. "And why would she have given it to him?" Even as I said that, I began to wonder if Louise might have actually done no such thing. It would not have been the first time she had inserted herself into a story that barely involved her. George told Louise he had a patient with low potassium and that his own ward had run out, Afferson explained. That part was more believable, and I experienced a brief pang of sympathy for Louise Fisher. As we had discovered in the aftermath of the second meeting with Afferson and Dr. Sudbury, Hospitals run on small favours every day. No doubt in a folder somewhere, there was a written protocol that detailed the correct procedure for obtaining potassium when your own ward had run out. And it probably involved sending a fax to the deputy compounding pharmacist, who would fax the ward back within 2 business days to confirm when the potassium was available for pickup. Of course, if the patient went that long without potassium, they would have long since died, and so we all did favours for colleagues when they asked us. If ever our actions were investigated, as now, they would look like inexcusably dangerous breaches of protocol. But thousands of them needed to happen every day simply to keep the hospital running and the patients alive. I don't understand, I said. What was George even doing on Jack Dugton? Louise told us that he was looking for you. She said she offered to page you, but George declined and asked for the potassium. And you are sure this was all on the day he died? I asked. Yes, it was a little after 2 p.m, said Newington. This seemed like it might be an important clue as to where George had spent his missing afternoon. But it also created a whole new and far more pressing mystery. Why had George been looking for me? And if he had actually wanted to find me, why not just page me when Louise offered? Or why not just page me himself? I felt another surge of anger inside me. Louise and I had crossed paths on Jack Dugton 1,000 times since George's death, and she had never mentioned a word of this to me. When did she tell you this? A few weeks ago, said Averson, when we interviewed her. She has never told me any of this, I said. She hadn't come forward because she was afraid of getting into trouble. That's probably why she didn't tell you either. Averson and Newington abruptly stood up then, to signal our interview was over. A few moments later, I was back out on the street once more. None of it had made any sense. I even found myself wishing I'd brought a lawyer, if only so I could have asked him what on earth was going on. I would have gladly paid another £225 to have even the slightest inkling. Chapter 26. At work the next day, I saw Louise sitting alone at the nurse's station on Jack Dugton. I leaned over her to use the phone to page someone, then sat down beside her, as if waiting for them to ring back. They wouldn't be ringing back, because I had deliberately paged the night porters. Bed 3 wants more methadone, Louise said when she eventually noticed me. And I want a holiday in the Maldives, I said, but it's also not going to happen. I'll tell Felix I asked you, she whispered conspiratorially. That means I did my part. I nodded. I had planned to play it cool, to sidle into the subject without making allegations, but I could not help myself. Did you see George on the day he died? I asked. If Louise understood the accusation inherent in this, she ignored it. I did. She leaned in as if we were co-conspirators, and he was looking for you. Why was he looking for me? I asked. He didn't say. He seemed kind of stressed. I offered to page you, of course, but what kind of stressed? You know, just stressed, like a little frantic. But I did not know, because I'd never seen George remotely stressed or frantic in my life. In Amelia's eulogy, she had described him as the most laid-back man she'd ever met, and the whole of St. Clement Danes had laughed with recognition. But what was he even doing on the ward? I asked. Had he just come here looking for me? I think he had been in, say, in bed 3, said Louise. What? I asked. George was seeing Felix Smollett. Why? Don't you remember? He'd been complaining of a sore hip. Now that Louise had mentioned this, I did remember it. Felix Smollett had gone through a predictable phase of trying to get more opioids by inventing sicknesses. He had feigned appendicitis, and when I pointed out the scar that told me his appendix had already been removed, he had instead begun to complain of a pain deep in his hip. I had been sure he'd been faking that too, but Dr. Wyden had insisted we get an x-ray and have orthopaedics look him over. It had not been George on call when I paged with the referral, but it could easily have been passed on to him. I pulled Felix's notes from the trolley. Every day on the ward round I opened them, and every day I wrote a variation on the same thing. Stable, no change, antibiotics per microbiology. Do not prescribe more opioids. I flicked back through dozens of these to the day in question in February, where I found only my regular entry. I replaced the notes in the trolley and headed to the side room. "Do you want me to come and get you if they ring you back?" Louise shouted after me. I ignored her. Nobody would be ringing back. It was not visiting hours, but Felix's teenage entourage was in his room. I asked them to leave and they did, albeit grudgingly and with the usual complaints about how desperately unfair it all was. "Did Lou tell you that I need more methadone?" he asked as soon as they had left. Of course he would have an overly familiar nickname for his nurse. "She mentioned it, but you don't need any. How's your hip?" "What? My hips are great, always have been," Felix said and then caught himself. "I mean, right at this moment they are fine, but one usually gets sore a few hours after my methadone. That's why I think I need more. I mean, it's one of the reasons. The others are, did an orthopaedic doctor ever come to see you about your hip?" "Today? No. No, not today, February the 6th. I mean, maybe. It'd be in my notes, wouldn't it?" "It's not in your notes," I said. "But the doctor that would have come to see you was George, my friend that died." Felix seemed genuinely puzzled by this. No, definitely not," he said. "I would have remembered that." I was already on my way out of the room when he said something that stopped me in my tracks. "What about some pethidine, Doc? Could I at least maybe have some pethidine?" I turned and stared at him. He smirked a little, or at least I thought he did. "If I can't have any more methadone, could I have some pethidine?" he said. "I've heard it's very similar." "You don't need any," I said, and walked out. For an awful moment I wondered if Felix had somehow cottoned onto my scam. But then I remembered his mother was a GP. No doubt she had looked me up in the medical register, dug out the report and mentioned it to him. Felix Smollett might be a shit, but he at least only knew about my former pethidine habit and not my current one. I went to get lunch. Even as I approached, I could hear that the canteen was awash with excited chitter-chatter. I was relieved that it did not evaporate when I entered, but from the snatches of conversation I overheard, I could discern only that the buzz had something to do with a development in Operation Nightingale. The only people who did not appear to be excited by the news were a table of porters. They seemed to be seething. When I got to the mess with my sandwich, the television was tuned to a breaking news story on the BBC. A police source was said to have leaked the name of a suspect in the murders at St. Luke's to the press. Albert Grenslow. I did not recognise the name and would have had no idea who that was, but the newscasters were also referring to him by the macabre nickname they said all the other St. Luke's staff knew him by: the Angel of Death. Donald Harvey. When we think of healthcare killers, we think first of nurses and doctors. But hospitals employ many kinds of workers, and the green line between life and death is so precariously thin that numerous employees have both the means and opportunity to kill. when the nuns that ran Kentucky's Marymount Hospital noticed 18-year-old Donald Harvey visiting his grandfather on their wards, they offered him a job as an orderly. Harvey took them up and would later confess that during his first full year of employment, he smothered 2 patients with pillows and dispatched 10 others by connecting their breathing tubes to near-empty oxygen cylinders. Over the next 2 decades, Harvey expanded his repertoire to include poisoning with arsenic and cyanide. All told, he would murder some 87 people in the various hospitals he worked in. Harvey was only finally caught when a sharp-nosed pathologist noticed the bitter almond smell of cyanide during what he'd thought was a routine post-mortem. A subsequent investigation identified Harvey as the likely culprit, and a police search of his home turned up a diary in which Harvey had written a detailed account of the murder. When this news broke, other staff members began to come forward with long-held concerns, and the full scale of Harvey's crimes was revealed. Why did Donald Harvey do it? He initially claimed that his crimes were mercy killings, performed solely to relieve his patients' suffering. But his excuse lasted only until his conviction. After being sentenced to 8 life terms, Harvey admitted his true motives to a reporter from the Columbia Dispatch. I controlled other people's lives, whether they lived or died. I thought it was my right. I appointed myself judge, prosecutor, and jury. So I played God. Chapter 27. Colette and I both had the May bank holiday off, and she insisted we go on a romantic mini-break. She had been keen to go to Paris or Bruges, but I had been keener to not cross an international border where the opioids I'd need to take with me might be discovered. I therefore surprised her by booking us a long weekend at a country house hotel in the Cotswolds. If Colette was disappointed, she was polite enough not to show it. A weekend without drugs would not have killed me. The whole notion of opioid withdrawal being intolerable is largely a myth created by us addicts in order to keep us in drugs. Sure, I would yawn and maybe shiver. I'd be more irritable than usual, and I might have to run to the bathroom a few times. But opioid withdrawal was nothing like in the movies, and usually little worse than a bad hangover. Still, even the yawning and shivering and occasional desperate shitting would not have made for an ideal mini-break in Paris or Bruges, and so a trip to the Cotswolds, with all the drugs I could carry, seemed a better proposition. We left after work on the Friday and took the train to Acton, where we picked up Colette's car. The seats had plastic covers on them to keep them pristine, and the CD player had been preloaded with 5 CDs. 4 of them were audiobooks about the history of surgery, and the 5th was an entirely unseasonal Christmas album by George Michael. It being rush hour on the Friday evening of a bank holiday weekend, it took us forever to get out of London. We crawled out past Heathrow Airport, where even the planes circling overhead seemed to be stuck in traffic. After that, the motorway began to clear a little, and we passed exits for towns and villages with the kind of names that only the English could have said with a straight face. Woburn Green, Kingston Blount, Aston Rowant. As we passed Oxford, Colette cheerfully announced we were nearly there. Alas, this proved premature, as we still had to traverse Ducklington, Stanton Harcourt, Upper Windrush, and Minster Lovel. Finally, though, we passed through Duntisbourne Abbots and Perrott's Brook, before taking the turning just outside the village of Birdlip, which led us to our hotel. Covington Manor was the ancestral home of a family of erstwhile slave-owning aristocrats, a grim heritage awkwardly referenced in a cocktail menu whose drinks were named after various Caribbean ports. The slavers' descendants had fallen on harder times than their more efficiently cruel forebears, and so now lived in what had once been the estate workers' cottages, and supported themselves by giving weekending Londoners a taste of what their website described as the rural high life. The package I had booked was called the Lover's Getaway. It included a bottle of champagne on arrival, a couple's massage, and a dinner in something called the Jamaica Room. I had chosen it solely because it worked out as the cheapest way to get a room for 3 nights, but I'd forgotten to mention this to Colette. She seemed so thrilled by the whole thing that the person checking us in even felt the need to quietly apologise that the champagne was actually Prosecco. Our room was on the first floor, at the far end of a corridor painted in bright staphylococcal yellow. The rooms were all named after types of horses, and ours was called Clydesdale. If I was meant to find this evocative, I did, but not for the reasons the proprietors intended. Back in Scotland, the Clydesdale was the bank beloved of pensioners, and I could not hear the name without remembering my grandmother arguing with the teller about whether or not her gyro was in. Inside, our room contained a 4-poster bed, a television, an ensuite bathroom, and an improbable number of framed prints of horses. We drank our Prosecco, then each took showers to wash off the day's hospital grime, and went down for dinner in the Jamaica Room. There were 4 other couples dining in the Jamaica Room that night, and they all seemed depressingly similar to us, about the same age, weekending from London, comfortable enough to stay here, but economical enough to have to do it on the package. We never learned a single one of their names, but referred to each couple in the same way the staff did, which was by the types of horses the rooms they were staying in were named after. The Frisians, the Appaloosas, the Westphalians, and the Percherons. We, of course, were known to all as the Clydesdales. The menu described itself as a chef's tasting menu, which I quickly learned meant that it was not a menu at all, but simply a list of food you were going to be served, whether you wanted it or not. It was all edible enough in a retro boarding school dinner kind of way. A prawn cocktail, followed by a thimbleful of what I thought was bovril but was apparently oxtail soup, followed by an English garden salad, followed by a steak and kidney pie, followed by something called an inverted rhubarb crumble, which seemed just to be a regular rhubarb crumble served upside down. I was making this point to Colette when she nodded across the room to where the Percheron stallion had got down on one knee in order to propose. When the Percheron mare said yes, almost the whole Jamaica Room cheered the Percherons. I noticed that the Westphalian mare was looking glum. I was about to remark on this to Colette, but I realised that she was also looking somewhat morose, and so I bit my tongue. After breakfast in the pantry the next morning, we had our couple's massage. We had joked about how awkwardly sexual it sounded, but in fact, it could not have been more frigid, for a couple's massage meant simply that each of us was entitled to a standard individual massage from the resident masseuse. Colette went down first, and when she came back she told me it was good, but I could tell she had not really enjoyed it. When I got down to the massage suite, I quickly understood why. The masseuse was Lady Covington herself, and this was clearly not a part of her job she enjoyed. Even having taken 2 pethidine, I lasted only 5 minutes before I made up an excuse about sciatica and left. Lady Covington did not seem remotely disappointed. That afternoon, Colette and I set out to explore the Cotswolds, starting with Kelmscott Manor, the one-time home of William Morris. I had no idea who William Morris was, but Colette had found a leaflet in our room that had described his one-time home as a must for pre-Raphaelite aficionados. I was not a pre-Raphaelite aficionado. I was not an aficionado of anything except pethidine. But Colette was keen and even insisted that we take the guided tour. I learned far more about William Morris than I could ever have hoped to know. Eventually, we escaped to a tea room in a nearby village. From there, Colette insisted we visit a place called Copp's Hill Road that had been selected as the most romantic street in Britain. With its tranquil river, tall trees and old stone buildings, it was undeniably charming. But it seemed to me that the judging panel had been overly generous in its willingness to ignore the village's name, which was Lower Slaughter. Not for the first time in life, I found myself wondering if it was just me. Colette seemed to be enjoying our mini break, as were all our stablemates, and none of them seemed to remotely mind how ridiculous it all was. Maybe it was my addiction or simply my job. I couldn't talk about how picturesque a village called Lower Slaughter was without laughing out loud at the incongruity of its name. This understandably irked Colette, and we drove back to the hotel in silence. Things only got worse at the hotel. Perhaps I'd truly left them in plain sight, as she later claimed, or perhaps she had noticed my pinpoint pupils and gone looking. But it did not matter. Colette found the pethidine in my wash bag. She emerged from the bathroom, handed the box to me, and asked me to explain myself. I could not. The most routine use of pethidine was in a patient with gallstones, and as a general surgeon, Colette knew perfectly well that I had no such thing. Worse, I'd been stupid enough to bring the box, and it still had the label featuring the name of the patient for whom I'd first prescribed them and stolen them from. And so I told her the truth. The whole weary story, but this time with an added coda. After the bike accident, the prescriptions, the rehab, there was now George. I had been perfectly clean for over a year, but I'd turned back to the opioids after George's tragic death. Was that true? Perhaps. I didn't know anymore. There was an undeniable temporal relationship. But in medicine, correlation does not mean causality. If you looked at it empirically, my first bout with the opioids had begun long before I even met George, so it was hard to blame my current addiction on him. Colette was quiet for a long time, and then told me that I had to get help. The most awkward part of the whole thing was having to admit to her that I already was getting help. That for as long as we had known each other, I had been trotting off to Bethnal Green once a week to have my counselling with the Reverend McKendrick. Even at that, I could not bring myself to tell her that I lied to him each week, and especially not that I regularly smuggled a stranger's piss across town. Instead, I told her that the Reverend McKendrick was aware I had relapsed, and that we were working through it together. Colette seemed relieved to hear that, and I understood why. She was not merely glad that I was getting help, though that was no doubt part of it, but that it got her off the hook from having to turn me in. Doctors have a duty of candour to report colleagues who are breaking the law. But the fact that a professional was already aware of the issue and was working to resolve it gave her cover. I did not tell her that the GMC did not know about my relapse, and she did not ask. Instead, she asked me what the Reverend McKendrick's plan was, and I told her we had agreed on a weaning dose, and that the pethidine I had brought to the Cotswolds was part of that undertaking. We'd planned to venture out into the village that night, but neither of us now felt like it, and so we ate at Covington's bar from the most jingoistic menu I have ever seen. Colette had something called a good old-fashioned English shepherd's pie, and I had Churchill's favourite bangers and mash. This time, we did not get halfway through our meal before news of a proposal came. The barman informing us that the Appaloosas had got engaged that afternoon. I made a joke about hoping it was not contagious and immediately regretted it. Initially because it was just stupid, but even more when Colette burst into tears. The barman began to busily polish his glasses, and I felt envious that he had such an easy out. In our entire time together, Colette had barely expressed a single feeling, and when she had done, it was only ever to remind us both that, while we clearly were having a good time, our relationship was definitely just temporary. Before I could think of anything to say, she told me not to read anything into her tears, that she was just hormonal, and ordered us 2 beers and 2 shots. We got blackout drunk, then went upstairs and passed out. But there was no escaping ourselves the next day. We woke up with terrible hangovers to a torrential rain outside that seemed to sink the entire hotel into a quagmire of gloom. Even the pethidine I discreetly took did little to lift my own spirits. And when the Frisians proposed to each other at breakfast and then turned expectantly to the room, not even the Westphalians applauded. It was hard to believe we still had another entire night of this to endure. Colette had chosen a place called Woodchester Mansion for that day's outing. Unlike the dozen other stately homes nearby, Woodchester Mansion had been designed in the Gothic style, but abandoned late on during construction. 100 years later, it remained unfinished. I doubt Colette intended it as a metaphor. She was a surgeon, but it might as well have been. From the outside, it appeared complete. 3 stories high, its windows were reminiscent of the imposing facade of the Houses of Parliament, and its roof rose to 3 stately battlements. Step through the door, though, and nothing was as it should be. The whole thing was incomplete, with floors, ceilings, and sometimes even entire rooms missing. That is, it looked the part from the outside, but crucial elements were absent. If there was a better way to describe myself, my career, or our temporary relationship, I had not encountered it. There was no guide, and so we trudged through the rooms ourselves, doing our best to avoid the puddles, while half-heartedly attempting to guess the intended purpose of each empty room. At one point we sat on a bench, in what a plaque told us was supposed to have been the ballroom, but was now simply a draughty expanse. "What are we even doing?" Colette asked. I did not have an answer. This was probably just as well, as it turned out to have been a rhetorical question. "You know, since we lost George," she said, "sometimes I feel like I just don't know you at all." There was nothing I could say to that, because Colette was right. She did not know me at all. Maybe she never had done, but certainly since George had gone and I had started back on the pethidine, she did not. Perhaps there was not much left to know anymore, for I no longer felt like a normal human. All my synapses were currently wired for one thing, and that thing was pethidine. I desperately wanted to say something to comfort her, to apologise for dragging her into my misery, to reassure her that it truly was not her but all just me. I wanted to explain to her that a few months ago I'd almost been sent to prison for the rest of my life. My best friend had died and I had relapsed into an addiction that the statistics said would now most likely kill me. That between all those things, not much remained of myself, and I was sorry for any hurt I had caused her. Instead, I reminded Colette that we had agreed our relationship was not meant to be anything serious. She got up then and told me we should really be getting back to London, because we both had our next exams to revise for. We had paid to stay another night at Covington Manor, but Colette was right. What was even the point? We went back to the hotel, only for the time it took to pack and wish the Westphalians, who were gleefully recounting the story of their proposal that morning, our best. We sat in silence all the way to Reading, and when we finally did begin to talk, it was only mundane details about work and medicine. Colette offered to drive me home, but I declined. And when we got to Acton, I've never been so happy to see a tube station in my life. I still had the next day off work, but the British Library was closed for the bank holiday, so I spent the morning studying in my room. At lunchtime, I phoned Colette to apologise again and ask if she was okay. The Australian who answered the phone told me that she was out playing hockey, but I could hear her in the background. At work the next day, Colette broke up with me. She had paged me to do this, but I was seeing a patient, and by the time I managed to ring back, Colette was already scrubbed. Nonetheless, she had the theatre nurse who answered for her relay the message that it would be better for you two not to see each other again. Not knowing what else to do, I asked the nurse to let Colette know that I entirely understood. Emotions are the hardest thing to recall, but I believe that in that moment, I felt exactly the same thing I had for months. Nothing. Perhaps it was the opioids. Perhaps it was Georgie's death. Perhaps I was morbidly depressed and did not know it. But the breakup's initial sole effect on me was its simple binary fact. I'd had a girlfriend the day before, and now I no longer did. It provoked no more feeling than the fact it was Monday and yesterday had been Sunday. Nonetheless, at my counselling appointment with the Reverend McKendrick later that week, something peculiar did happen. I burst into tears. The Reverend seemed as embarrassed as any human I've ever encountered. It took him fully 5 minutes to even acknowledge that I was crying, and another 5 to inquire why. I told him I was crying because Colette had broken up with me, but that was only part of the truth. I was also crying because George had died, and because I was an addict and had once again built for myself the exact same prison that I'd had to work so hard to escape. We sat silently for a while, and then Reverend McKendrick quietly said that I might find great comfort in the church. I don't think he actually meant it, but I thanked him all the same. Chapter 28. It was a week after that the angel of death himself died. I should not call him that. He did nothing whatsoever to deserve that name, nor the fate it seemed to inexorably lead him to. His name was Albert Grenslow. He was 67 years old when he died, and he was even briefly my patient. I was on call for admissions the day he died, and when they paged with the referral, I was in seeing Felix Smollett on my morning round in Jack Ducton. Felix was taking great delight in showing me the front cover of that day's Mirror. A headline that said, "First Photographs of Angel of Death," that was accompanied by 2 photographs of an oblivious Albert Grenslow smoking behind the hospital. As I left the room to answer my page, Felix asked me if I thought the Angel of Death was the St. Luke's killer. I told him I absolutely did not, but when he asked me how I could be so sure, I just carried on walking. I did not want to have to admit the truth to Felix nor anybody else. I could be so sure Grenslow was not the culprit because the only reason the paper was even writing about him was that our bad joke had got far enough out of hand to elevate an undoubtedly innocent man to national infamy. I should have known something was up from the atmosphere in the accident and emergency department. It was often quiet in the morning, but on this particular day, there was a palpable tension beneath the calm. The usually friendly admissions nurse seemed oddly curt when she told me my next patient was in the negative pressure room, and that his notes were in there with him. The negative pressure room was set a little away from the shop floor, on a lonely corridor that led away from the accident and emergency department. It was meant to be used for patients with transmissible infectious diseases. But of course, patients rarely knew they had such a disease when they arrived. Instead, the room was mostly used for situations where its geographical isolation would be an advantage. Disruptive young patients, elderly patients who needed somewhere quiet to die, and staff member patients who merited more privacy than the shop floor afforded. To the latter end, I had previously examined an oncology nurse with a deep vein thrombosis and a physiotherapist having a panic attack here. If I had stopped to think, I probably could have put it all together before I even entered the room. But I did not stop to think, and so instead I cheerily opened the door to reveal the angel of death. It took me a moment to recognise him, because he was wearing a hospital gown, had an oxygen mask over his mouth, and a nitrate infusion was running into his arm. Out of his uniform, and lying atop the trolley, I saw Albert Grenslow as he really was. Old, vulnerable, sick, and apparently utterly alone in this world. "Good morning," I said. He nodded at me. He seemed scared. "I hear you've been having some chest pain," I asked. Mr. Grenslow nodded, closing his eyes as he did so to signal that he remained in pain. I picked up the notes and flicked through to the ECGs that had been stapled to the back. They did not show the permanent damage of a heart attack, but the first one showed that not enough blood had been getting to his heart. The second ECG was better, but was not yet anything like normal. "The pain you are having is what we call angina," I said. "Have you ever had this before?" Mr. Grenslow shook his head, but when I ran through the risk factors, he nodded at them all. A family history, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, smoking. The final risk factor tripped off my tongue by rote. "Have you been under a lot of stress lately?" I asked, wishing even as I spoke the words that I hadn't done so. Mr. Grenslow nodded and motioned to a copy of the Mirror protruding from the clinical waste bin. "I'm sorry you printed that," I said. Mr. Grenslow nodded, but we both knew I had far more than that to apologise for. "And I'm also sorry we ever called you that," I added. "It was just supposed to be a joke, but it wasn't ever funny and it went too far." "It's all right, Doc," he managed to whisper. He began to say something else, but the pain became too much, and he instead gave me a thumbs up. I knew I didn't remotely deserve his forgiveness. "I'm going to get you some morphine to make you more comfortable. They've started you on a treatment to open up your arteries," I said, "and we are going to keep a close eye on your heart tracing. It looks like things are settling down, and as long as that continues and the pain goes away, we can get you home today. And in a week or so, we'll get you in the treadmill and see where we are. Does that sound okay?" Mr. Grenslow nodded and extended his hand for me to shake. I did so, and then hurriedly left the room, feeling once again like the terrible shit I was. I found his nurse and told her to give him more morphine, but this did nothing to assuage my guilt. I returned to Jack Ducton to finish my ward round. Louise Fisher asked me if it was true that the angel of death had been admitted. I told her that if any patients were to be transferred under her care, I was sure the bed manager would be in touch. But beyond that, any and all medical information was confidential. I don't think she even understood I was scolding her, because she simply looked puzzled. I did the rest of the ward round, and then stopped by accident and emergency again on my way to lunch. I could not face having to shake Mr. Grenslow's hand again, so I did not go to the negative pressure room, but simply reviewed his repeat ECG at the nurse's station. Perhaps it had been the nitrate infusion, or simply the few hours' distance since the newspaper story had been published. But the ECG was back to normal, and the nurse reported that Mr. Grenslow was now pain-free. I told her to keep the nitrate going for another hour, at which point they could begin to wean it down before sending him home. It was a situation we had all dealt with hundreds of times before, so I did not anticipate hearing any more about Mr. Grenslow. The arrest call came in the middle of the afternoon, while I was seeing a boarder in the tower. Somehow, even as I heard the switchboard operator say accident and emergency, I knew that the next 3 words out of her mouth were going to be negative pressure room. I dropped the boarder's chart and ran all the way there. But there turned out to have been little need for my hurry. For once, the accident and emergency doctors had involved themselves in an arrest call, and between them and the 2 anaesthetists who had also shown up, the room was already awash in green and blue scrubs. I took my turn doing chest compressions, but the line on the monitor remained flat, and flat was asystole, and asystole was death. We called it after 30 minutes. When we finally emerged from the room, the other porters were lining the corridor in a sort of grief-struck on-our guard. I could not look a single one of them in the eye. An hour later, Dr. Sudbury paged me to ask if I had any concerns about the passing of Mr. Grenslow. I told her only of my clinical concern, that he had seemed to be improving, and I was unclear why he had suddenly deteriorated again. I made no mention of what Dr. Sudbury must already have known, that the nickname we had given him had been responsible for the onset of his sickness and likely his relapse too. Sure enough, the next day, every national newspaper in the country led with the news that the angel of death had died. The funeral took place a week later, and, temporarily devoid of its entire staff of porters, for those few hours the hospital fell briefly but spectacularly apart. When Dr. O'Leary's post-mortem findings were released, the papers all reported them as showing that the angel of death had died of a heart attack brought on by increased levels of adrenaline occurring as a result of stress. In fact, the post-mortem itself had shown at least one part, and perhaps both parts, of that statement to be untrue. The part about Mr. Grenslow having died from a heart attack was certainly untrue, because people generally understand a heart attack to mean the sudden blockage of a coronary artery. By contrast, Dr. O'Leary had found that Mr. Grenslow's arteries were all surprisingly patent, with no significant narrowing or clot. No, the thing that had changed in Mr. Grenslow's case was the shape of his heart itself. When Dr. O'Leary had cut open his chest, he had found a heart that ballooned out at its apex around the left ventricle. The Japanese call this condition Takotsubo syndrome, because the physical appearance of the heart resembles their octopus trap of that name. In English, we do not call the condition after the physical appearance of the heart, but after the event that usually provokes it. We call it broken heart syndrome. People are often surprised to learn that broken heart syndrome is a medical condition as real as any other. In response to severe emotional or physical stress, the human body releases vast amounts of adrenaline, and this can cause the left ventricle of the heart to undergo drastic remodeling. This remodeling was what killed Mr. Grenslow, who therefore died not of a heart attack, but of something far worse: a broken heart. But was it brought on by the stress as the paper stated? That depends on where you believe the vast amounts of adrenaline that Dr. O'Leary's tests found in Mr. Grenslow's bloodstream had come from. A national newspaper accusing a person of being a serial killer would certainly seem a stressful enough event to cause the release of a lot of adrenaline. But broken heart syndrome classically occurs immediately after the stressful event, and Mr. Grenslow did not fall sick until hours later, at a time when he seemed to be recovering. Perhaps then, there could be more to it. If a surfeit of the body's own adrenaline supply can cause the heart to reshape itself, surely a surfeit of the hospital's adrenaline might do the exact same thing. I am not saying that this happened, but what I do know is that Mr. Grenslow's room was on an isolated and little-travelled corridor, and from almost the moment he was admitted, the entire hospital seemed to know where he was. There was not a permanent or even regular staff presence at his room, and if the St. Luke's killer had wished to dispatch Mr. Grenslow, it would have been straightforward enough. Moreover, doing so by injecting him with adrenaline, a drug which he would receive a large amount of during any attempted resuscitation, would have been effectively untraceable. Dr. Sudbury seemed to have this same thought, because the next day I noticed the nurses on Jack Ducton checking the resuscitation card. When I asked Angela about it, she told me Dr. Sudbury had ordered an audit of all the adrenaline supplies in the hospital. A week later, Angela whispered to me the overall count had come up 8 short. Things were always going missing in hospital, so perhaps this was just the cost of doing business. But 8 pre-filled adrenaline syringes were more than would have been needed to dispatch poor old Mr. Grenslow. I waited for the call from Afferson, asking me to come down to Highbury Police Station for a little chat, but it never came. He must have known about Albert Grenslow's demise, and also that I had been his final doctor. His lack of interest puzzled me for a while, but I assumed Dr. O'Leary's report had convinced him there was no evidence of foul play, and perhaps he was anyway embarrassed by his own earlier credulous interest in the angel of death as a suspect. Chapter 29. Amelia's work authorization from the Health Minister of Zambia had come through in early May. The hospital at Mbala had wanted her to start immediately, but being Amelia, she had diligently worked her 2-week notice at St. Luke's. She might as well not have bothered, because it was only delaying the inevitable. It was unlikely St. Luke's would be able to recruit even any doctor to take her place, and Amelia was not any doctor. We had a farewell meal at an Indian restaurant in Brick Lane. Dr. Sudbury even came, and she told us that her own first boss had taught her that a consultant's most important duties were to pay for the meal and then leave. And so she did, but not before we toasted her with a drunken round of "She's a jolly good fellow." It was the only time I ever saw her flustered. After she left, Rami made a joke about Dr. Sudbury taking her own advice and sending herself home at the earliest opportunity. We were all already so drunk, it was the funniest thing any of us had ever heard. It got more drunken still. Somebody made a toast to George, somebody else made another one, and soon we were all drowning in a boozy sea of toast to our beloved George. We kept telling each other how he would have adored this, and how proud he would have been of Amelia for going away. But none of this can mask the devastating truth. There should have been 2 of them going to Zambia, and now there was only 1. We ended up in a karaoke bar in Shoreditch, singing endless repetitions of Toto's Africa. I think it was the drunkest I'd ever been. I was on call the next day, and only got through the shift thanks to an arrest call to the paediatric oncology ward for a visiting grandparent who had collapsed. Grandad turned out to only be having a panic attack, but in the mayhem I was able to pocket a fentanyl lollipop from the kid's bedside cabinet. It was not my finest hour, but the day Amelia actually departed was awful in an entirely different way. I had done the first of a week of night shifts, and arrived home in the morning to find her waiting for me on the doorstep. She told me she had come to say goodbye to me, but I knew what she really wanted to do was sit once more in Georgie's room. We had already packed up most of his stuff, but had not known what to do with it. His parents had said they wanted it, yet had made no arrangements to collect it, and his sports car likewise still languished in the hospital car park. Eventually, I would offer to hire a van and drive Georgie's belongings up to them, but at that point they would ask me to simply find them a good home, and I would end up taking everything to the charity shop. Well, everything except Patrick, who now sits by my desk and looks at me as I write this. That Saturday morning, though, the boxes of Georgie's things all remained in his room. Combined with Patrick and the framed photograph of the England rugby team that I hadn't had the heart to take down, it still felt like George might yet walk through the door at any moment. I made Amelia and I 2 cups of tea and took them into Georgie's room. Amelia was sitting on the edge of his bed. She looked up and smiled as I entered, but this movement sent the tears that had welled in her eyes streaking down her cheeks. For once, I did not fetch the tissues, because what use could any metaphor be when a true love was dead? Instead, I sat down beside Amelia and put my arm around her. She sunk her head into my shoulder and began to sob, the depth of her grief causing the very muscles of her diaphragm to spasm each time she took a breath. It was as if her body itself was protesting the sheer outrage of having to go on living. I do not know how long we sat together therefore, but I remember deciding that I would not move until Amelia did. I had not known how to offer her any solace since George died, but now, finally, here I was. A literal shoulder to cry on. It seemed the very least I could do. After 15 minutes, or perhaps an hour, I felt her begin to stir. And then she did something that took me entirely by surprise. She pulled my head to hers and kissed me. I've thought so many times about what happened that morning, that sometimes I've even wondered if I'd simply imagined the whole thing in a somnambulant and grief-stricken fog. But alas, no. It happened. I know it happened because Amelia kissed me with an urgency I can still sometimes feel. In the moment, this surprised me as passion, and I even briefly flattered myself to think it might have had something to do with me. But it was not passion at all, but rather a kind of desperation and fury, a raging at the gaping void. Desperation that a life so large could be extinguished by a few drops of clear liquid, fury that hers had been ripped asunder by those same few drops, and rage at all of it and all of us besides. Perhaps Amelia had the excuse that she was somehow getting her revenge on George for abandoning her. Or maybe being perfect is a near impossible task at the best of times, and the exquisitely unfair arrival of such profound tragedy had simply brought her down to the same level as the rest of us. I have no such excuses for what occurred in my dead friend's bed that day. Among all his sad things, and with Patrick looking on, it was urgent and primal, and it was over quickly. But even as it happened, I knew that in a lifetime of wrongs, it would forever stand out as the worst thing I had ever done. When it was over, we fell asleep together, intertwined in our shame, or at least I thought we did. When I woke up, it was 6 o'clock and dark, and Amelia would have already been halfway to Africa. I felt terrible. That was not even unusual, for the circadian disturbances combined with the thought of having to work all night always made me feel rotten when I woke ahead of a shift. Nonetheless, this particular evening was different, and I felt far worse than usual. I felt bereft. No doubt what we had done was a large part of it, but it was not just that, and nor was even Amelia leaving, nor what had happened to George, nor with Colette, nor my own dismal situation. It was that everything felt like it had gone wrong, for everyone. Each one of us had been the top of his or her class all the way through primary school and high school. And just 5 or so years ago we had graduated from our universities and felt like we had the world at our feet. And now, where were each of us? Behind in the life schedule we had mapped out, strung out in opioids, alone on a plane to Africa, or dead. The job was brutal, and it brutalised each and every one of us. Many of our colleagues and classmates had begun to find solace in partners, in weddings and homes, and the idea that they would have their own top-of-the-class kids someday soon. So no doubt some of us were lonelier than others. But all of us were lonely. Why? Because of course we were. For many of us, the loneliness was what had brought us to medicine in the first place. I stuck on a quarter of a buprenorphine patch I had taken from a patient with prostate cancer I'd seen on the urology ward, and went to work. It was Saturday night now, and the train was full of revellers. Londoners off to their drinks and their movies and their Chinese and Italian dinners with their dates, their spouses, their lovers. And here was me, alone at the back of the carriage, carrying the dismal peanut butter sandwiches I probably wouldn't get time to eat until morning handover. Other people had lives and families and loved ones, and my job was to patch them up and send them back to those people and things. I did this at nights, on weekends and bank holidays. At work that night, I had a distinct feeling the entire hospital was falling apart. Perhaps it really was coincidence that this happened as Amelia departed, but perhaps it was not. Amelia had been one doctor among dozens of us, but she was always so meticulously efficient that I wondered if the unnoticed things she did, the thorough clerkings, the endless rounding on her own patients, the "will you are here doctor" ward work that the nurses invariably asked her to do, because she was the most approachable of all of us, had actually been the grease that kept the entire machine spinning. Either way, I had never had a run of nights like it. It was not especially busy in terms of admissions, but the entire hospital seemed to be engulfed in a whirling chaos. A patient with a penicillin allergy was given a large intravenous dose of the drug, and I spent hours on Saturday night trying to stabilise him before a bed became available in the intensive care unit. Somehow the entire Sunday day shift then passed without anybody noticing the phlebotomist had not turned up for work, and that meant I had to begin my shift by bleeding what seemed like half the patients in the hospital. Even worse, at 10 p.m. on Monday night, I walked into the Jack Ducton relatives' room to discover a group of adult siblings who had been waiting in there since before evening visiting. Nobody had yet told them that their grandmother had died several hours earlier. More than anything, though, there was the paperwork. That week of nights was an endless paper trail of fluid charts, drug charts, and discharge summaries. Was it possible Amelia had single-handedly been doing all this work in addition to her own work? Yes, I realised as I wrote up yet another drug chart, it was more than possible. It was almost certain. Zambia was incredibly lucky to have her, but they had probably already worked that out by now. I only hoped that they would treat her more kindly and more carefully than George, London, and even I had done. Chapter 30. I somehow survived most of the week, and as we reached the end of Thursday evening's handover, I began to think I might actually make it through to Friday morning. And then Colin got to the last patient on his list, Felix Smollett. Even just hearing his name gave me a sinking feeling. The Jack Ducton nurses had been so embarrassed after Grandmother Gate that I'd barely been called there all week, and I hadn't even thought of Felix. So when Colin mentioned him, I assumed the nurses had got bored arguing with him and wanted me to come and tell him he was not allowed any more methadone. That would have been bad enough, but Colin now informed me that Felix had spiked another fever. Fever means something particular to medical people. I've heard non-doctor friends ascribe a fever to jet lag, eating spicy food, summer, being in a warm room, being in a cold room, and even having recently cleaned one's teeth. But they believe such things only because they do not comprehend just how spectacular the human body is at maintaining physiological homeostasis. 36.9 degrees Celsius is the correct temperature for the human body. A temperature even half a degree higher means that something is likely amiss, and another 3.5 degrees beyond that is incompatible with human life. To a doctor, then, a fever is a check engine light that guarantees something is afoot under the bonnet. Colin had taken cultures from Felix, so at least for now, there was not much more to do. If he spiked again, it'd be for discussion with microbiology, but they would not have changed his antibiotics on the basis of a single fever. So I did not immediately go to Jack Ducton ward. For all I knew, Felix's fever might simply represent an ordinary virus rather than a relapse in his endocarditis. Besides, there was a multiple sclerosis flare waiting in accident and emergency, and a chest pain in the tower. I went and sorted out the chest pain patient first, and was about to start in on the multiple sclerosis, when I was paged from Jack Ducton. I rang back, and Louise Fisher breathlessly answered and told me that Felix had spiked another fever and urgently needed blood cultures taken. I reassured her Colin had done them earlier and another set showing the same thing would not change anything. But Louise replied that she had Felix's notes open in front of her, and the consultant microbiologist had quite clearly written that he was to have cultures each and every time he spiked. I hung up and headed out and across the car park. When I got to his side room, I was surprised at how unwell Felix seemed. He looked as bad as he had on the night I had admitted him, and the lack of Ziggy Stardust makeup only made this more apparent. He was always pale, but this shade was no longer heroin chic, but mortuary chic. He was sweating profusely, and as I stood in the doorway, he erupted into a shivering rigour. The nurses had hooked him up to the monitors, and each one of these confirmed the dismal picture. His pulse was fast, his blood pressure was down to double digits, and his oxygen saturation was far short of what it should be. I suspect, if I'd listened closely, I'd probably have been able to hear his heart murmur from the doorway. When he noticed me, Felix still somehow managed to muster a smirk and mumble something about his brother-in-arms, which I assumed was a reference to our shared addiction. I cannot say if he said any more, because by then I was already back at the nurses' station and on the phone to the intensive care unit. The anaesthetic registrar agreed that it sounded like Felix needed to be admitted, but apologised that there simply were not any beds. He promised to come and take a look as soon as he could. But we both knew there would be little he could possibly add on Jack Ducton ward. I went back and examined Felix. His fever was 39.5. His murmur was much louder, and he was visibly short of breath. He declined to take his own blood now, and so I somehow found a femoral vein in his groin. I noticed several recent puncture marks there, but when I asked whether he had at least used the clean needles when injecting himself, he ignored me. I wrote him up for fast fluids, called for an x-ray, and asked Louise to give him paracetamol for his fever. I told her I'd be back to review him when his bloods were in, but to call me if his blood pressure dropped any further. Sometimes I wonder if I should have fought harder for the intensive care admission, but the registrar could not have simply conjured up a bed. Besides, I think deep down I knew there was nothing the intensive care unit could do for Felix, and the reason for that was there was nothing anybody could do for him. His infection had visibly become life-threatening, and there are only two treatments for that: remove the source or hit it hard with antibiotics. Felix's infection was in his heart itself, so removing that would clearly come with its own issues, and he was already on antibiotics so broad and powerful that the pharmacy had to have them specially shipped in from Public Health England. Maybe in intensive care, they could have supported his organ systems, but without a way to treat his infection, it would realistically have only prolonged things. I'd just finished seeing the chest pain when the lab paged to tell me that Felix's white blood cell count had skyrocketed, a result that confirmed his infection was spiralling out of control. Some new bacteria had indeed been introduced, no doubt when he'd been injecting himself. I called the microbiologist, and she confirmed Felix was already on absolutely everything she and her colleagues had been able to think of. She said I could always take another set of cultures, but the information would not be back in time to help him. Just about the only thing left to do, she said, was pray. Even by the time I got back to Jack Ducton ward, Felix had deteriorated further. He was so drowsy that there was no smirking or even mumbling this time. I strapped a non-rebreathing oxygen mask around his mouth and nose and turned the wall supply up until the little plastic ball was rammed to the top of the gauge. I wanted to know how dehydrated he was, so I asked the nurse to attach a manometer to his neckline in order that I could measure the filling pressure of his heart. When she looked at me blankly, I had Felix reclined at a 45-degree angle and got the nurse to hold his head to the left while I looked for the venous pulsations in his neck. When I could not see them, I gently pushed on his liver, and the rising wave in his neck vein now confirmed that he was indeed dehydrated. We then gradually filled him up with fluid, checking the waveform in the veins on his neck every 15 minutes to ensure I was not overfilling him. When this did not sufficiently raise his blood pressure, I started him on an adrenaline infusion. My pager kept going and I kept ignoring it. Whatever else those calls might have been, they were not a young person actively dying. Felix quickly became unresponsive, and after half an hour, Louise excitedly declared he had fallen into another coma. At some point amid all this, I telephoned Felix's parents. I'd been hoping his father would answer and I could get off the phone with a simple instruction for them to come to the hospital. But of course his mother picked up. I began with the usual spiel, that I was sorry to wake her, but I was calling from St. Luke's Hospital, and Dr. Smollett immediately cut me off and demanded to know what her son's numbers were. I got as far as telling her his systolic blood pressure before she said they were on their way and hung up. No doubt it was a temporary rally caused by the adrenaline, the oxygen and the fluids, but Felix briefly regained consciousness around 2 a.m. He seemed genuinely surprised to still be alive, and looked at me, struggled to place me, and then nodded with what I initially thought was recognition of me. "I'm going to die tonight, haven't I?" he said. I could only nod back. Felix had an untreatable infection, and he was being kept alive with the drugs that increased his blood pressure at the expense of his fingers and toes, and a toxic concentration of oxygen his lungs would not tolerate for more than a few hours. He seemed to accept the news that I was not long for this world with equanimity. He smiled faintly, and then asked me a peculiar question. "Have you ever been to Prague, Doc?" he asked me. I wasn't sure if I'd heard him correctly, so I waited, and he repeated it. "I asked if you've ever been to Prague." "No," I said. "I can't say I have." "Well, you should. It's a very interesting place, Prague." And then he smiled and closed his eyes. And after that, he did not open them again. I did not think much about the Prague stuff. The movies have taught us that people's last words are perfectly chosen epithets, but I have stood over enough deathbeds to know they are mostly nonsense. Yes, a few people want you to tell their families they love them, but mostly people's last words are as fallibly human as the lives that preceded them. Sad, angry, lonely, and, perhaps more than anything in a hospital like St. Luke's, simply confused. Too many times I've told families that Grandpa passed peacefully, when in fact he spent his last breath screaming that he was being eaten alive by bats or crocodiles. The anaesthetist had been waylaid by a trauma case in theatre, and arrived a little after 2:30 a.m, when Felix's blood pressure had already begun its final descent. 20 minutes later, his heart ceased beating, and we put the call out. He was young, so he got the works. Adrenaline every 3 minutes, bicarb every 5, electricity because it could hardly make things worse, but it did not matter. His heart was filled with a pus that even our chest compressions simply pumped out around the rest of his body. At some point, the anaesthetist boss, one of the few senior doctors in the hospital overnight, joined us. He was the one who called it at 3:20 a.m, but he left me to verify death. No breath or cardiac sounds heard. Pupils fixed and dilated. Absent corneal reflex. Time of death. Rest in peace. By now, Felix's parents had arrived and were waiting in the relatives' room. I took a deep breath and went in to break the bad news, but Dr. Smollett ran our whole consultation. A glimpse through a half-closed door of the arrest team in our son's hospital room had told her everything she needed to know. And by the time I joined them, she had already broken the bad news to his father. He sat in shocked silence, and Dr. Smollett simply wanted to know all the medical details, observations, doses, cycles, joules. At the time, I assumed she was looking for fault, but with hindsight, I think it was simply her only way of making sense of it. Her son was 28 years old and had been endlessly tipped for greatness, so his death was utterly unfathomable. By contrast, the death of a patient with endocarditis who had a systolic blood pressure in the 50s and had not responded to 8 doses of adrenaline or multiple attempts at defibrillation made perfect, if awful, sense. The meeting lasted about 10 minutes and concluded with Dr. Smollett saying they did not want to see their son looking ghastly and would much prefer to remember him as the handsome young man he had been. Since the launch of Operation Nightingale, Dr. Sudbury had introduced a new policy that she was to be immediately informed of all unexpected deaths, and so I now called her. She initially seemed cross, first at being woken on a night when she was not on call, and then at the news of the unexpected death of a young person. When she heard it was a patient with endocarditis, and that he had been overwhelmingly septic, however, she seemed frankly pleased. "They at least can't claim this one as a murder," Dr. Sudbury said, before catching herself. "I'll need to talk to the coroner to see if we can spare the family a post-mortem, so don't write a death certificate just yet." By morning handover, Dr. Sudbury had already spoken to the coroner, and the news was in that D.I. Afferson had insisted on a post-mortem. I would have done the same thing in his position, and when I called Dr. Smollett to let her know, she seemed surprised we had thought there was any possibility Felix might be spared one. She asked me what I thought had killed her son, and I told her the truth. Overwhelming sepsis. He had a fever, his white cell count was through the roof, his murmur was louder than it had been before, and the lack of other localizing symptoms seemed to seal the diagnosis. "Yes," she said. "Yes, I do agree with all of that, of course. It was definitely sepsis from his heart. But why now? Why now when he had been finally getting better? Do you have any thoughts on that? I've never heard of a bacteria suddenly becoming resistant like that. Have you?" Confidentiality rules dictated I should not have said anything to her, and yet she was a mother grieving her son. More than that, she was a colleague of sorts. "I think he was still injecting," I said, "and maybe some new bacteria got in." Dr. Smollett sounded surprised. "Really? I thought he was past all that. He was on methadone, but of course you know that. What makes you think he was still injecting?" "There was an incident at New Year," I said. "The nurses noticed Felix was drowsy, he had pinpoint pupils and woke up with naloxone. And when I took blood from him last night, there were puncture wounds in his groin." "Yes," Dr. Smollett sighed. "Yes, that would all make sense, I suppose." "I'm sorry for your loss," I said. "Thank you," she said. "But it's not your fault. You were the one who first diagnosed him, so you probably saved his life at that point. I mean, for all the good it did. But you tried. And I'm all the more impressed, given that you clearly didn't like him very much." She hung up before I could protest, and I found that I was relieved she had. It would have been a lie, and she would have known it. Dr. O'Leary, still expected to do his job, despite the public opprobrium heaped upon him, performed the post-mortem. He found what we all knew he would. Florid vegetations on Felix Smollett's valves, a heart that contained several small abscesses, and telltale track marks in the groin. He listed the cause of death as overwhelming sepsis secondary to infectious endocarditis, secondary to intravenous drug use. When I went to the pathology lodge to sign my part of the death certificate, Dr. O'Leary led me to the body as usual. His respectful manner was unchanged, but he seemed to also feel paternal toward Felix Smollett. "He was so young," he lamented, "and so tremendously talented. It is a terrible shame. I hope the poor boy is at peace now." I'd never heard Dr. O'Leary say such things about any other patient, and he closed his impromptu homily by telling me, "Whom the gods love, they take early." I did not believe in any gods, but still could not agree that they would particularly love Felix Smollett, unless those gods happened to be impressionable sixth form girls. Even Dr. O'Leary's death certificate was not quite the end of the story, though, because D.I. Averson now insisted on a second post-mortem by a Home Office pathologist. Again, with the dead body of a semi-famous young person to account for, it was hard to blame him. The Home Office pathologist concurred with Dr. O'Leary's findings, but did now also have an additional piece of information. The blood cultures Colin had sent the night Felix Smollett died had grown a rare species of Clostridium that was most commonly found in desert soil. As this was an entirely different bacteria from the Staphylococcus that had originally been grown, or any of the many others that had followed, the obvious explanation, and the one both pathologists concurred on, was that Felix Smollett had introduced the bacteria when he was injecting himself. Quite how he could end up with such a dirty needle when I'd given him 2 boxes of clean ones was a puzzle, but not enough of a puzzle for anyone to investigate further. Likewise, the relative rarity of the bacteria was worthy of little more than a raised eyebrow and a puzzled shrug. Sometimes people die. Dr. Mario Jasklevich. Healthcare murder is such a heinous crime that we tend to look only for the most powerful motives: greed, lust, love, severe psychological damage. But we overlook pettier concerns at our peril. In 1965, surgical patients at Riverdale Hospital in New Jersey began to die unexpectedly in the post-operative period. One recently hired surgeon, Dr. Stanley Harris, lost 5 patients, including Nancy Savino, a 4-year-old girl who died after a routine appendix operation. Dr. Harris investigated the deaths and quickly noted the similarities. The patients had all died of a sudden respiratory arrest. They all had intravenous access, and the head of the surgical department, Dr. Mario Jasklevich, had been in the immediate vicinity of all the patients shortly before they died. Dr. Jasklevich had worked at Riverdale Hospital for 20 years. He was highly respected for his surgical skill, but his colleagues considered him abrasive, and he was known to have strongly disapproved of the hospital's recent expansion. One colleague described Dr. Jasklevich as not the kind of person you'd go for a beer with. Dr. Harris's investigation into the deaths at Riverdale led him and hospital management to Dr. Jasklevich's locker. There, they found what seemed a smoking gun. 18 mostly empty vials of curare, a powerful anesthetic drug. Utilised correctly, curare paralyses the respiratory muscles in order to allow a mechanical ventilator to take over the work of breathing. Used without a ventilator, a single dose of curare can cause a respiratory arrest of the kind the Riverdale patients had all died from. Dr. Jasklavich admitted the curare belonged to him, but claimed it was for a program of experiments he had been conducting. He provided no other context or supporting evidence for this independent research program, but was neither arrested nor charged. Dr. Jasklavich left Riverdale soon after, and the unexplained deaths immediately ceased. A decade later, a tip-off led to the New York Times publishing a story about the Riverdale deaths, and New Jersey prosecutors subsequently ordered an investigation. 5 bodies were exhumed, and traces of curare were found in 3 of them, including that of Nancy Savino. Dr. Jasklevich's trial was the longest in the history of the state of New Jersey. At its heart was an unspeakably gruesome notion. The prosecution charged that Dr. Jasklevich had murdered 25 patients merely to make his recently hired colleagues look incompetent, and thereby demonstrate that he had been correct in opposing the hospital's expansion. The trial was hampered by the years that had passed, the complexity of the evidence, and a sideshow around the jailing of the New York Times journalist who had received the tip-off. Dr. Jasklevich was ultimately acquitted, but the court of public opinion found him guilty. The State Board of Medical Examiners withdrew his license, and the negative publicity quickly bankrupted Riverdale. Chapter 31. When news of Felix Smollett's death broke, it made the national news. The BBC called him the most promising songwriter of his generation. There was talk of a tribute album, and possibly even a statue outside a squat where he had debuted his best-known song. Even that all seemed a little much to me, and yet it was merely the beginning. On the following Friday, I left work to find over 200 people holding a candlelit vigil in the hospital car park. There were the usual sixth form girls, of course, but others too. Students, older couples, a few faces I recognised from television, Felix's parents, and even a Buddhist monk. Eliza Ducton made an improbable but inevitable speech about how Felix and her war hero father were undoubtedly now united in heaven. Mrs. Horsburgh was not mentioned, having now apparently been usurped by the arrival in the afterlife of a more newsworthy companion. The Buddhist monk then gave some kind of blessing that a translator explained would permit Felix's beautiful soul to soar free. I don't know how accurate that was, because I saw the monk frown when the translator said this. Finally, the crowd lit candles in the daylight, then united in murdering John Lennon's Imagine. The whole thing left me feeling more wretched than I had in quite a while. George had been the best human I had known, and the wider world had not given a single shit when he died. Now, within sight of the car inside which he had departed this life, perfect strangers were lighting incense in memory of an obnoxious young man who had only ever thought of himself. And so I went home, ran a hot bath, lit my own candles, took double my usual dose of pethidine, and got in. As the hot water encased my body from the outside, so the pethidine warmed me from within. As the candles flickered around me, I decided it was the fire and I was the water, or I was the fire and it was the water. Whatever it was, it consumed me in the exact way I needed it to, and I slunk down into it all, grateful for the release. I awoke at 4 a.m, shivering in cold water in the dark. It took me a moment to realise what had happened, and I chided myself for having been so stupid. Nobody would have found me for a long time. If I had been trying to die, there were certainly far better ways of ending it all, ways that would not result in a tabloid headline that said, "Murder Inquiry Doc lay dead in bath for days." I dried myself off, crawled into bed, and slept through until the afternoon. When I woke, I walked around the flat and, as I increasingly did, found myself back in George's room. I wondered again why it had been him, not me. But mostly I marvelled at the wreckage of my own life. Was it the shift work and the endless disease and death that had made me an addict and an outcast? Or had I chosen this life because somewhere deep down I had always known that I was such a person? I asked Patrick, but he of course had no more of an idea than I did, and he still had not forgiven me for what had happened with Amelia. I did not blame him, for I had not forgiven myself either. Whichever way around it had happened, I fell ever faster and harder. I no longer had to answer to Colette. She had stopped even acknowledging me when we passed in the corridors, and George and Amelia were both forever lost to me. But somehow it seemed to be the death of Felix Smollett that had broken this camel's back. While he was alive, I could not stand the guy, and yet he was undeniably another young person gone, another heart and lungs silent over 2 minutes. Perhaps, too, we had also been more alike than either of us had cared to admit. Perhaps we really had been brothers in arms. And that being so, maybe it was because I no longer encountered the ghost of Christmas future on the ward round each morning that I began to take risks I would not have considered even a few weeks earlier. I got careless with the discharge prescription scam, sometimes performing it multiple times a day. Worse, I even found a new grift on it. I noted any patients I encountered who were legitimately on an opioid, and when it came time to discharge them, helped myself to half of their take-home medication. This was especially dangerous because I was no longer stealing opioids from patients who had no idea they had been prescribed them. I was stealing opioids from patients who knew exactly what they were entitled to and were likely every bit as addicted as me. Increasingly, too, I used at work. One afternoon in clinic, I even nodded off as I was examining an elderly patient. But when she gently woke me, she only sympathised about the terrible hours we were made to work. More or less the same thing happened at my counselling, but fortunately the Reverend McKendrick was himself already asleep and I still woke before him. Even when I was not actively falling asleep, I did the same telltale things all addicts do. I was late, I lied, I forgot to eat, and I yawned and sneezed far more than any normal human should. I worked daily among people trained to spot exactly these things, but nobody ever did. Maybe nobody was looking, or maybe they simply did not want to see. But it did not matter, because I could not stop. Each morning when I woke, I shuddered at the spiral I was in, and vowed that day soon I would fix it all. But a few minutes later, once the pill was in my mouth, I had forgotten everything again. The world was golden. I was submerged in a warm candlelit bath, even on the ward or the admission unit. Morphine is endorphins, and endorphins are morphine. It's not rocket science. And neither is what happened next. Every addict starts out saying we will never inject. It is the one line that must never be crossed, and the very fact that it is so utterly unbreachable renders everything this side of it safe. If you only don't cross the line, then the worst consequences can never befall you. Yet the more time you spend in the golden state, the more that line begins to look thin, and then blurred, and then faded until someday you wake up and realise that there is no line. There never has been a line. There is only the blissful feeling, and more of it exists just on the other side of wherever you once imagined that line to be. For me, it was nothing more than pragmatism that finally obliterated the line. An irate pharmacist had paged me to ask why a patient who had been admitted with a mild pneumonia was now going home with a 2-week supply of pethidine. I'd played dumb and told her that the patient had told me they took it for back pain. The pharmacist retorted that she had contacted the GP, who had confirmed the patient had never once been prescribed pethidine. She scolded me that I had to be more careful, and that I should never simply take a patient at their word where opioids were concerned. I had got away with it that time, but I knew she would be looking out for the word pethidine, and that supply would now be closed to me, at least for a while. When I was down to my last strip of pills, I grew desperate, but then made a discovery. Perhaps due to the fact they have proportionally fewer addicts in London than in Glasgow, the staff at St Luke's were far less protective of the controlled drugs than their northern cousins. In Scotland, the nurses had guarded the keys to the controlled drug cabinet like precious jewels. If ever you needed morphine, they would grudgingly fetch it for you, only having first ascertained which patient it was for. And the nurse had better already have heard them screaming in agony. By contrast, when you asked for morphine at St Luke's, the nurse simply tossed you the keys and told you to make sure you locked the cupboard afterward. The first time I injected was in a cubicle in the staff toilets of level 9 of the tower. I did not want to do so, but what choice did I have? The vial was in liquid form. Drinking it was spectacularly inefficient, and I needed to get as much of it into my body as quickly as I could. And so, to my veins. It was not like I was not already good at it. I made it up in a 10ml syringe, tightened the same tourniquet I used in my patients around my own upper arm, and swabbed the inner crease of my elbow with alcohol until the veins stood out like drain pipes. That first time I was cautious, pushing the morphine in at 1 milliliter a minute over 10 minutes. I didn't feel much for the first 30 seconds, but as soon as it reached my heart and started its journey around the body, I understood why people injected. The hit was infinitely stronger and better than I could have ever imagined. Whereas previously I'd felt pethidine as honey trickling down my spine, injecting morphine was a whole other level. It was as if my spine was now honey, or I was honey, or everything was honey. When I was finished, I gathered up every piece of wrapping, even the needle sheath, and deposited them in a sharp bin several floors away. I quickly got more careless, and soon it became open season. When a nurse made a joke about all the opioids I had been giving my patients, I changed up and began taking my samples to the blood gas machine in the theatre suite so that I could swipe vials from unattended anaesthetic rooms. I did something similar in the oncology wards, and once or twice even in the paediatric wards. Really, I'm surprised I lasted as long as I did. When the end came, on a stiflingly warm Friday in June, it was spectacular. I was on call that day and had not managed to score in over 24 hours. I was therefore withdrawing while also admitting an unseasonable number of patients. As evening handover approached, I had resigned myself to not getting hold of any opioids that day. But then an arrest call went out for a major trauma involving a pedestrian and a motorcyclist. The pedestrian had already been down for 45 minutes when she arrived in the department, and so we quickly called it. But in the next bed, the surgeons were reducing the motorcyclist's fractures before taking him to theatre. He weighed 20 stone and was going through morphine like it was water. I palmed 2 vials into my pocket as I left the department. At handover, I could feel the cold glass against my leg and ran through the patient list as quickly as I could. Kwame asked why I was rushing, and I mumbled something about it having been a long day and also expecting a phone call at home that night. It was an excuse too many, and I could tell that he knew I was lying. But it was still better than admitting I was desperate to get home so that I could inject myself with the opioids I'd just stolen. Home was 20 minutes away if I got lucky with the trains, but up to 40 if I didn't. Even that seemed too long to wait, and as I hurried across the car park, I realised I still had George's car keys in my bag. I walked over to his car, unlocked the door, and got into the driver's seat. The same place where George had sat to end it all. I'd left my tourniquet in my locker, so I took the belt from my trousers and drew it tight around my arm. I looked for a vein, but it was dusk and the shadows made it hard to see. I chided myself. Years ago, I had been taught that locating a vein was never about the look, but about the feel. Sure enough, I used my finger and found the bounce of my houseman's vein. Unlike George, I hit it first time. I felt a give as the needle breached the skin, and then a second one as it entered the vein. I felt them so clearly that I would not even have needed to see the flashback of blood into the chamber of the syringe. But I did see it. Even in the half-light, I saw it. And then I pushed in the whole 10 mils. Soon, everything was honey. I was alive. It did not matter. It was better than did not matter. It was hilarious. Everything was wonderful. Colette was doing fine wherever the hell she was. George might be dead and Amelia gone to save the world, but none of that mattered. And I found myself thinking of the Percherons and the Westphalians and laughed out loud. Why was I laughing? Why would I not? I was the greatest physician who had ever lived, for I had found the cure to what ailed me. Everything was golden and would be forever. The only thing was, I really needed to drive this car. It was what George would have wanted, to keep the engine turning over. Things failed if they were not regularly used, and what harm could it possibly do? Out of the car park and onto the street. It was years since I'd driven any car, and even George had frequently complained how awkward his little sports car was to handle. But it was all okay, because the morphine had made me a natural. I took side streets and high streets, and each half-mile and mile I travelled was more golden than the last, as the glorious morphine saturated every receptor in my brain. The bookmakers and the laundrettes were a painting of which the great William Morris could have only dreamed, or maybe even Blake himself. Yes, they were melancholic, but they were also beautiful. And then the rain started and turned them and the rest of the city into an impressionist's painting. Night at the Kebab Shop, Bingo Palace Rhapsody, the Eternal Service Station. I cannot say where I went, or for exactly how long I drove. I know only that it got dark, and at some point I found my way onto the North Circular. For the past year, I had done what I could for its pilgrims and victims, filling them with blood and fluids and adrenaline while the orthopods worked out how to piece them back together. So I knew its dangers as well as anyone. But I also knew that this road would not hurt me. How could it, when we were so intimately connected? We understood each other, the road and I. And anyway, I was invincible. And anyway, none of it even mattered, for it was all golden. It was all honey. I wove in and out of traffic like the race car driver I should have been, the fast lane to the slow lane and back across once more. And all the time I felt my foot pressed hard against the floor. At some point, I rolled down the window and let the air and the summer rain at me. I felt the cobwebs of the dead blow away, and the rain baptized me into my new and born-again life. I told myself it was what George would have wanted. I turned on the stereo and discovered that George, never not the cliché, had been listening to Bruce Springsteen. Soon, I was no longer simply a race car driver winning yet another Grand Prix. I was an American, driving on a lonesome highway toward a sultry woman who waited somewhere on a porch where a screen door banged into the breeze. I cranked up the volume further, and that is the last thing I remember. The police's primary witness was the driver of the dairy tanker I overtook shortly before I clipped the crash barrier at the side of the road. He reported seeing the sparks and then the MG leaving the ground and flipping several times through the air, but somehow ultimately landing right side up before ploughing straight into the central reservation. Meantime, he himself had braked so abruptly that the forward momentum of his load tore it from its coupling, and his cargo now overtook him and skidded down the urban motorway. It was painted black and white like a Frisian cow, and it must have been quite the sight. A giant mechanical cow hurtling through the night, spraying milk all over the North Circular as it pursued a wrecked little sports car. If I had not already been unconscious, I'm sure I would have appreciated it. A minicab driver was the first to reach George's car, and he reported it was such a wreck that he initially assumed the driver was dead until he heard me snoring. He reached in, shook me and shouted, but later told the police that I seemed to simply be fast asleep. The helicopter doctors arrived on scene within 15 minutes, and it was one of them who noticed my pinpoint pupils and informed the arriving police, who arrested me even while the firemen were cutting me out of George's car. I had a punctured lung, which did not really need to be tubed, but the helicopter team must have wanted the practice because they did so anyway. They even gave me naloxone to reverse the opioids. Given the fact that my fractured fibula was visibly poking through my skin, I can only imagine they did that out of spite. Spite may also be why they sent me to St. Luke's in an ambulance, rather than taking me to the Royal London in their helicopter. I was still wearing my ID badge, so they certainly knew where I'd come from. By the time we reached accident and emergency, the naloxone had kicked in, and I was wide awake. I asked the policeman who was sat with me to draw the curtain around the cubicle so that my passing colleagues could not see that I was handcuffed to the bed. He obliged, but of course it did not matter. Everybody already knew what had happened. The A&E registrar treating me was at least a locum, I had not met before. He examined me thoroughly, sent me for x-rays and scans, and pronounced the damage. 3 broken ribs, a fractured fibula that looked to him like it might need to be pinned, but the orthopods would decide that. I called it my femur, but the locum registrar didn't laugh. He at least agreed the chest tube was unnecessary and took it out there and then. Saz was working nights and she stopped in. I could tell that she had been crying, and I found myself surprisingly moved by that. But she then told me that if I ever wanted to talk about George, I could. That made me feel like a shit, because of course I did not want to talk about George. What I had done had not even been remotely about George. At least, at the time I did not think it had been about George. At this distance, I view things a little differently. The orthopods concluded it did not require an operation, just reduction, a cast, pain control, and mobilisation. Nonetheless, I spent a week on the orthopaedic ward. I suspect because nobody felt comfortable sending me home with the opioids I legitimately needed for pain control. For the first few days, the nurses treated me with the cool, professional distaste I myself had once reserved for patients with entirely self-inflicted injuries. But once word got around I was George's grieving friend, they started to be nice to me, and even moved me to a side room. I was not above playing up to this by asking each new nurse if she had known George. I stopped doing this when one of the younger nurses burst into tears, and I felt like a shit once again. A few colleagues from the medical team came to see me, but most of them did not, and I was grateful to them for saving us both the embarrassment. On the second day, Dr. Sudbury came in and encouraged me to walk around. The sooner I did that, she said, the sooner I could be discharged. She sympathetically asked if I was bored, and when I admitted I was, she offered to bring me some discharge summaries to audit. Later that day, I woke from a nap to find Colette stood at the end of my bed. I awkwardly thanked her for coming, but she informed me in clipped tones that she was only there because my bruised spleen made me a surgical patient. She took my charts and must have left them at the nurse's station when she was finished with them, because she did not reappear. On the third day, I received a surprise visitor, the Reverend McKendrick. For the first time since I'd begun seeing him, I was actually somewhat interested in what he might say. I'd been doing a lot of thinking as I stared at the ceiling, and it was abundantly clear that I desperately needed somebody's help. But the Reverend McKendrick had not come to offer me support, not even to reassure me he would be praying for me. No, he had taken the bus to the hospital solely to scold me for lying to him. He told me that my relapse would look terrible on his appraisal, and it was unspeakably selfish of me not to have considered that factor when I indulged myself. I turned the other cheek, by which I mean I closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep, and waited for him to leave. He soon fell silent, and for a moment I worried I'd horribly miscalculated, as it seemed like he might have fallen asleep too. After a few minutes, I heard him sigh and get up and leave. I must have actually fallen asleep soon thereafter, because when I woke up, D.I. Afferson was sat in the chair by my bed. I was surprised to see him, but even more so by the feeling his presence gave me. Relief. Afferson was like Sherlock Holmes compared to the traffic cops who had taken my statement, and I wanted to ask him what neither they nor anybody else had so far been able or willing to tell me. Just how much trouble was I now in? Afferson shocked me by announcing that he'd had a word and got my charges knocked down as far as he could. I'd clearly been guilty of driving without insurance, and there was nothing he could do about the automatic fine and points on my licence. But as he put it, nobody had been killed. The drugs, of course, were another thing entirely, but that was between me and the General Medical Council. None of any of that, he said, was a matter for Operation Nightingale. Operation Nightingale. In all the excitement, I'd barely thought about the danger lurking at St. Luke's. Belatedly, I realised I should have been paying more attention to the medicines I was being given each day, lest I became the next victim. Mostly, though, I wondered if Afferson had reverted to believing I was the culprit, and simply did not want any traffic offences delaying the murder conviction he was still planning to get me. Even with all the wishful thinking in the world, I could not think of any more convincing reason for him to have intervened on my behalf. Still, I played along. Afferson told me that he had come to ask me about George again, and he hoped that the good faith he had shown by helping me might now be reciprocated. Specifically, he thought that perhaps me driving George's car, well, maybe there was some significance in that. I told him the truth. I discovered the keys in my pocket as I left work, and my late flatmate's beloved sports car had simply been a convenient place to shoot up. We sat in silence for a moment, and then Afferson cut to the chase. What could I tell him about George's final afternoon? He told me they knew that George had returned to the flat we shared, but nobody, not Amelia, nor George's boss, nor his parents, had any idea why he would have done such a thing in the middle of the working day. I briefly wondered why they had not asked me about this sooner, when they had clearly spoken to everyone else about it. But Occam's razor provided the answer. They had still thought I might be involved and had not wanted to tip me off. I asked Afferson why they had not searched the flat, and Afferson, seemingly caught off guard, admitted it was because they had not been able to obtain a warrant. I then asked them why they even believed George had gone home. I explained that if they were relying on the word of a neighbour who merely thought she heard some undefined banging, that was probably not the best idea. Afferson acknowledged they had interviewed the neighbour, but said they had not been relying on her evidence. Instead, they had tracked George's movements using CCTV, and he had indeed gone back to the flat that afternoon. This took me by surprise, both that George had definitely returned home, and even more so that Afferson had gone to the trouble of having the CCTV checked to establish this. Operation Nightingale was supposed to be about catching a serial killer, not establishing the minutiae of the last moments of a suicidal junior doctor. I felt the old claustrophobia recur then, and asked Afferson why he was so interested in this. Afferson mumbled something vague about dotting every I and crossing every T. He did this so convincingly that I might have even believed him if he had not then begun to talk about the potassium George had used. It troubled him, he said, that George had obtained it from Jack Ducton Ward. Why had he not just obtained it from his own ward? I said I did not know, and acknowledged that this was a question that still kept me awake at night too. But Afferson seemed to have given the subject more consideration than even I had. As George had not obtained the potassium before leaving the orthopaedic ward, Afferson had concluded that George had not been intending to kill himself at that point. His decision to kill himself must logically therefore have been made sometime between leaving level 6 and asking Louise Fisher for the potassium on Jack Ducton Ward. George had gone to the canteen to eat lunch during this period, but Afferson thought it unlikely anything untoward had happened there. After all, George had been given an extra large portion of beef Wellington, and the colleagues that ate with him that day had reported that he seemed to be in his usual good spirits. He had then set off and, as far as they could tell, he had proceeded straight from the canteen to Jack Dupton ward to see a referral. And that was where they had drawn a blank. Louise believed George may have seen Felix Smollett, but Felix himself had denied this, and George had not written anything in the notes, so it seemed likely he had not. Likewise, beyond the fact that he had asked for potassium, there seemed to be nothing untoward about George's conversation with Louise. The most critical time period, according to Afferson's hypothesis, had therefore occurred between George leaving the canteen and arriving on Jack Dupton ward. What had happened during that time to make George not only kill himself, but first go home and then return to the hospital to do so? I didn't have any idea. I told Afferson that as far as I knew, I had not even encountered George at the hospital that day. He nodded and asked me what I made of George going home. I speculated that it may have been an abortive attempt. Perhaps George had planned to kill himself at home that afternoon, but when he got there had been unable to go through with it. Finding himself still alive at 4 p.m, his sense of duty had kicked in, and he had returned to the hospital to do the afternoon ward round. Afterward, he had decided to get the thing done then and there. Ockham would not have approved of this explanation, and Afferson, who now took his leave, was clearly equally unimpressed by it. It required several separate things to be true. That George had first planned to kill himself at home, that he had thought better of it, that he had felt compelled to return to do the ward round, that he had then decided to do it at the hospital after all, and that is not how good diagnoses work. I had the feeling that there was some crucial piece of information that I was missing. And if only I could deduce it, then, like an elusive unifying diagnosis, everything would fall into place. Chapter 32. I had a lot of time to ponder my missing unifying diagnosis, because instead of being discharged home, I was transferred without explanation to something called the Healing Place for a month of drug rehabilitation. Despite its bohemian name, the Healing Place turned out to be a run-down sanatorium on the windswept Norfolk coast. For most of its existence, it had been known as the Royal Benevolent Home for Sick Physicians, but it had recently undergone a rebrand, at least on its stationery. The old name remained emblazoned across the building, and the patients and their collective hopelessness did not seem to have changed much either. There were a dozen of us sick physicians, 9 of whom were alcoholics. The remaining 3 were a gynecologist with an eating disorder, a general practitioner with a gambling addiction, and myself, a junior doctor with a pethidine habit. We each got our own room, which I suppose was a small mercy. During office hours, the Healing Place was run by a disinterested matron, with a local psychiatrist visiting on Mondays and every second Friday. The rest of the time, we had the drafty old building to ourselves. There was a compulsory group therapy session every Tuesday and an optional one every Thursday. I only ever went to the Tuesday one, and it was quite dire enough, with all 12 of us enthusiastically formulating treatment plans for each other while showing no interest whatsoever in helping ourselves. Only the gynecologist and the general practitioner regularly attended the voluntary session, In my last week, it became clear why, when they announced their plans to leave their respective spouses and open a pub together. I spent most of my time walking on the nearby beach and sheltering in the cafe where the local teenagers met to smoke cigarettes. For the first week, I still had my leg cast on, but after a trip to Norfolk Hospital to remove it, I started to go further and further. Midway through my second week, I discovered a pub in a village 4 miles away, and this became a daily pilgrimage. When the matron found out I had been going there, she asked me not to tell the others there was a pub nearby, but told me she was pleased at how much I was walking. But I was not walking so far out of a commitment to my rehabilitation, or at least not consciously. There was no possible way for me to obtain opioids, and I was walking so far because the 2 pints I allowed myself were the only thing that even briefly took away my yearning. The walk itself also gave me time to think about George. Over and again, I returned to his afternoon trip to our flat. Why had he made it? He had not mentioned meeting a tradesman, and as far as I knew, the landlord had not even visited the flat when George had moved in. The plan for home then completed at work suicide seemed absurd, and so what was left? George was endlessly pragmatic, so it was not possible he had discovered some bit of administration that needed doing before he departed forever. But our phone bill showed no outgoing calls, and Averson had told me George's bank account showed no transactions that day. Could there then have been some physical reason for George to have gone home before ending it all? Some object he'd either needed to collect from or deposit at the house? I wondered about his car keys, but George had always kept them, along with his house keys clipped to his ID badge. Moreover, there had been nothing unusual on him when he died, and I'd packed up his room and not even found so much as a hidden pornographic magazine. One smaller mystery was at least solved when the psychiatrist told me that at my exit interview that my stay at the healing place had been funded by St. Luke's. It made a certain kind of sense, because the whole notion of an asylum specifically for sick doctors was so antiquated that only somebody like Dr. Sudbury, who was old enough to remember the good old days, would even have known such a place existed. The psychiatrist had apologised that she'd had little else to add. But what even could she have? She was as well-intentioned and hopelessly overworked and under-resourced as the rest of us. She gave me the usual recommendations: cognitive behavioural therapy, a support group, hypnotherapy, exercise, and offered to prescribe me an antidepressant if I thought it would help. I declined, and she agreed it probably would not help much, because my primary problem was not depression, but something more intractable. She then told me the most honest thing I'd ever heard from a doctor. Life was hard, and the trick was to just stay alive however you could, because sometimes you gotta run where the good days outnumbered the bad. Still, there was at least one tangible benefit to my stay at the healing place. It was the only facility in the country specifically approved for treatment of sick doctors, and my sojourn there meant that I had not been summarily struck off the medical register. That would still happen in a month or two at my delayed General Medical Council hearing, but it at least meant that I would be able to earn a little money and work out what on earth I was going to do with my life now. Chapter 33. I had only been back at work for 2 weeks when they made the arrest. Up until that point, my return to St. Luke's had all gone surprisingly smoothly. Nobody had made so much as a single joke, and even the sympathetic and inquisitive glances I had initially caught in the canteen and mess had tailed off. I was working in a cubicle on Jack Ducton, wrestling a catheter into an elderly man with a prostate the size of a tennis ball. It was only when I finally got the damned thing in that I noticed the ward had fallen strangely silent. I finished up the job and pulled the curtains back to reveal D.I. Afferson, D.S. Newington, Dr. Sudbury, and 2 uniformed police officers. One of the uniforms already had his handcuffs out. Afferson and I stared at each other. Contrary to what people often say, in that brief moment I did not see my life flash before my eyes. I saw it disappear. For all the bad things I had actually done, it seemed absurd that I was now going to spend the rest of my life in prison for things I hadn't. But something was wrong. The policemen with handcuffs did not move toward me, and somehow they all seemed as surprised to see me as I was to see them. "Oh, for fuck's sake," Afferson eventually said. It turned out they were not here to arrest me, but somebody else they mistakenly thought that had been behind the curtains. I did not get the chance to ask who they'd actually been waiting for, because right then Louise Fisher emerged from the break room, and D.I. Afferson arrested her on suspicion of 12 counts of murder. D.S. Newington then began to read her rights, and Louise fainted right there in the ward. One of the uniforms half caught her and reflexively tried to hold her up, when the whole point of fainting is that evolution designed it to allow the prostrate body to restore blood flow to the head. Dr. Sudbury therefore attempted to wrestle the policeman off Louise, and all 3 of them fell to the ground in an ungainly heap. Nobody was seriously hurt, and Dr. Sudbury and the policeman swiftly both got to their feet. With the blood flow to her brain now restored, Louise quickly regained consciousness, although she no doubt wished that she hadn't. Afferson asked me if Nurse Fisher was medically cleared to be taken to the police station, but before I could reply that I would need to examine her and run some tests, Dr. Sudbury stated that Louise was absolutely cleared, adding that she was sure that Louise would go with them quietly, as there was no need to create any more of a scene. Apparently relieved to have been told what to do, Louise offered up her wrists, was handcuffed, and was escorted off the ward. From the live pictures that every television in the ward soon cut to, it was clear that a scrum of journalists and television crews were waiting outside the hospital. Later, people would talk about how they had immediately known Louise Fisher was guilty because she did not seem remotely surprised in that footage. I somehow even remembered it that way for a long time too. But I recently found some of it online, and it is true that Louise did not look surprised as she was led out from St. Luke's that day. She looked terrified. Afferson would later insist that the police had not tipped off the press, but realistically, nobody else could have done it. He also just happened to have a statement prepared, which he read aloud while his colleagues put Louise in the car. It was all about how it had been a long and fiendishly complex investigation, but the Metropolitan Police, and specifically the expert team at Operation Nightingale, hoped this arrest would reassure the public. And while he was sure that everybody would understand there was a limit to what he was able to say, he could certainly state with confidence that they were not looking for anybody else in connection with the heinous crimes that had taken place at St. Luke's. Chapter 34. Predictably, the tabloids christened Louise Fisher the Angel of Death. The previous angel of death, the late Albert Grenslow, was not even mentioned as a footnote. No doubt he would have preferred it that way. The story dominated the headlines for weeks. Louise's lawyer said she was denying all charges and looked forward to clearing her name. A High Court judge granted a further 48 hours for questioning. Louise's original lawyer asked to be removed from the case. An infamous barrister took her case. Louise was then charged and remanded in custody. Bail was denied due to the gravity of the offences. Louise had been transferred to remand at Durham Prison, where many of the country's worst female killers were housed. Meantime, reporters and television news crews from all around the world lay siege to St. Luke's. Dr. Sudbury had her hair cut in a surprisingly fashionable bob, put on lipstick, and gave numerous interviews. She claimed this was all in the interests of reassuring the local community. But quite how many East London pensioners she imagined would see a live interview on a South Korean 24-hour news channel was unclear. Anyway, our patient seemed to have little need for reassurance. Accident and emergency reported twice as many attendances as in the preceding weeks. But it was not just the patients. Every time I went to review a patient on another ward, a member of staff would ask me if I had known Louise Fisher. When I acknowledged I had, they asked me if with hindsight there had been any clues. Over and again, I told them about the Christmas day I had spent answering her incessant pages and the presentation she had given about the belladonna woman. A week after the arrest, I did a weekend of long days and spent my lunch looking through that day's papers in the mess. The Mail had an interview with a woman who had been Louise's teacher in primary school and now claimed she had always known that she was a wrong'un who would come to a sticky end. Someone who had apparently been a childhood friend told the Daily Record a troubling story about Louise dismembering dolls. The Mirror reported that the Angel of Death was being held in solitary confinement for her own safety. The Sun countered with the information that Louise had in fact made herself popular by providing medical advice to her fellow inmates. The Guardian ran a think piece on why women kill and who the men responsible are. Most interesting, though, was the Telegraph. Their legal expert had spotted something in the court filings that implied that the two sides were negotiating a plea deal for Louise Fisher. Diverting as all this was, I still had my own legal woes to worry about. In late July, my fitness to practice hearing was held at the General Medical Council's offices in a Georgian terrace opposite Regent's Park. The grand building and its stuffy atmosphere were a world away from the ramshackle facilities and sellotape and string service we ran at St. Luke's. It did not seem a good omen. A summary of my last hearing was read out, the one in Scotland, where I had earnestly pledged never to stray again. And then a retired senior pharmacist from St. Elsewhere's testified to the 427 tablets of pethidine I had stolen at St. Luke's. The real number was actually far higher, because they had somehow not caught me helping myself to any legitimate prescriptions, and nor had they realised I had been taking vials to inject, because the syringe I had used had mercifully been destroyed in the wreckage of Georgie's car. But it had hardly mattered. If I had arrived harbouring any delusions that they might show mercy, I had known I was toast from the moment I walked into the room. At all my previous hearings, the panel had been reassuringly courteous and had made a point of addressing me as Doctor. Now none of them so much as made eye contact, and it was obvious they were planning to throw the book at me. I briefly wondered again what I would do, but came to the same conclusion as always. There was not much to wonder about, for there are not many career options open to a disbarred doctor. Even if this somehow did manage to stay out of the papers, the only thing I was remotely qualified to do was work in a hospital. But after my registration was permanently erased, I would not have been able to get a job washing dishes in the kitchen. The evidence was undisputed, and even included a statement from the Reverend McKendrick describing me as the most duplicitous and Satan-touched soul he had encountered in a half-century of pastoral work. The hearing, therefore, did not take long. As the chair of the panel prepared to pass sentence, I half expected him to place a piece of black cloth atop his head. Instead, an administrator entered and whispered in his ear. The chair seemed surprised and a little irritated by what he had heard, but announced that another witness had arrived and had requested to give evidence. I wondered who might have had enough of a vendetta against me to drag themselves into town to declaim me when the result was already a foregone conclusion. The thought made me shudder. The Wilsons, Dr. O'Leary, Eliza Ducton, perhaps even Colette, the list was long, and the appearance of any one of them would make it only ever more likely that it would soon be my turn for the tabloid headlines. But the witness was Dr. Sudbury. Dressed in the smart suit she'd no use for since the camera trucks departed St. Luke's. To begin with, I assumed she had come simply to put some clear blue water between St. Luke's and me, and to reassure the panel, and no doubt the tabloid press, that robust systems had now been put in place to prevent anybody ever repeating my wickedness. I could not blame her. She was just doing her job, and in her position, I would have done exactly the same thing. But as Dr. Sudbury began to speak, I quickly understood that she was not there to condemn me. Instead, she described an extraordinarily competent young doctor who had joined St. Luke's at a time of great strain and had played an invaluable role in the care of countless patients. I briefly wondered if she was even speaking about me. Maybe Dr. Sudbury sensed this, or simply understood she was going overboard, because at this point she turned to look at me and nodded as she spoke. I found myself choking back tears. When Dr. Sudbury had finished, the chair of the panel cleared his throat and asked if I was truly contrite. I said I was, and for once I think I may even have meant it. The chair then announced that, given what were clearly exceptional circumstances and the faith shown in me by a senior physician, I would be permitted to return to supervised practice with the proviso that I now attend counselling twice a week. I could not believe I had got off so lightly, and it soon turned out I hadn't. Another panel member intervened to recommend I commence a methadone maintenance programme, and the chair declared this an excellent idea. I had been opioid-free since the crash, so starting me on methadone at this point would simply be re-addicting me. I began to explain this, but Dr. Sudbury shook her head at me not to push it, and so I did not. Taking methadone would not be as life-wrecking as losing my registration. Outside, I thanked Dr. Sudbury profusely and promised her that I would never let her down again. She seemed genuinely puzzled. I realised later that she had not attended the hearing and said those things for my benefit. And quite probably, She did not think I was any kind of exemplary doctor. Nonetheless, she knew I was an available doctor, and that was all that had mattered to her. My hearing was mentioned only in the mirror, and there merely as a small item at the bottom of page 8. Thanks to the intervention of Dr. Sudbury, who the article described as St. Luke's steely and forthright leader, it was framed as an example of the terrible stresses the Angel of Death's murderous spree had wrought on her unfortunate colleagues, even driving one of them to addiction. Inevitably, Eliza Ducton had supplied a quote saying it was not the sort of thing her father had fought a world war for. But then, perhaps nothing was. It was, after all, quite unclear that her father had ever fought a world war. The worst parts, then, were the counselling and the methadone. The Reverend McKendrick was so thrilled to have doubled his income that he seemed to have forgotten all about our previous sessions, his visit to St. Luke's, and even the letter he had written to the panel. He enthusiastically embarked on a new course of CBT, and even stayed awake for the first 2 sessions. By the 3rd session, he was back to falling asleep 20 minutes in. It was almost as if nothing had changed at all. The methadone was an even worse idea, but the fortnightly urine tests I now had to undergo at a drug clinic in Muswell Hill meant I had no choice but to take it. Unlike with the Reverend, there a nurse actually came with you into the bathroom and watched you piss into the bottle. It was degrading, but I could hardly argue with the necessity. Even if I had, they would not have listened. They had at least still trusted me enough to prescribe a weekly supply of methadone, and so each morning and night I measured out and drank the mandated 5 millilitres of the bitter red liquid. It did not get me high, but simply left me sluggish, and I continually had the feeling that I had just woken from a nap and could very much do with drifting back into one. And so I fell into a somnambulant routine that was little different from the same one I had always followed. Work, sleep, and every 4 weeks this alternated briefly into sleep, work, and repeat. Chapter 35. All through that languid August, Louise Fisher drifted in and out of the news. She had saved a fellow inmate from choking by performing the Heimlich manoeuvre, or she was being moved to a different wing for her own safety, or she had been caught attempting to sell her version of events to a tabloid newspaper. The stories they ran rarely now even mentioned St. Luke's now, or the fact that Louise had not yet been found guilty of a single crime. Sometimes they did not even mention her actual name. Her infamy transcended all that. She had become the Angel of Death. At St. Luke's, it seemed like we had quickly begun to forget about her. But perhaps we just had more than enough to be getting on with. There were the usual strokes, heart attacks, and infections, and the local gangs had once again begun shooting each other. There was also the granny dumping. On the Friday preceding each summer bank holiday weekend, 24 old ladies were abandoned in accident and emergency by relatives who claimed they were worried about Grandma's chest pain. When Grandma inevitably protested that she had no such pain, the relatives would sigh and explain Grandma was also confused, but they would be happy to pick her up on Tuesday. And of course, beyond our work at the hospital itself, we all had our own concerns. I sat and passed the second part of my membership exam in Manchester. This was not much of an accomplishment, for everyone knew that the first and last parts were the difficult ones, and the second part simply a way for the college to make yet more money. Still, it was a welcome relief, and the exam had started late enough that I had not needed to spend an uncomfortable night in an airport hotel. Around the middle of the month, I received a postcard from Amelia. She had completed her induction training in Lusaka and would soon be moving to her hospital in Mbala, so this would be her last chance to write for a while. She said she had been learning to identify different types of malaria under the microscope and had now delivered the 10 babies that would make her the most qualified obstetrician in the district. She made no mention of what had happened between us on the day she left, and I understood that she was as keen as I was to never think of it again. She signed off by asking me to wish her new patients luck, but of course, none of them needed luck, because with Amelia as their doctor, they had something far better. A few days after that, our estate agent sent a letter addressed to George, even though he knew perfectly well that George was dead. It stated that the landlord planned to renovate the entire building, but the upstairs tenants had another 10 months to run on their lease. The upshot was that I could remain living at the flat on a month-to-month basis. I'd have to cover Georgie's rent too, so it was far too expensive for me, but the thought of looking for another place, or worse, moving back in with Dr. Vogel, filled me with dread, and so I stayed on. Finally, on the late August bank holiday weekend, I arrived at work to find the car park once again swarming with television crews. I went straight to the mess, where my colleagues were crowded around the television, which was covering the day's breaking news with all the frenzied excitement of a terrorist outrage. Louise Fisher had confessed to the murders at St. Luke's. Every channel had interrupted their regular programming to broadcast the story, but none of them had much information to impart beyond the very basic facts. The plea agreement involved Louise formally admitting only to injecting Mr. Athol with a fatal dose of insulin, yet having the 11 other cases taken into account. In return, she would be sentenced to life in prison and would not be eligible for parole for at least 20 years. The television pundits all agreed that Louise would actually never get out. The only Home Secretary who would ever sign off on her release would be one who believed more in the power of redemption than in the power of their own career. It seemed a strange bargain for Louise to have struck, for it was one that she did not appear to have got anything from. The pundits agreed Louise was probably simply glad to avoid the attention of a trial. But of course, none of them had been there for a presentation about Amelia's belladonna patient. I watched the news loop for 10 minutes and then went to get on with the ward round. The Death Angels of Lanes. We tend to assume that healthcare killers work alone. The case of the Death Angels of Lanes shows us that may be a fatal assumption. Nurse's assistant, Waltraud Wagner, was 24 years old when she first killed a patient at Pavilion 5 of Vienna's Lanes Hospital. An elderly lady had begged Wagner to help end her suffering, and Wagner obliged by giving her a fatal overdose of morphine. If that killing might somehow be considered a warped act of mercy, none of the many that followed can possibly be. Wagner had enjoyed her first killing so much that she now recruited 3 of her night shift colleagues to join in with what they all seemed to consider a kind of game. Wagner taught her colleagues to give their elderly patients fatal overdoses of morphine, insulin, and tranquilizers. She even taught them to perform something she called the water cure, a method of drowning an elderly patient with water while holding their nose closed and depressing their tongue. As fluid in the lungs is common among the elderly, this finding would not have been considered a sign of foul play at post-mortem. The gang's elderly victims were murdered for such minor transgressions as snoring, bedwetting, or even simply having the temerity to use the call button. Wagner would later state that the patients who got on her nerves were dispatched directly to a free bed with the good Lord. Wagner's deeper motivation seems to have been the sense of power that Killen gave her. Of course the patients resisted, but we were stronger, she boasted at her trial. We could decide whether these old fogies lived or died. It was this entitled braggadocio that eventually brought down the death angels of Lanes. Rumours of something amiss in Pavilion 5 had circulated for years, but unnatural deaths of elderly patients are hard to identify and harder still to prove, especially when those deaths are caused by the patient's carers. The 4 nurses' assistants were out drinking in a local bar when a local doctor overheard them laughing together about a patient they had recently given a water cure. The doctor went to the police and the women were arrested. The gang subsequently confessed to killing at least 49 of their patients, but authorities believe the true number of victims to be over 300. Chapter 36. Autumn soon fell once again on St. Luke's. The same darkness, the same fog, the same fireworks crackling over the nearby estate each night. A year had passed since I first arrived, and everything had changed, and yet nothing had. George and Amelia were gone. Colette had rotated onto another hospital, but there I still was, trudging around my patients on Jack Ducton ward each morning. This one for social services, that one for x-ray. This one's relatives want a meeting about their inheritance. That one's general practitioner needs to talk to you about their diabetes. On and on it went. The names and the faces of patients changing, but their circumstances never much altering. Still, there was at least some hope on the horizon for me. I only had one more part of my membership exam to get, and once I obtained it, I would be able to work as a registrar, to attend clinics and regional training days rather than endlessly battling the ward nurses and radiology secretaries. I would also theoretically be much more employable, although my recent history with the General Medical Council might yet make that moot. In any case, the only route out of my daily trudge around Jack Ducton was to pass my exam. The application form for the September sitting had stated that the college took into account how far candidates had been required to travel for the first 2 parts of the exam. And so I felt confident that I would be assigned a hospital in London. I got the Belfast Royal Infirmary. I flew there and arrived in the city a day early. For as long as I've been taking exams, people had warned me not to revise the day before an exam. So after checking into my hotel, I went to the Art House cinema across the street. The matinee happened to be an old movie about a heroin addict. At the end of the movie, he got clean and said, "The straight life, it's not all that bad. I actually wake up some mornings and I feel like something good is going to happen today." It occurred to me, that I never woke up feeling like anything remotely good might happen. But then the methadone I was compelled to take meant I was not really clean. Fearful of another night like the one I had experienced at the Birmingham Airport Holiday Inn, I took a sleeping pill before I went to bed. The phenomenon of a drug having the opposite effect of its intended one is called a paradoxical reaction. And of course, I now experienced my first one. Instead of sending me to sleep, the sleeping pill made me wired. I lay awake all through the night with my thoughts racing. Thoughts about George, about the Reverend McKendrick, about Colette, Amelia, Dr. Sudbury, and even Louise Fisher. By the time I heard somebody leave that morning's newspaper outside my door, I had not slept for a single minute. It was not great preparation for the exam, but I reassured myself that I was entirely used to seeing patients when I had barely slept. This final part of the exam was a clinical exam. It involved the candidate being taken to see a series of patients in clinic rooms, examining them, and then informing the examiner of the correct diagnosis and a suggested treatment plan. As always, we gamed the system as much as we could. There were 10 cases, and we knew that 2 of them would be respiratory, 2 gastrointestinal, 2 cardiovascular, 2 neurological, and 2 would be wild cards. It was also known that only patients with clinical signs, abnormalities that could be consistently found on examination, were good subjects, and every hospital inevitably had a limited pool of such patients. That being so, if you knew what a particular hospital specialised in, you could take a guess at what at least one of the cases would be. Belfast Royal Infirmary was best known for the treatment of cystic fibrosis, so it seemed a good bet my exam would include one such case. My first 9 patients were a weird admixture of bad and good luck. The neurological patients were traditionally the most difficult, but I got an old stroke and a Parkinson's disease, both of which I'd had abundant practice diagnosing on Jack Ducton. The cardiac cases were far harder, an unusual murmur and a half-treated arrhythmia, and the first wild card had been an Ehlers-Danlos syndrome that I'd got only half right. Surprisingly, the 2 respiratory patients had not included a cystic fibrosis, and so by the time I got to the 10th and final patient, I knew it was the remaining wild card and would almost certainly be my missing case of cystic fibrosis. I'd also caught a glimpse of the examiner's mark sheet and knew I was sitting exactly on the borderline of passing and failing. I took a deep breath and followed him into the clinic room. The patient, a young woman in her 20s, was already lying on the couch. She was not thin like many people with cystic fibrosis can be, and nor was she on oxygen, nor attached to any other medical paraphernalia. I did briefly wonder if she might have some other disease, but there were not so many conditions that well-looking young people with clinical signs might secretly be harbouring. I introduced myself and examined her. As I proceeded, I grew a little flustered. I was not eliciting any signs. In an adult patient with cystic fibrosis, I expected to at least hear crackles at the bases of her lungs, but these were absent. Likewise, her fingers had not shown the trademark clubbing, and nor did she bear the scars of the lung transplant that might have resolved those signs. And so I stopped, took a deep breath, and reevaluated. The young woman looked well enough not to be a patient at all, but simply a medical secretary or off-duty nurse drafted in to fill a gap. I knew that this happened occasionally. It was hard for any hospital to find 10 patients with reliable signs who were willing to spend the day being poked and prodded for the sole purpose of advancing a stranger's career. And even if they did agree to attend, it was not uncommon for these chronically ill people to have to cancel at short notice. Belfast Royal Infirmary had, I concluded, run out of patients and given me a ringer. I finished my examination, turned to the examiner, and triumphantly reported my findings. A completely normal clinical examination with no evidence of any medical condition whatsoever. The examiner stared at me in horror, and so did the patient. "Is there anything else you would like to do?" the examiner asked. I looked at the patient again and followed her gaze to the scales in the corner of the room. I had been primed to state that I would weigh and measure every patient I saw, but after the first couple, the examiner had started to sigh each time I said it, and so I'd stopped repeating it. "I'd weigh and measure the patient?" I said. "Go on then," said the examiner. I'd never heard of a candidate actually having to weigh and measure the patient, but I did as he suggested and asked the patient to walk over to the scales. There was something a little unusual about the way she began to get up from the couch, and it made me briefly wonder if I was missing something rheumatological, an early onset arthritis or a Still's disease. Of course, once she was standing up, I saw the issue. The patient, who came up to about the height of the examiner's chest, had dwarfism. My sleep-deprived brain had been so focused on the idea of cystic fibrosis, I had not noticed. I must have let out a groan then, because the examiner nodded. He did so again when I measured the patient to be a little under 4.5 feet tall, and informed him that I would like to correct my diagnosis, as I now suspected the patient had a form of dwarfism. The examiner nodded and wrote something down on his paper that I could not see. A week later, the letter came in the mail. The examiner must have taken pity on me, because somehow I'd passed the final part of my membership of the Royal College of Physicians. Chapter 37. The human brain has many amazing capabilities, but none is so amazing as its capacity for forgetting. I have encountered patients with diseases that make you forget something as bizarre as the correct words for your fingers, or as devastating as the faces of your entire family. And yet, it is even in good health that we forget the most. Lovers, feelings, the events that have had the most powerful impact on our lives. I make this point to say that by the time October rolled around, I had already all but forgotten about Louise Fisher. And then I'd received her letter. It came addressed to me, care of the Doctor's Mess, St. Luke's. So God knows how long it had languished among my old pay stubs and nagging circulars from infection control before I checked my pigeonhole. Louise Fisher had the handwriting of a child, and her short note simply asked me to please come and visit her at Durham Prison, because she had a very important matter to discuss. She had underlined the word "very" several times. Even now, I'm not sure why I went, except that it was some interplay of boredom and convenience. I had plans to go to Scotland for a week at the beginning of November, and had already booked my ticket. The return journey would anyway pass through Durham, and the ticket allowed me to break my journey, so I could spend the afternoon visiting Louise and still be back home in London before midnight. I had not even realised the significance of the dates when I booked it, but I took the train north on Halloween. To mark the occasion, the train staff had all dressed up in costume. No doubt it had seemed a good idea at the time, but the train in front of us broke down outside Coventry, and we ended up being delayed by 3 hours and having to take on all the passengers from the broken down train. By the time we arrived in Glasgow, I'd never seen a more fed up set of witches and warlocks in my life. I spent a quiet week in Scotland, visiting with my parents and catching up with friends. Most of them now had spouses or kids to show off. My only claim to fame was that I had worked with the Angel of Death. Still, it was a big claim. Everybody wanted to know about Louise Fisher, and I quickly learned to tell them only what they wanted to hear. That she was an obvious monster, and she had given me chills each time I spoke to her. Any time I told people the real story, that she was mundanely ordinary, and it was hard to believe she'd even had the imagination to kill anyone, let alone the technical knowledge, they were visibly disappointed. I kept my methadone hidden at the bottom of my bag and measured out my spoonful each morning and evening. At the end of my stay, my parents told me how proud they were that I'd got clean, especially given everything that had been going on. I did not tell them that I would be visiting Louise. A few weeks previously, Louise's uncle had visited her in prison, and the photographs had been in all the papers. I dreaded seeing a similar photograph of myself, but by now I was too intrigued to hear what very important information Britain's worst living serial killer could possibly have to tell me to even consider not going. When I called ahead to make sure I would be able to visit, the telephonist at the prison sighed wearily and said that inmate Fisher was not accepting visits from the press. I told her that I was Louise's friend, which was a stretch, but former colleague made me sound far too much like an accomplice. There was a silence, and the telephonist then stated that visiting was 2 p.m. until 4 p.m. to bring identification, and it would be entirely up to the inmate if she wished to see me. I took the train south on the Sunday. In Glasgow's Central Station, a 4-foot-high picture of D.I. Afferson's face in a shop window caught my eye. It was like something from one of my nightmares, but I at least understood why it was there. The day after Louise's plea bargain had been announced, Afferson had announced a deal of his own. He would be publishing a book about the case called Catching the Angel, and it would hit shelves the very next week. The book had been an overnight bestseller. Afferson had appeared on all the television chat shows, and for a few weeks he was almost as famous as Louise herself. One national newspaper described him as being the Sherlock Holmes to the Angel of Death's Professor Moriarty. Which I suppose could have been true if Sherlock Holmes had been of average intelligence and Moriarty just a little less bright. I had avoided reading Afferson's book because it had seemed so ghoulish and inappropriate. But now here I was, en route to visit the Angel of Death herself, and with a few hours to kill on the train. I went in and bought a copy. The person at the counter told me it was the best book she had ever read, and then physically shuddered at the very thought of Louise Fisher. "She's evil, that one," she said. "Pure evil. They should throw away the key." They already had thrown away the key, and I found myself feeling something unexpected for Louise then. Sympathy. She had been many things, including irritating and self-aggrandizing, but evil seemed a stretch. And yes, she had killed 12 people, but something had been troubling me about that, and it was almost too awkward to say out loud. It wasn't any question of her guilt. Louise had confessed after all, but a more complex issue about the depth of that guilt. The question was this: was murder committed in hospital at least somewhat different from other kinds of murder? In the eyes of the law, and to upstanding citizens everywhere, murder was rightly always murder. But most serial killers have to go to extraordinary lengths to find their victims, commit their crimes, cover them up, and continue getting away with it. As far as I could tell, Louise Fisher had nonchalantly committed her crimes during her coffee breaks, and to begin with, the deaths had been so unremarkable that nobody had even realised any of her victims had been murdered. Many of the patients hadn't had long to live anyway. Clearly, killing 12 sick inpatients was not remotely okay, but was it the same as killing 12 perfectly healthy people? As the train pulled out of Central Station, I opened Averson's book. The first pages were a pompous prologue wherein he thanked his publishers, his family, and his high school English teacher as if he were accepting the Nobel Prize for Literature rather than flogging a cash-in account of being in the right place at the right time. He then rambled on for an abundance of paragraphs about how tough the job of a modern detective was, before finally thanking the one very special person who had believed in him through thick and thin. This was not his wife, nor even a colleague, but the literary agent who he could not possibly have known for more than a few months. I began to flick ahead. Fully the first half of the book consisted of filler about Averson's childhood in Wales. It was like reading Under Milkwood if it had been ghostwritten by an airport crime novelist. Here is a sample passage. That April, our humble little home was burgled, and my beloved grandfather's beloved VCR, upon which he unfailingly recorded his beloved one man and his dog, stolen. The local constable disinterestedly stated there was simply nothing he could do, as the thieves likely hailed from Monmouth or Llewellyn, or perhaps even somewhere further west. Indeed, they may have also come from the east or south, but yet not the north, because that way there lay only the beaches of Rill, where as a child my other beloved grandfather had once taken me. Anyway, later that day, I felt something change in me. On and on it went. As he told it, Averson's childhood seemed to be nothing but a series of unfortunate minor criminal incidents, each one of which became a powerful motivator for his subsequent career in mid-ranking law enforcement. As well as his grandfather's beloved VCR, his cousin's beloved bicycle was tragically stolen, and what seemed to be two further beloved grandfathers suffered entirely unavenged crimes committed upon their beloved motor cars. Averson also painstakingly shoehorned in endless visits to an elderly aunt who had once worked as a medical receptionist, apparently to show how uniquely qualified he was to track down the St. Luke's killer. Unsurprisingly, his other main formative influence was every cop show that had ever played on television. And he wrote at length about his favourite episodes of Bergerac and Taggart. But none of that was even the worst of it. The worst of it was that Averson alternated these clunking autobiographical passages with brief sections that contrived to imagine Louise Fisher's point of view. This was done through the prose of an omniscient narrator, who only ever referred to Louise in the third person as she. She was 7 years old now, and already knew she was different from the other girls. Whereas they cherished kittens and puppies, she pulled their tails and dreamed about putting their eyes out. A little later, Afferson had his omniscient narrator speculate on her chosen career. She was now 12 and was hospitalised to have her tonsils removed, such as was the fashion in those bygone days. Did she then look at the pretty nurses in their starched uniforms and think that someday too she would be just like them? Or did she see something else that those young women possessed that she yet craved? Power. Did that innocent-looking schoolgirl look around at her fellow patients and simply see yet more unfortunate cats and dogs whose tails she might pull? As the detective in charge of Operation Nightingale, it was my job to find out. And given that I knew only too well what it was to be a victim of crime, I fully intended to. As we passed through Edinburgh, I flicked past endless chapters about Afferson's salad days at police college and the first arrest he made, to where he finally began to write about St. Luke's. Maybe nobody had told him that St. Luke's academic credentials had long since been withdrawn. Or perhaps he was simply advancing his boyo from the valleys against the ivory towers of the medical establishment narrative. But he kept incorrectly referring to it as a teaching hospital. Dr. Sudbury was described as matronly, which seemed unfair when there was nothing remotely matronly about her. If anything, she was avuncular, reliable when you asked for her help, but otherwise happy to let you make your own mistakes, as long as you sorted them out yourself too. Afferson even described her as possessing a self-incriminating turn of phrase, which sounded far more suspicious than it was. What Dr. Sudbury had, of course, was a single catchphrase about hospital being a dangerous place. She would have been using those words since Louise Fisher was an innocent-looking schoolgirl having her tonsils removed, such as was the fashion in those bygone days. I flicked on another few pages and came to this passage. Early on in the investigation, my interest was piqued by a particular clique of doctors, 2 male flatmates and the girlfriend of one of them. They appeared to be hiding something, and to this day, I am not sure that they are not. Nevertheless, I am now certain that whatever it was had nothing to do with these particular deaths. I'd been sort of enjoying how atrociously written the book was until then. But even the fact that Afferson had accidentally rhymed piqued with clique did not make those lines any more forgivable. I did not care that Afferson suspected me of something, but it was unfair on Amelia and a rotten way to speak of the dead. Still, I carried on reading, because Afferson had the good sense to end the wretched chapter with a cliffhanger, a promise to reveal the key breakthrough that had led to the arrest. Over the page, he immediately kept his word and revealed this coup. His team had discovered that Louise Fisher had falsified medical records, often writing her notes at the end of her shift, when everybody knew that medical records were meant to be contemporaneous. That made me laugh out loud. Afferson had considered the fact Louise wrote up her notes at the end of the shift a smoking gun. But if that made her guilty, then every nurse I had ever worked with should be an HMP Durham alongside her. Nurses are always so run off their feet that they only ever finally get time to fill in their notes at the end of their shift as they hand over. It always drove me nuts when I went to find out what had been happening to a patient, and there was nothing from that day written in the nursing notes. but it did not make any of them killers. Still, Afferson's misunderstanding had led to Louise's arrest, and it was the arrest that had led to a confession. I now read that, even as I was being driven from St. Luke's to Highbury Police Station, Louise had admitted to having injected Mr. Athol with insulin. She had subsequently claimed that this was an honest mistake, and she must have simply been looking at the wrong drug chart. But Afferson did not buy that, because no other patient on the ward had been on insulin. When this had been put to her, Louise had suggested that perhaps Mr. Athol's drug chart had been altered by persons unknown. Conveniently, the drug chart had never been found. When we reached Durham, I deposited my bag in the left luggage at the station and set out across town for the prison. It was a crisp autumn day, with a clear blue sky and a frost on the ground. As I made the 15-minute walk from the station to the prison, I could hear the cathedral bells chiming noon and the plain song of choristers drifting over the river. Compared to the grimy urban surroundings of St. Luke's, the whole place seemed absurdly pastoral, though of course that probably did not count for much if you were incarcerated in the country's most notorious women's prison. Visiting would not commence for another hour, so I sat in a nearby pub and read a little more of D.I. Afferson's book. The barman spotted this and nodded approvingly before informing me that his cousin worked at the prison and had told him that the Angel was as bad as they come. For the first time, I began to wonder if visiting Louise Fisher might actually be a mistake. I turned back to the book, but there was not much left worth reading. Despite having seemingly only just got to the important stuff, Afferson now declared that operational reasons meant that he could not go into specifics about any details of the murders, or even Louise's formal interviews. Instead, he circled back in time and wrote about the pranks his classmates played at the police training college, his first job as a constable standing outside the Houses of Parliament, and why he would be proud if his children someday grew up to be police officers, although he would prefer they took the graduate entry route. By the time I left the pub, I felt like I actually knew less about Louise and the events at St. Luke's than I had to begin with. I threw Catching the Angel in a bin in the street. This was primarily a pragmatic gesture, because I could not turn up to visit Louise clutching a copy of a lurid book about her. Nonetheless, I enjoyed putting Afferson's book where it belonged. Outside the high walls of the prison, I joined a long queue of visitors. Mostly, they were prematurely middle-aged women, mothers who had once had their own struggles and now could only watch as their daughters played them out once more. One of these women tapped me on the shoulder and politely told me that lawyers did not have to wait in the general visiting line. She seemed baffled when I reassured her that I was not a lawyer, so I repeated my half-lie that I was a visiting friend. A little after 1 o'clock, a grim-faced guard opened the gate and we filed inside. We signed a register, passed through a metal detector, underwent a pat-down, and then took seats in a waiting area. Every now and again, a receptionist would call the name of a particular prisoner and a number, and that person's visitors would stand up and proceed to the visiting room. As I waited, I heard the names of some notorious female criminals, but we all simply looked down and pretended not to recognise them. Nonetheless, when Louise Fisher's name was called, my fellow visitors stared at me with open bafflement and hostility. The visiting room felt like a school canteen, with orange plastic chairs, checked linoleum on the floor, and a faint smell of disinfectant mixed with boiled cabbage. Were it not for the number 6 hanging above the table she was sitting at, I might not have recognised Louise at all. Partly that was because I'd only ever seen her wearing a nurse's uniform, and she was now wearing a prison uniform. But mostly, it was because she looked so much better than she ever had at St. Luke's. I'm not joking. Louise had lost a little weight, but more strikingly, she seemed to sit up straighter, make more eye contact, and be more alert. It took me a moment to figure it out, but the major difference was this. Louise Fisher was now quite clearly far happier than she had ever been at St. Luke's. What kind of a person is happier in prison than being free in the outside world? I wondered if the woman and the newsagent and the barman had both been right. Maybe it was indeed for the best that they had all but thrown away the key. Louise seemed delighted to see me. She thanked me for coming all this way and asked me how my journey had been. I told her it had been fine, and that I'd actually been on my way back from Scotland anyway. I'd been trying to telegraph that my visit was not a big deal, and she should not read too much into it, but of course, that failed. I didn't know you still had family in Scotland, she enthused. I could only shrug, because there was no reason for her to have known anything like that about me. We had been colleagues for barely a year, and had anyway hardly known each other. It also occurred to me that perhaps it was for the best that one of Britain's most notorious serial killers did not know where my family lived. My own folks live in Macclesfield, Louise then announced, as if her parents had not given an interview from their front room that I and the entire rest of the country had watched. Her mother had been entirely adamant that Louise was innocent, but her father had been more circumspect. When asked directly, he had quoted what he said was his favourite verse from the Bible. "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." It might have been a valid point, except for the obvious fact that while none of us watching were without sin, most of us watching could be reasonably confident that we had not murdered 12 people. There were vending machines in the corner of the room. Other visitors were buying their prisoners food and drink, and I noticed Louise's eyes drift across to them. "Would you like something?" I asked Louise. "A cup of tomato soup, please, and if you wouldn't mind, some mint imperials." I got up and walked over to the vending machine, aware of the eyes of the prison officers upon me as I did so. I got myself a coffee and Louise her tomato soup and her mints. She put a mint in her mouth and then immediately started to sip her tomato soup. "So, how's everything at work?" she asked. I remember being surprised she still called it work, but I don't know what else I expected her to call it. Maybe the scene of the crime? I shrugged and told her the truth. St. Luke's was exactly the same. There were still far too many patients and never enough hours in the day, and Dr. Sudbury still discharged everyone as swiftly as she could. At this, Louise nodded and got an expression on her face that I can only describe as wistful. I found myself wondering if she was wistful for her patients and the monotony of her daily ward rounds, or for all the killing. "Do people there still talk about me much?" Louise asked. And there I thought was my answer. The thing she was wistful for was the attention. "At first, you were all anybody talked about," I said, truthfully. "But not so much now." She nodded, and I saw her bottom lip quiver a little. The idea that people no longer talked about her seemed to have saddened her far more than the fact that she would be in prison for the rest of her life, or even the thought of her broken-hearted parents sitting in their front room in Macclesfield. "I got your letter," I said. "I know you did," she said, "and I'm so grateful to you for coming. You're the only one who has." "Did you write to other people?" I asked, realising even as I did that, of course she had written to other people. "I wrote to all the doctors," she said. "Just Amelia and Dr. Sudbury at first, but later you and everyone else whose names I could remember." Somehow, I felt cheated. "I didn't know you knew Amelia," I said. "I didn't," said Louise. "Not really. But everyone always said she was the best doctor." For the first time since I had arrived, Louise looked like she might feel some guilt about something, and hurriedly added, "But we all thought you were a good doctor too." A confessed serial killer was trying to help me feel better about myself, and was doing so because she thought I did not know that Amelia was a far better doctor than I'd ever be. Had my previous nadirs not all been so appalling, it would have been a new low. "Your letter said that you had some important information," I said. Louise nodded, glanced around the room, then leaned in closer to me. "I didn't do it," she whispered. "I didn't kill them." The build-up had been so earnest that I almost laughed out loud. I'd broken my journey south, plodded through Afferson's interminable book, trudged across Durham, sat in an empty pub, lined up in the cold, and been searched simply to hear the information that a confessed serial killer now disputed her conviction. "But you confessed," I said, making no effort to hide my irritation at the ridiculousness of it all. Louise seemed hurt by this. "Only to Mr. Athol," she said. "I never confessed to the others. We just agreed they would be taken into account." "But did you kill Mr. Athol?" "It was an accident. I gave him insulin, but only because it was written in his chart." "Was it?" I asked. "Yes," she insisted. 22 units in the morning and 16 units in the evening. I don't know who wrote it, but I can still see it. I'm supposed to give them what the chart says. I was just doing my job." "So where is the chart now?" I asked. "If I knew that, I wouldn't be in here," she said. "But those charts go missing all the time. You know that." The thing was, I didn't know that. The daily chaos of hospital life meant that charts and notes were forever going missing. Mostly they reappeared, but occasionally they did not. The latter generally did not result in a murder conviction. "But why would insulin have been written up on his chart if he wasn't diabetic?" I asked. "I don't know," she said. "Maybe somebody wrote it on the wrong chart." This, too, was horribly plausible. There isn't a doctor alive who has not accidentally prescribed something on the wrong chart. Usually such a mistake gets swiftly picked up by an eagle-eyed nurse or pharmacist and corrected before any harm can be done. Usually. Louise was staring at me. She seemed to be imploring me to believe her. "But at the arrest, when we found out that his glucose was low, you didn't tell us you'd given him insulin," I said. "Because I was scared," she said. "And then I wasn't at work for a few days, and when I came back, everybody was already saying it was one of the murders. So how can I tell them then?" My mind flashed to the patient with the mysterious cherry-red blood that I had chosen not to mention to anybody, lest I somehow incriminate myself. "I thought they would know about the insulin anyway," Louise continued, "because they should have had his chart. My lawyer says that if I hadn't told them I'd given Mr. Athol the insulin, they wouldn't have even had a case against me." My head was swimming. I had come to Durham hoping to have some things confirmed and answered, and instead I now had to question everything I'd thought I had known about the events at St. Luke's. "Look, I appreciate you telling me all this," I said, "but I don't see what you think I can actually do." "But that wasn't what I wanted to tell you," said Louise. "I mean, it is part of it, of course. But I also wanted to tell you something about your friend George." "I'm listening," I said. "The day that he died, I was making up my IVs in the stockroom. George came in and asked for some potassium for a patient upstairs, so I gave it to him and—" Louise caught herself and stopped speaking. I knew exactly why. In our previous conversation, she had been careful to avoid any mention of the role she'd played in George's death. "I already knew you gave him the potassium," I said, "and it's all right. It wasn't your fault that he died." Inside, I was still certain that whatever else she may or may not be guilty of, George's death was almost entirely Louise Fisher's stupid fault. But I needed her to continue talking. "He showed me a photograph," she said. "A photograph of what?" "I don't know," she said. "What do you mean you don't know? If he showed you a photograph, then—" "I mean, I saw it," she interrupted. "I just didn't know what it signified. It was two young people. George asked me if I recognised them, and I told him the truth that I didn't. And then he put it in his pocket and went away. But he seemed very upset." "But if he seemed so upset," I said, now unable to help myself, "then why did you give him the potassium?" I regretted saying that even before I saw Louise's bottom lip spring back into action, and the tears start to well in her eyes. Only an hour earlier, I might have considered making Britain's most notorious serial killer cry a small victory on behalf of all the murdered patients of St. Luke's. But now, I was not even sure Louise Fisher was any kind of killer at all, and I felt terrible. I apologised and told her that George's death was not remotely her fault, that anybody in her position would have done exactly the same thing. Louise tearfully asked me if I really believed that, and I reassured her I did. She then asked me if she had been a good nurse, and I found myself telling her that she had been one of the best nurses I had ever worked with. It was not remotely true, but it somehow seemed the least I could do. There was still an hour of visiting left, but I suddenly felt an urgent need to get out of there. If there was a possibility that Louise actually was innocent, well, then it could easily have been me sitting on the other side of the table. I could have been the one wrongly labelled the Angel of Death, and it could have been the very mention of my name that prompted newsagents and barmen to shiver. It could have been my parents being interviewed in their own little front room and indignantly telling a sceptical news anchor that I had never shown any hint of being the murdering type. I mumbled something about having to catch the next train and stood up to go. Louise seemed disappointed, but what could she do? As I left, I asked her to let me know if she remembered anything else about George. She enthusiastically promised that she would, and asked me to stop in and see her next time that I was travelling to Scotland. I agreed, although I think we both knew that I would not. I don't even remember the walk back to the station, and my head spun all the way home to London. It was Guy Fawkes night once again, and I watched bonfires being built and effigies laid upon them. As darkness began to fall, the pyres were lit, and soon there were orange glows in every village and town we passed. It was as if the whole country was united in a celebration. Well, the whole country except me, who as usual was back to watching it all unfold from behind a pane of thick glass. As the miles passed, I ruminated on what I had just heard. What to make of any of it? Was Louise Fisher, the notorious angel of death, truly innocent of everything apart from accidental bad luck? But if so, then who had murdered all those patients? And more importantly than anything, at least as far as I was concerned, why on earth would George have shown her a photograph? And who had the people in the photograph been? It was all so bizarre, and yet more than ever now, it had the feeling not of a stream of unrelated coincidences, but of a constellation of related symptoms that a unifying diagnosis, a single piece of information that explained everything, would tie together. If only I could find it. But I could not find it. Occam's razor held the simplest explanation to be that Louise Fisher was a lying and murdering psychopath. But I simply could not square that with the person who had sat opposite me and begged to be told that she had been a good nurse, nor with what seemed the almost complete lack of evidence upon which she had been convicted. Apart from her confession about Mr. Athol, which truly did seem the kind of there but for the grace of God event every doctor and nurse has nightmares about, there was less evidence against her than there had ever been against me. But when I got home that night, I went through George's boxed up things once more. But there was no photograph, just as I had known there was not. There was only Patrick staring at me. Still, I noticed one smaller emptiness alongside the greater one. George's diary was missing. I could only guess that Amelia had taken it, and I felt churlish for never having thought to offer it to her. Papa Doc Duvalier. Francois Papa Doc Duvalier is not traditionally considered a healthcare killer. Still, as a trained physician who was responsible for tens of thousands of deaths, his case and motives merit consideration. Duvalier was born in 1907 and graduated in medicine from the University of Haiti. In 1944, he joined a US-sponsored campaign aimed at fighting the deadly tropical diseases that plagued his homeland. It was during this tireless work with rural communities that Duvalier's patients first nicknamed him Papa Doc, in honour of both his compassion and expertise. 2 years later, Duvalier was appointed director of Haiti's National Public Health Service, and subsequently became the country's Minister of Health and Labour. After he was elected president in 1957, Duvalier's first acts included exiling his opponents and installing his own loyalists to run the army. He also set up the organisation that would become his personal secret police, the Tonton Macoute. It therefore seems reasonable to say that the Duvalier era was unlikely to ever be a bastion of liberal democracy. But something else happened too. 2 years after his election, Duvalier suffered what was reported at the time to have been a massive heart attack. He lay unconscious for 9 hours until he was reportedly revived by a glucose injection. As Duvalier was a diabetic, and glucose injections do not treat heart attacks but low blood sugar, the episode seems more likely to have represented a hypoglycemic coma caused by an insulin overdose than a heart attack. It is, of course, understandable that Duvalier's physicians may not have wished to admit the president's sickness was a result of a medical error. It would not matter much except for what came next. Duvalier underwent a dramatic change in personality. After his heart attack, he became erratic, paranoid, and obsessed with his wicked voodoo alter ego, Baron Samedi. Heart attacks do not generally cause personality change, but the neurological damage caused by prolonged hypoglycemia can, and the transformation in Duvalier drove the subsequent devastation of his country. Over the next months and years, Duvalier personally participated in torture, publicly displayed the corpses of his innumerable victims, and even ordered the head of a slain enemy brought to him on ice so that he might commune with the dead man's soul. Papa Doc's descent to becoming one of the 20th century's worst despots represented an astonishing fall from the earnest young doctor who had once tirelessly defended rural communities against the scourges of dengue and malaria. Is it possible, then, that we are all no more than a single period of prolonged hypoglycemia away from such incorrigible wickedness? Modern scanning techniques increasingly demonstrate disruptions in the brain architecture of our worst killers, but the cause rarely seems as clear-cut as in the case of Papa Doc. Perhaps someday the precise biological mechanisms of extreme psychopathology will be fully elucidated, but in the meantime, Papa Doc provides another reason why even a healthcare worker might become a killer, and serves as a terrible reminder to always remember the DEFG of resuscitation. Don't ever forget glucose. Chapter 38. I wrote to Amelia to tell her about my visit to Louise, and to ask if the photograph might mean anything to her. She had gone to Zambia in large part to get away from George's death, and so I felt guilty for doing so, especially given what had occurred between us. Still, she was the only person who might know the significance of the photograph, and also the best diagnostician I knew. If anybody could find the unifying diagnosis, it would be Amelia. When I went to mail the letter, the woman at the post office said she had never sent anything to Zambia before, and seemed to find the whole business unspeakably exciting. In early December, somebody pinned up a flyer in the mess at St. Luke's, advertising a reading D.I. Afferson was giving at the large Waterstones on Piccadilly. It had no doubt been put up as a joke, and sure enough, it only took a day before somebody marker-penned a Sherlock Holmes-style deerstalker and pipe onto his plummy face. For my part, I could not resist making the trip into town to hear what he had to say. To this day, I do not know what I was hoping for. I'd already read his book, and there was nothing of interest in it. Perhaps I thought Afferson might say something during the event, let slip a crucial fact that unlocked the whole thing. Or maybe I was hoping he would describe some incontrovertible evidence of Louise Fisher's guilt that would let me forget the whole thing forever. Maybe I just wanted him to acknowledge some uncertainty that would at least tell me that he too sometimes lay awake and wondered about it all. Of course, none of those things happened. The event, held in a 500-seat auditorium, filled almost entirely with middle-aged women, consisted of Afferson reading aloud the section about his beloved grandfather's beloved VCR, then several of the third-person sections about Louise, and then a question and answer session. Afferson looked different now. He wore an expensive-looking sports jacket. The ruddiness from his cheeks was mostly gone, and his teeth glistened an unnatural shade of white. He showed no emotion during the readings, but seemed to speak with a far heavier Welsh accent than he ordinarily did, as if he had been listening to Richard Burton records on repeat, or some savvy publicist had convinced him that sounding as Welsh as possible could be an important part of his brand. If anything, the question and answer session was only less illuminating. The questions had all been submitted beforehand, apparently to allow the publishers to select only the most sycophantic of them. I thus had to endure an hour of Afferson pontificating over just what made him such a good detective, whether all nurses and doctors were latent psychopaths, and whether crimes as serious as Louise Fisher's meant we should have an overdue national conversation about the merits of bringing back hanging. One of the questioners even forsook her approved question to ask Afferson if he would go on a date with her. Afferson seemed to make sure to get a good look at the woman before responding that he was happily married, so a date was alas out of the question. The event finished with a standing ovation, and an announcement that Afferson would be signing copies of his book downstairs, although, due to overwhelming demand, he would unfortunately only be able to sign books purchased that night. Even though many of the audience had brought along their own well-thumbed copies of Catching the Angel, and they all already clearly knew the book by heart, this did not deter them. I do not know what the collective noun for a group of obsessive true crime fans is, but from the rush to the door that evening, the best candidate might be the word stampede. By the time I got downstairs, the line was already snaking through biography, past romantic fiction, and even reached as far as the greeting card section. I had come intending to keep entirely out of Afferson's sight, but I now decided that I needed to see him myself. What if he really did hold some precious final clue, and this was my last and best chance to elicit it? So I picked up a copy of Catching the Angel from the table and took my place in line. I was dead last, and it took over an hour for me to reach him. And who should I make this one out to? Afferson asked. Now such a professional, he no longer even looked up as he did this. To the doctor who might be hiding something, I said. This did make him look up, and he uttered a fuck's sake under his breath, before curtly asking what I wanted. I realised then that I had no idea what I actually wanted. I mean, I wanted answers, but even if Afferson actually knew them, he was not likely to volunteer them, and especially not in front of his publicist. So I told him I was here because I had some things I wanted to talk to him about, and that I needed to do so privately. He stared at me, then told me to wait for him in a nearby pub called the 3 Crowns, and said he'd be there when he could. Afferson joined me there an hour later. When he arrived, he complained bitterly about the endless boxes of books they had made him sign, but calmed down as he began to drink his pint. To begin with, he seemed strangely interested in what I thought of Catching the Angel, and particularly whether or not it possessed what he called literary merit. I told him I was really no judge of that, which was entirely true, but that I nonetheless believed it did, which was not. Afferson then lamented that he had got a lot of things wrong with the book, particularly the sections about Louise. It would have been far better, he said, for those to have been written in the second person. You have just had your tonsils out, as was the fashion in those bygone days. But he had made the mistake of listening to his editor. Still, Aferson said, his next book would be the one to show people what he could do. Yes, Catching the Angel had sold by the trolley load, but he had even bigger ambitions for the follow-up. It was about the Aberystwyth milkman, an obscure Welsh serial killer who had terrorised the mining villages in the 1940s and 1950s. This new book, he said, would undeniably have literary merit, as this time he would simply not be rushed into having it hit the shelves, but would take a full month or two to write it. Aferson then asked me how things were at the hospital. He particularly wanted to know about Dr. Sudbury, who he described as one of my favourite characters. I wasn't sure if he meant that the real-life Dr. Sudbury had a personality that he appreciated, or that he was pleased with the way he had depicted her in the book. Perhaps it was both. Either way, now that the pleasantries were done, he turned his attention to me and asked me whether I had indeed been hiding something. I told him that he already knew all my secrets, except one. I had recently been to visit Louise Fisher in Durham prison, and she had been adamant she had killed only Mr. Athol, and that it had been an accident. Aferson visibly bristled at this, but as ever, he knew better than to interrupt a speaker and halt the flow of information he might later use against them. And that was how I also found myself telling Aferson about the photograph that Louise claimed George had shown her on the day he died. Aferson had not mentioned anything about a photograph in his book, and so I was unsure whether he knew about it or not. Aferson took a large drink of his pint and then stared at me. His gaze was so direct and unnerving that I felt like I was back in Highbury police station. I found myself over-explaining my actions, telling him that the mystery around George's death had haunted me, and I'd felt compelled to visit Louise in case she could shed any light upon it. When I finally managed to stop talking, Aferson allowed another of his trademark pauses to build between us. For a moment, I thought he was going to get up and walk right out, but instead, he began to quietly lecture me. He told me I had to understand that this was exactly what sociopathic murderers did when they began to feel the walls closing in on them. They lied, and they cheated, and they did whatever they could to obfuscate. The photograph, he said, had just been one more such gambit from Louise Fisher. Then she did tell you about the photograph? I asked. Of course she did, said Aferson, and we looked into it. But it did not make any sense. What photograph would your friend George, who, I understand, was at most an acquaintance of hers, possibly have wanted to show her? Besides, Aferson continued, where was this mysterious photograph now? It had not been found on George or in his car, and if it had been at the flat, I would presumably now be waving it in his face. Moreover, where was George even supposed to have obtained this photograph from? His parents had not known anything about a meaningful photograph, and even Amelia had seemed oblivious to it when they had asked her about it. That last part made me curse the letter I'd sent Amelia. I'd only written to her to find out if the photograph meant anything to her. If I'd known she had already informed Aferson it did not, I could have saved her the heartache of having to think over it all again. I found myself hoping the woman in the post office had messed something up, and that my letter had not reached Amelia in Zambia. Aferson lit a cigarette, sighed, and told me that he had been around many deaths like George's, and the photograph was meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Even if it had ever existed, he said, it had not killed George. George's death, which he reminded me was categorically by his own hand, was nothing like any of the others, and Louise was only trying to drag him into her case to muddy the waters. Aferson drained his pint and left the pub. Of course, our conversation did not resolve anything for me. An incorrect diagnosis is like having a pebble in your shoe. You can go a certain distance with it by reassuring yourself that you are simply imagining the unease you feel. But deep down you know it is wrong, and at some point it will need to be addressed. That was how I felt about both George's death and whatever it was that had happened at St. Luke's. So much of it did not make sense, but that one part now stuck out above all else: the photograph. Of course, Aferson's explanation that there had never been a photograph would have perfectly answered that, except for one thing. I believed Louise. Working in medicine gives you a sense for when people are lying, and I could not shake the belief that Louise Fisher had been telling the truth in Durham prison that day. As I rode the bus home that night, I worked myself into a logical frenzy. The afternoon he died, George had returned home for reasons that still remained unknown. According to Louise, he had been in possession of a photograph he found distressing. No photograph had been found on his body or in his car. Putting all those things together, it was clear that, unless George had simply thrown the photograph away, which seemed unlikely given its apparent importance, the only place the crucial photograph was now likely to be was inside our flat. When I reached home that night, I went to George's room to search for the photograph again. This time, I was unrestrained by decorum or any desire to preserve the belongings that nobody had a use for now anyway. And so I did not just look reverently through George's things for the 100th time. This time, I took them apart. I first took down the framed photograph of the England rugby team and wrenched the back from it, to make sure there was nothing hiding inside. I stripped his bedclothes and searched under the mattress. I tore the soles out of the running shoes he wore to trudge around Victoria Park, lest he had secreted it in there. I pulled out all the inlay booklets and the box of CDs that were the final testimony to his improbable love of reggae music. I emptied out a shoebox full of cards and letters from Amelia. I looked everywhere and came up as empty-handed as I always did. Exhausted and already feeling ashamed of myself, I gave up and lay on George's bare bed. I felt the weight of Patrick's eyes on me. He was as inscrutable as ever, but I knew he would not have approved, because I knew George himself would not have approved. When I had told George about my opioid addiction, he had not asked me even a single question. I had understood this was not because he did not wish to know, but rather that he felt that my right to privacy was more important than his desire for information. Here, I had just done the exact opposite to him. Maybe ransacking his room was not as bad as reading his diary or sleeping with his girlfriend, but it was still another indignity. "Come on, Patrick," I said. "Where the fuck did he put it?" Patrick, of course, only continued to stare at me. But then, as I stared back at him, something occurred to me. An inch below the top of Patrick's head, a near imperceptible line ran around the circumference of his skull. George had once cheerily informed me it was where they had opened Patrick's skull to scoop out his brains like a boiled egg, and then insisted I inspect the quality of work. And that wasn't even done with a power tool, you know, George had boasted, seemingly proud of both his anatomous forebear and perhaps even of Patrick for sitting so still. I'd then made the mistake of attempting to lift off the top of Patrick's skull, at which point George had delightedly pointed out several tiny brass screws that held it in place. Very resistant to infection, brass, George had assured me. Not that it matters to old Patrick any more, of course. That had been the end of it. But tonight, as I stared at Patrick, I realised that the interior of his skull cavity was just about the only place in our flat that I had not yet searched. The problem lay with getting the top off Patrick's skull. George had owned a toolbox, but with typical surgical pragmatism, he had decided that the best place to store it was in the small space behind the boiler. The day I moved in, he had shown me this ingenuity with great pride, and said something about it all being part of the fun of sharing a small flat. He admitted he did not know how he would ever get the toolbox out again, but cheerfully declared we would cross that bridge when we came to it. I had now come to that bridge. It took me fully 20 minutes of twisting, reaching and cursing before I got the wretched thing out to the hall floor. As I finished, the upstairs neighbour began banging on our ceiling at all the noise I was making. Assuming this was the same noise she had heard during Georgie's missing afternoon, I seemed to be on the right track. I received another good omen when I opened the toolbox, for at the very top lay a tiny hospital-issue orthopaedic screwdriver. Sure enough, when I laid Patrick out flat on Georgie's bed, it fit perfectly into the brass screws of his skull. The only catch was that whoever had tightened the screws had been strong and determined, and it took me another 20 minutes to get the 5 of them out. When I did, I lifted off the top of Patrick's skull and was met with only disappointment. There was nothing there. Rather, when I looked inside, there was nothing there. But medicine has taught me to check everything in as many ways as possible, to first look and then to feel, so I ran my fingers around the inside edge of Patrick's skull and stopped when I came to something rougher than the smooth, polished bone. I angled Patrick's skull so that the inside was illuminated by Georgie's desk lamp, and now saw what I had felt. The back of a photograph that had been placed against the temporal bone, its discoloured backing almost indistinguishable from Patrick's yellowed bones. I fished it out as delicately as if I were performing actual brain surgery, and turned it over beneath the lamp. The photograph seemed to have been taken about a decade before, and it showed a young man and woman, both of whom were in their late teens or early 20s. They were stood on a medieval-looking bridge in a city where old stone buildings crowded the background. The two people looked to be lovers, or at least very close friends, for they had their arms around one another. I assumed the city must be Cambridge, but that was only because of the identity of the young woman. She was younger, her hair was short, and she was not wearing her glasses, but it was unmistakably Amelia. The young man took me far longer to recognise, because I had never seen him look so vital and healthy, let alone with hair down to his chin. It was Felix Smollett. I went to the kitchen, poured myself a large glass of whiskey, and sat down at the breakfast bar that George had insisted on referring to as the dining room. I tried to piece it all together, but it did not make any sense. Amelia and Felix were not meant to have known each other, let alone to have been the good friends or even lovers this picture suggested. And how had George got hold of it? If he had truly seen Felix on the ward that day, had Felix given him the photograph? But why? And more than anything, why had Amelia and Felix concealed the fact that they had once known each other? When I had asked Amelia about their spectacular argument, she had made no mention of any shared history. I likewise remembered that after George had died, Felix had expressly asked me about the other doctor, his girlfriend. If he hadn't been deliberately hiding the fact that he knew Amelia, he would have used her name. So, Felix Smollett and Amelia had known each other, and they had sought to keep that fact secret. But George had discovered it, and a short time later he had killed himself. It was perplexing and important new information, and yet it still was not my unifying diagnosis. If anything, it was another set of symptoms that made a diagnosis even more elusive. For one thing, it gave more credence to Louise's claim of innocence, because if she had been telling the truth about the photograph, she may well have been telling the truth about everything else. Even more importantly from my perspective, it deepened the mystery around George's death. Why had a photograph of Amelia and Felix been so devastating to him? Even the obvious explanation did not explain much. If I discovered my girlfriend had ever dated Felix Smollett, I'd have been horrified too, but I wouldn't then have killed myself a few hours later. At least, I didn't think I would have. Even with the whiskey, I did not sleep much that night. At work the next day, I asked the nurses on Jack Ducton if they remembered ever seeing Felix Smollett with Amelia, but they mostly looked at me blankly. Almost a whole year of patients had come and gone, and our endless war of attrition meant that many of the staff had changed too. Only Angela probably remembered them both, and she said she could not recall them ever interacting beyond the shouting match we'd all heard about. My medical colleagues were little better. Most of them remembered me grumbling about Felix, but none of them could recall Amelia ever talking about him. I even went down to medical records to dig out his notes, but a card left in their place told me that Operation Nightingale had taken them and instructed me to contact D.S. Newington with any inquiries. By now, Saz had given up even attempting her exam and moved on to a new job in accident and emergency at a hospital in South London. I called the switchboard and had them page her. She was in the middle of a busy shift and sounded stressed. But even after she had told me that she did not remember anything beyond the famous argument, she had seemed in no rush to hang up. I could tell that this new information troubled her too. We speculated as to how Amelia and Felix might have known each other, and Saz asked me if it was possible they had studied together. I initially said no, because Amelia had gone to Cambridge, but realised as I said it that it was not entirely impossible he had also studied there. He'd never have finished the course, but the chance to have a Cambridge degree was exactly the kind of opportunity Felix would have been gifted and then squandered. A trauma call had begun to go off insistently in the background, but before she rang off, Saz reminded me that we at least knew which Cambridge college Amelia had gone to, because she had told us that Professor Sir Smithfield of Smithfield's textbook of human disease fame had been her tutor. I went immediately to the hospital library, found a copy of Smithfield's, and read that the legendary classifier of disease was Provost and Dean of Cambridge's Magdalen College. I had that Friday off because I was starting nights. For once, I did not go to the movies, but took the train to Cambridge. Chapter 39. Magdalen College was across town from the train station, and in December the whole of Cambridge had a festive feel. It reminded me a lot of my sojourn in Durham, except I hadn't had to spend the train journey reading Aferson's book. Perhaps I should have been reading Smithfield's, but like every other doctor of my generation, I already mostly knew it by heart. I gained admittance to Magdalen by telling the ancient and sclerotic-looking porter that I was here to visit the college's Samuel Pepys Museum. He grudgingly let me in, allowed me into the gloomy 17th century library, and admonished me to not touch anything, as every item was priceless. This seemed likely to be true only in the sense that a lot of the items did not have a price. For instance, one of the exhibits on most prominent display was Pepys' handkerchief. If anybody was willing to buy a used handkerchief from the chronicler of one of the deadliest plagues known to man, well, that person was not me. I watched out of the window as the porter returned to his gatehouse, waited for him to disappear inside, and then I set out to find Professor Sir Smithfield. I was still young enough to pass for a postgraduate student, so it was easy enough to fit in. I wandered until I eventually found a stairwell with the words Academic Physiology chiselled into its masonry, and a brass plaque that said Dr. Smithfield, 4th floor. Even the plaque must have been at least a decade old, because he had been properly known as Professor Sir Smithfield since the publication of the edition of the textbook I had used in medical school. I climbed the winding stone staircase to the 4th floor, where a studded wooden door barred any further progress. It was so old and elfish-looking that I half expected it to creak open and reveal Tolkien himself tucked beside it. Instead, I knocked, heard a loud sigh, and an irritated "Come!" and entered. Professor Sir Smithfield was sitting behind a grand desk, piled high with journals, books, and papers, but what immediately struck me was how tiny and wizened-looking he was. He had loomed over our profession like a colossus for decades, but in life he cannot have had much on a hobbit. I thought immediately of the casual cruelty of his turn of phrase. Physical appearances in his textbook were frequently described as unappealing or grotesque, and I briefly wondered if his apparent intolerance for imperfection might have something to do with his own physique. I did not follow this line of thought, because he immediately, and with some irritation, demanded to know what it was that I wanted. I told him I was hoping I could ask him some questions about Amelia Bowen. It would require a more accomplished anatomist than me to describe what the mere mention of Amelia's name did to the musculature of the esteemed professor's face. Certainly, I saw the orbicularis oculi contract, and for the briefest of moments I assumed he was smiling at the memory of what must have been his greatest ever student. But then his corrugator supercilii knitted his brow into a frown. His nasalis flared, and his procerus pulled his eyebrows down. For a moment he seemed as angry as I have ever seen any other human get, and then he quietly and firmly asked me which newspaper I was from. It was a surprising question, and no doubt I hesitated a moment too long before claiming the Observer, because Professor Sir Smithfield stood up and ordered me to leave at once. I began to explain that I was actually a fellow doctor and a long-time student of his textbook, but this only further enraged him. He loudly shouted that he was summoning security, and then undermined this threat by tinkling a delicate handbell on his desk. After that, we stared at each other until we heard a stomping and panting on the stairs. Eventually, the old porter hurried in, pausing only briefly to puff on his nitrate spray, before he frog-marched me down the stairs, across the quadrangle, and out into the street. He then went back inside, locked the gates behind him, and threatened to call the police if I didn't disperse. Jesus Green was nearby, and I went and sat on a bench there to try and puzzle it out. As ever, the new information I had obtained only added more confusion. Professor Sir Smithfield may have just been a cantankerous old curmudgeon who did not tolerate interruptions, but the mention of Amelia's name seemed undeniably to have enraged him. This was in diametric opposition to the normal way of things. Once at St. Luke's, when the nurses had reported a new admission as being irritable, Dr. Sudbury had requested Amelia go and speak to him. Her rationale was that if the patient could be short even with Amelia, there must be something going wrong inside his skull. The patient was indeed cut with Amelia, and sure enough, the scan this earned him showed he had suffered a small bleed on the brain. I could not use my return train ticket for another 2 hours, and so I killed some time at the Fitzwilliam Museum. I'd been enticed in by posters for an exhibition about polar exploration, but once I got inside, I found myself inexorably drawn to the museum's collection of Egyptian mummies. The dedication and respect with which the Egyptians had preserved their dead rulers seemed to be matched only by the enthusiasm with which the British had plundered them. Remembering the paternal care Dr. O'Leary took of his charges, I told myself that we at least generally treated our own dead better now. But then a memory of myself as a medical student. In my second year, I still harboured a vague but absurd notion of being some kind of brain surgeon, and had signed up for a module in head and neck anatomy, which turned out to utilise the leftover heads from the cadavers whose torsos were currently being enthusiastically dismembered by the first years. There were 30 of us in this class, and on the first morning, each of us was issued with a head to dissect, a process that we would commence by cleaving it in two on a bandsaw. And so we waited in line to do so, casually chatting about our hangovers and plans for the next weekend, while each holding a decapitated human head in our hands. It does something to you, medicine. It really does. An hour later, as I waited on the station platform, I spotted Professor Sir Smithfield hurrying toward me in the company of an equally determined and furious-looking young woman. She introduced herself as the college press officer and handed me a printed piece of paper that began with today's date and the angry salutation, "To whomever it may concern." It stated that the University of Cambridge had no record of an Amelia Bowen ever graduating, and had retained no further information relating to any period of study or incidents therein. If the Observer or any other publication intended to assert otherwise, they must first contact the college's solicitors or risk a libel suit. Not for the first time that year, I found myself baffled and travelling on a train. I stared at the piece of paper all the way back to London. What did they mean? That she had never graduated? Was it somehow possible that Amelia had not actually qualified as a doctor? The idea seemed preposterous, and yet there it was in the paper in front of me. The University of Cambridge possesses no record of this person ever having graduated. My train came back into St. Pancras, and so I went next door to the British Library to look Amelia up on the medical register. Nowadays, the medical register is online, but back then it was still a large hardbound book, and I had previously noticed that they kept a copy of it in the reading room. I began by looking myself up. I told myself I was simply making sure it was a new enough edition that contained our peer group, But I think I just wasn't quite ready to find out Amelia had never actually graduated. My own entry was there, albeit with an asterisk that meant I had conditions on my practice, and so, with trepidation, I turned to the B's. I exhaled with relief when I saw Amelia's name, but caught my breath again as I read to the end of the line. Amelia Bowen, MB, BS with honours, registered. Prague, 1995. Prague. In all the time we had known each other, Amelia had never once mentioned Prague, let alone that she had gone to medical school there. The word on the page seemed so alien and unexpected in this context that I might even have assumed it was a misprint. But Felix had mentioned Prague with almost his dying breath, and I anyway already knew all about the medical school there. After all, I had nearly transferred there myself during the academic nadir of my own third year. Nowadays, it is a far more revered institution, but 20 years ago, Prague was best known as a second-chance medical school. It was the place that medical students went to finish their courses after other universities had kicked them out, or failed applicants with the richest parents went to commence them. It was impossible to believe that Amelia had ever failed anything in her life, but I now took out the photograph and saw what I had previously missed. The medieval bridge was not in Cambridge, and nor were the nearby buildings the colleges I had first presumed. One ancient city looks much like another, but in the far background there was a block of what I now saw was brutalist Soviet architecture. The picture of Amelia and Felix with their arms around each other had not been taken in Cambridge. It had been taken in Prague. I looked around the reading room, as if I might somehow be caught in my discoveries, and that in turn made them irreversibly real. Some diseases must present themselves, but I did not like the way this one was shaping up. Whatever the answer might be, and however it might relate to George's death, Amelia seemed to be ever more intimately caught up in it. When Dr. Sudbury could not make a diagnosis, she had a habit of focusing on only the patient's most unusual symptom. An unusual rash or intractable hiccups might have 20 or 30 possible causes, but one of those was indubitably the answer to the entire case. This, then, was the approach I decided to take with the mystery that had begun to envelop Amelia. The most unusual part of the whole thing was a student as obviously gifted as Amelia commencing her studies in Cambridge but graduating from Prague. And yet she had clearly begun at Cambridge, so what had gone wrong there? How had she ended up in Prague? I could only imagine that something very bad indeed had occurred at Cambridge. Dr. Smithfield's assumption that I was from a newspaper, and the alacrity with which he had subsequently summoned the press officer, seemed to suggest it may even have been newsworthy. The microfiche librarian helped me locate the Cambridge Advertiser, and I began to dig. I started with 1990. The year Amelia would have commenced university if she'd graduated in 1995. By now, it was already 6 p.m, and I'd have to leave by 7:30 to make handover. So even though the Advertiser was only weekly, I did not hold out much hope. An hour of scrolling through endless pages of local news about controversial planning decisions, record-setting jumble sales, and rained-off fun days seemed to confirm that I would not get far. But then, just after 7 p.m, I spotted a headline entitled "Incident at Magdalen." It provided no details except that 2 ambulances had been called to the college. The following week's issue contained more information about the incident, which included the fact that a second-year student had died of an ecstasy overdose during a night out. The drug had apparently been supplied by a fellow student, and the college was now conducting an urgent investigation. There was nothing in the next week, but one more week after that, the college had put out a statement that the student who had supplied the drug had been expelled. It did not mention her by name, but it stated that she had been studying medicine on the college's most prestigious scholarship. It was therefore undoubtedly Amelia. I sat back and exhaled a sigh of relief. It was tragic that a young student had died, but it explained Dr. Smithfield's reaction to the mention of Amelia's name, why she had ended up in Prague, and why she had felt obliged to keep this part of her history a secret. I chastised myself for the darker thoughts I had begun to entertain, about whether Amelia might have somehow had some involvement in the events at St. Luke's. Of course, the articles I had found did not explain how Amelia and Felix Smollett had known each other, and nor did any of this explain why George had killed himself. The greater malady remained undiagnosed, and I spent my week of nights summoning up the courage to do something so unconscionable it still makes me shudder even to think of it. I paid a visit to the grieving Smolletts to see if I could wrangle any more information out of them. Niels Hogel. The hero killer might be the most recognisable type of healthcare murderer. There have been many examples, but German intensive care nurse Niels Hogel is one of the most striking. Due to the frequent cardiac arrests that occurred during Hogel's shifts and his undeniable skill at saving those patients, Hogel's colleagues dubbed him Resuscitation Rambo and even fashioned him a necklace out of used adrenaline syringes. There was only one small problem. Hogel was himself deliberately causing the cardiac arrests by injecting his patients with powerful drugs such as lidocaine and amiodarone. Hogel had commenced working in the intensive care unit in Oldenburg Clinic at the age of 21. 2 years after he joined the department, hospital administrators noticed an unusual spike in resuscitations and deaths, and Hogel was transferred to the anesthesiology department under a cloud of suspicion. His new supervisors quickly grew uneasy about the number of emergent situations he continued to find himself in, but the hospital still did not fire Hogel. Instead, they paid him severance and gave him a reference that noted his ability to act prudently and in an objectively correct manner in critical situations. This reference enabled Hogel to obtain a new job at a clinic in nearby Delmenhorst, where he was again soon noted to be involved in more emergencies and fatalities than he should have been. All the same, in the absence of clear-cut evidence, hospital administrators once again failed to act definitively. It would be several more years before a colleague finally caught Hogel standing over a dying patient with 4 empty vials of unprescribed medication nearby. The ensuing police investigation noted that deaths had almost doubled since Hogel's arrival at Delmenhorst, and he was ultimately convicted of 85 counts of murder. The true number of victims is believed to be higher still, and many of the deaths could undoubtedly have been avoided if the hospitals who employed Hogel had acted on their first suspicions. Why did Niels Hogel do it? Like many so-called hero killers, his primary motivation seems not to have been to harm the patients under his care, but rather to impress his colleagues with his skill in saving them. The fact that the patients he poisoned often did die seems to have merely been the cost of doing business. Chapter 40. It might well be one of the worst things I've ever done, but I at least called ahead. Fortunately this time, it was Admiral Smollett who answered the phone, and he was too polite to decline my request. And that was how I found myself standing nervously outside a townhouse in Chelsea at 11 o'clock on a Saturday morning. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. It was Dr. Smollett who opened the door. If she was perturbed by my visit, she did not show it, and ushered me into a front room straight out of Town and Country magazine, all pinks and purples and watercolour paintings of Norfolk landscapes on the wall. One of them was of the beach I used to walk on near the Healing Place, but it seemed best not to mention this. Admiral Smollett brought through tea and biscuits on a tray, and we all sat in silence while he poured it. He then asked about my journey, and I told him it had been fine and offered them both my condolences again. Dr. Smollett nodded politely, and then asked me why I was there, and what it was that I wanted from them. There was no point in lying to Dr. Smollett. She knew the way my mind worked, because hers worked in exactly the same way. Moreover, having been one herself, she knew full well that junior doctors didn't pay home visits to the bereaved parents of deceased patients, and especially not months after those patients had died. And so I told the Smolletts the truth, or at least a version of it. I told them I was here because my colleague and housemate George had killed himself, and I still did not understand why. I was here because it seemed likely that shortly before George died, Felix had given him a photograph, and this photograph seemed to have distressed George greatly and may have even played a role in what followed. I was here because I hoped they might somehow be able to shed some light on all of this. The Smolletts seemed chagrined, but not entirely surprised, and for a moment I let myself hope they might be about to give me my unifying diagnosis. As it turned out, they were merely accustomed to their late son causing mischief. "Unfortunately, that does sound rather like something Felix might have done," Admiral Smollett said. "He did have a habit of, well, enjoying getting a reaction from people." "You've brought the photograph, I assume," said Dr. Smollett. I took it out and passed it over to them. "He's so young there," said Admiral Smollett. "Where was this taken?" asked Dr. Smollett. "I believe it's Prague," I said. "He mentioned something to me about it once, and there are those buildings in the back." "He loved it in Prague," Admiral Smollett nodded. "And we were so happy he was having a good time. He'd got himself in a bit of trouble here in London, and so he went out there to teach English. Of course, that turned out to be where he first got into the really bad stuff." "Oh," I asked. "He never injected before he went to Prague," Dr. Smollett said. "Not that that wouldn't have happened elsewhere. It's a common enough trajectory, as you do know." Her husband had not clocked this, but I knew that Dr. Smollett was not referring to my professional experience, but telling me she knew about my own struggles. "I wondered if either of you might recognise the girl," I said. Both Smolletts looked closely at Amelia, and then shook their heads. "He wouldn't tell us much," said Admiral Smollett, "but I know he didn't meet a girl out there. He was besotted with her for a while, but that ended abruptly, and we did not hear more after that." As Admiral Smollett spoke, I noticed that Dr. Smollett was studying me. "Do you know the girl?" she asked me. "No," I said. "I don't think that I do."
Even I thought I sounded entirely unconvincing. And I realised then that Dr. Smollett would have known all about the Second Chance Medical School in Prague. "Then I don't see how this all ties in with your dead friend," she said. "Me either," I said. "It might not, I'm trying to find all the information I can." "Maybe you need to find out who the girl is," Admiral Smollett suggested. "I think I do," I agreed. "Anyway, I've taken up enough of your time." I stood up to go, but my hosts remained seated. They were not done with me. "We were actually also hoping you might give us some information," said Admiral Smollett. I sat back down, feeling my heart sink as I did so. "We never really got to the bottom of Felix dying," explained Dr. Smollett. "I mean, I've never even heard of a patient who keeps getting recurrent endocarditis with different organisms. Have you?" It was true I had not heard of such a thing either, but equally, most patients do not continue to inject themselves after they have been diagnosed with a life-threatening disease. Dr. Smollett already knew what I was thinking. "We've been told you gave him clean needles, so it wasn't those," she said. "It must have been the stuff itself. It must have been contaminated. So the key to all those infections is going to be where on earth he was still getting it from." I had also wondered where Felix was getting his heroin from, but I'd assumed his young acolytes brought it in for him. The only other possible explanation was that he was obtaining it from somewhere in the hospital, but that had been difficult enough for me to do. "Where do you think he was getting it from?" I asked. "I don't know," said Dr. Smollett, "but something doesn't feel right, you know? For it to be that consistently contaminated, it seems, well, tremendously unfortunate. That doesn't happen to most people who do this. And that's before we even talk about whatever that absurd bacteria that killed him was. It apparently lives in the desert, you know?" I could only nod. Dr. Smollett was right. Most people who injected heroin did not repeatedly contract endocarditis, let alone multiple obscure forms of it. And yet we both knew it was academic, for finding out where their son had obtained his dirty heroin from would not bring him back. There was a sad and empty silence. And this time when I got up, neither of them tried to stop me. I worked a new shift that afternoon, an invention of Dr. Sudbury's that ran from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until midnight. Our numbers had recently been swollen by half a dozen doctors Dr. Sudbury had managed to recruit from Romania. Even as we finally had enough bodies to staff the normal rota, she had instead spotted some efficiency savings. If only one junior was on the morning round on Saturday, that would free up several hours that Dr. Sudbury believed could be more effectively utilised in the busier evening. The idea almost provoked a mutiny, and so did not last long. But it was the reason I found myself having dinner in an empty mess at 8 p.m. As always, I was going over it all once again. Dr. and Admiral Smollett, Prague, the repeatedly contaminated heroin, and vaguely watching the news, when I noticed the plant on top of the television. It was a cactus, the one that Saz had brought in after all the other mess plants had died, because nobody had bothered to water them. Chapter 41. The Romanians were all remaining in London, and so had been happy to work through the holidays. Even better, Dr. Sudbury had somehow recalled that I had worked Christmas and New Year's the previous year, and had given me the whole thing off apart from Christmas Eve. That being so, I flew to Prague on Christmas Day. The flight was almost entirely empty. My only fellow travellers, a group of Czech soldiers, an elderly man, and a school party of young women in headscarves. The flight attendants tried to make the best of it by wearing tinsel in their hair as they served us dehydrated turkey and watery cranberry sauce. But it was like a Christmas Day shift in the emergency department. None of us wanted to be there, and we each knew that somewhere along the line, every one of us had made a wrong choice. I had bought a Prague guidebook at Stansted Airport, but passed the flight in the same way that I now spent just about all of my time, running through the signs and symptoms in search of the mystical unifying diagnosis. With hindsight, I can see myself now as one of those patients who comes to clinic having turned bright yellow, lost 3 stone in weight, and found a craggy lump in their abdomen, but is still genuinely shocked by their diagnosis. Some diseases must present themselves, but perhaps some are so obviously lethal that we enter denial and can only finally come to the diagnosis when the time is right. Somewhere over Germany, I gave up trying to solve it and fell asleep. A stewardess wearing faux fur antlers woke me to put my seatbelt on as we came into land. The airport in Prague was almost empty. Somebody had made a half-hearted attempt to decorate it for Christmas, but this had only made it look even sadder. Perhaps he was just unhappy at having to work Christmas, or maybe it was because I was the last one off the plane and easily the most suspicious looking among us. But the border guard barked endless questions about where I was going and why. When I eventually asked him how long this was all likely to take, he smirked and informed me that I had now been selected for a random search. He emerged from his cubicle and led me to an anteroom where 3 of his equally irritated colleagues awaited me. Which of course was where they found my methadone. I had brought my prescription, so it was legal both for me to possess it and to enter the Czech Republic with it. The border guards did not care about that, and instead took the opportunity to treat me as if I was Pablo Escobar. A sniffer dog was produced, I was aggressively searched, and finally a more senior officer appeared. He had obviously been dragged away from a family meal and was equally obviously furious about it, and gave me 2 options. I could dispose of the methadone in front of them, or I could retain it but be held in an airport cell until the next plane departed back to London at 9 o'clock that same night. I therefore watched as he poured my red comfort down the sink, and then his colleague, the one who had started this whole thing, stamped my passport, smirked once more, and wished me a Merry Christmas and a pleasant stay in the Czech Republic. My guidebook had warned me that the airport taxis were a scam, so I took the bus into town. Or I at least tried to. I boarded the wrong bus, ended up miles away, and had to take a taxi to the hostel Czech anyway. Prague was now the 3rd in the triumvirate of medieval cities I had visited in the past few months, and as we drove through it, I saw the centre of town was bustling with tourists, primarily marauding packs of American college students. Disneyland is famously open every day of the year, and I suppose Prague is too. My guidebook had described the hostel Czech as a no-nonsense budget option, which seemed about right. The check-in woman was friendly and spoke English. She asked about my journey, and when I told her that the border guards had given me a hard time, she shrugged and said, "Yes, fuck them, of course." I appreciated the of course, and the implication that it went without saying. If nothing else, the guidebook had been right about the hostel being no nonsense. The room she assigned me was near the end of a long corridor. It was cramped with a single bed, a cheap TV angled on a stand in one corner, and a tiny sink. The rooms on either side were identical, except each one was occupied by what seemed to be a dozen Australian backpackers. I encountered one of them in the corridor on my way to the shared bathroom. He invited me to join them at a Christmas party, but I declined and explained that I planned to get an early night. Back in my room, I waited for them to go out to their party, but as it crept toward 10, I realised I had misunderstood. The party was being held in their rooms, and also outside in the corridor that ran between them. I fashioned some earplugs from paper towel and fell asleep to uneasy dreams haunted by Antipodean shrieking in stereo. It reminded me of the nights I had spent at Colette's place. In Britain, the day after Christmas is Boxing Day, and it is a time for hangovers, bad television, and self-loathing. In Middle Europe, it is St. Stephen's Day, the feast day of the Christian martyr who was stoned to death for merely suggesting that God did not dwell solely in the temple. In that perspective, even if she was innocent of all but one unintentional murder, Louise Fisher had got off lightly. Such were my thoughts as I ate my continental breakfast and read my guidebook. I was trying not to think very much about the day ahead. I had come to Prague in the hope of finding out more about Amelia's time here, and perhaps even her relationship to Felix Smollett. But I had two problems. One was that, without my methadone, I would shortly be going into withdrawal. The other was that I simply had no idea where to begin my investigations. If it weren't Christmas, I might have tried the university, but it would be closed for the holidays, and anyway, I did not even have a name like I'd had with Professor Smithfield. The sole thing I had was the photograph. When I had showed it to the receptionist at the hostel check, her face had lit up with recognition. At first, I could not believe my luck, and it soon turned out I was right not to. The receptionist had not recognised the people in the picture, but rather the bridge itself. She told me it was the Charles Bridge, the most popular tourist attraction in the Czech Republic. This did not seem to bode well. With no better leads to follow, I went there. It was an ordinary medieval bridge over a wide river, but it currently played host to a Christmas market. If this sounds picturesque, it was. But you also have to understand that Prague was more or less one giant Christmas market. Here on the Charles Bridge, as everywhere else, none of the tourists seemed to actually be buying anything, just half-heartedly lifting up items to look at, then quickly putting them back down when the stall holders got too interested. After a couple of missteps, I located the spot where the picture had been taken. The buildings all lined up immaculately. But what did it really matter? There had not been a Christmas market when Amelia and Felix had stood here on some summer's day a decade or so earlier. So it was not like the stallholders selling handcrafted wooden birdhouses would remember them. Anyway, one of the people in the picture was dead, and the other was in Zambia. So what was I even doing here? Not for the first time, the thought occurred to me that telling me to go to Prague might just have been another piece of Felix Smollett's mischief. I sat on the edge of the bridge and took out my guidebook. If I had come all this way for nothing, I might as well see some of the sights. The top recommendation was the Prague Zoo, but if I'd wanted to spend my time looking at creatures perplexed to have been removed from their natural habitat and imprisoned for observation, I'd have been at work on the admissions ward. Instead, I chose the nearby Alchemical Museum. It was housed in the basement of a medieval tenement. Once you purchased your ticket, you passed beneath a dragon that guarded the stairwell to the secret laboratory beneath. The fact that to modern eyes the dragon was obviously a badly taxidermied crocodile hardly mattered, because a 17th century visitor would have not known the difference, and I anyway respected the confidence trick. We did much the same thing at the hospital, with our stethoscopes, our white coats, and our impenetrable language. The important thing was not that we knew everything there was to know about the human body, it was that our patients believed we did. And like a stuffed crocodile masquerading as a dragon, the trinkets of our trade contributed to the performance. Likewise, after I had descended the stairs into the secret laboratory that was really a dank stone basement, who was I to question the guide's absurd claim that in this very room lead had once been turned into gold? After all, here were the very burettes, the scales, the flasks that the long ago alchemists had used. Still, as the guide lectured us on the miracle of alchemy, I found myself thinking that these medieval Czechs had been going about it all wrong. If I was to devote my life to transmogrifying one substance into another, I would not bother messing around with lead and gold, or even wine and the blood of Christ. Nah, I would perfect the art of transforming water into morphine. All the riches and salvation in the world were not worth 2 minutes of the precious bliss. Besides, if you could make morphine from water, you would very quickly end up with all the gold anyway, and you would have done more to alleviate the sorrows and suffering of this world than even Jesus himself. On and on the guide droned, and the more he spoke about alchemy, the more I thought about my own personal gold. It had felt cold when we descended, and now it was hot. Far too hot. I could feel the sweat trickling down my back and chest. I felt nauseous too, and then I noticed that the room had begun to spin. It was almost imperceptible at first, a slight rocking from side to side, but within a minute or two it was all I could do to remain standing. I was going into withdrawal. I turned and hurried upstairs, underneath the stuffed crocodile and out onto the street, where I puked up the remains of my breakfast onto the cobbles. Nobody walking past so much as batted an eyelid. Tourists puking it in the street seemed to be just a normal part of everyday life in Prague. I knew the opioid withdrawal would not kill me. Still, this one felt far worse than I had experienced before, and I realised then I'd been on the methadone for 5 months. In the distance, I spotted the flashing green cross of a pharmacy, and I stumbled down the street to it and bought every medicine I could think of that might help in any way. Dramamine, paracetamol, ibuprofen, even Gaviscon. I then entered the nearest cafe, ordered a beetroot soup that I did not touch, and took all the pills instead. 10 minutes later, I went to the bathroom and threw them all up. My bowels then decided to get in on the act, and I spent half an hour alternately cramping and shitting. Somebody knocked on the door and shouted in Czech, but there was nothing I could do. When it was over, I caught sight of myself in the mirror. I looked like Felix Smollett had on the night he died. But I would not die. I gave myself the same lecture I had given to so many hundreds of addicts over the years. It was not my job to make them feel good. It was my job to make sure they did not die. And Smithfield's textbook of human disease categorically said that opioid withdrawal would not kill them. The lecture worked about as well on myself as it did on them. By that, I mean I got into a taxi, gave the driver what I thought was the equivalent of £10 but later discovered was £100, and asked him to take me to the nearest emergency department. He did not need telling twice, and was even good enough to stop to let me puke again on the way. I knew that if I booked in with withdrawal symptoms and told the truth, the advice would be the same in Prague as it would be anywhere else in the world. GTFO. That being so, I booked myself in as a suspected appendicitis. In those bygone days before CT scans became routinely available, suspected appendicitis was one of the few diagnoses that would earn you an automatic hospital admission anywhere in the world. If, as a patient, you turned up at the emergency department, told the doctor you had a pain that had begun in the centre of your abdomen and moved to its lower right side, then the only way they could be sure it was not appendicitis was by admitting you and observing you for 24 hours. If you deteriorated during this time, you would be taken to theatre and your appendix whipped out. If you didn't deteriorate, you could then be sent home with a shrug and a packet of paracetamol. Many professional hypochondriacs were aware of this, and often pulled the stunt a few times until somebody went ahead and removed their appendix, either mistakenly or simply to stop them coming back. To begin with, it worked like a charm. The surgical resident who saw me first had been well trained and knew to watch the response on my face as he palpated my abdomen. Being equally well trained, I flinched and grimaced at all the appropriate moments. When he had finished his examination, he said he could not rule out this being appendicitis and apologised that he would now need to take bloods and keep me in for admission. I nodded that I understood, flinched again for good measure, and asked if there might be something I could have for the pain. 10 minutes later, a nurse appeared and shot me up with something intravenous that immediately alchemised my pain into bliss. I lay there for a few hours, observing the controlled chaos around me. Emergency departments really are the same all over the world. The many impatient patients, the few genuinely sick ones, the harried and weary staff tending to them all. The lab codes sellotaped to the computer, the many grey telephones and the single red one, the passive-aggressive printed notices, the chipped coffee mug with a slogan that even in Czech I knew must say, "You don't have to be mad to work here, but it helps." I did not know which particular opioid the doctor had given me, but I had decided that I would keep up the ruse for as long as I could. Major abdominal surgery and even the removal of a surplus body part seemed a small price to pay for several more doses of the good stuff. When everything was honey, nothing else mattered. At midnight, a more senior surgeon snapped back the curtains, her junior colleague from earlier trailing in her wake. The senior surgeon was also well trained, but had the added benefit of both experience and a little more information. My bloods had come back normal, which did not entirely exclude appendicitis, but did not support it either, and I likewise had not spiked a fever since arriving. She therefore tried several things in an attempt to catch me out, having me cough, pressing down on the left side of my abdomen, but releasing quickly enough the pain would have been felt on the right, asking me if I would like something to eat. I flinched appropriately for the first two, and assured her that I'd be happy to never eat again. She nodded, and said she was now fairly certain that I did have appendicitis, but the only way to confirm the diagnosis was to do a rectal examination. I had not considered that, and the mention of it must have made me flinch in a telling way, because she now nodded for our junior colleague to leave. "You're medical, aren't you?" she said once he had gone, and I knew it was over. "I'm a physician in London," I admitted. "It seems like a lot of work to go to for some morphine," she said. "I'm usually on methadone. They took it from me at the airport. I started to withdraw." "So why did you not ask us for some? Why this?" She searched for the English word and seemed to relish it when she found it charade. Because you wouldn't have given it to me otherwise, I said. She nodded. This was undeniably true. But why are you here on the day after Christmas at all, drug-seeking in a Czech emergency room? I don't know if it was the opioid, or the relief of no longer being in withdrawal, or simply having somebody to talk to. But I told her. I told her the whole story. That I worked at St. Luke's, the hospital she had probably heard about this year. That they had initially thought I was the one responsible for the deaths. That my friend had died. That a nurse I worked with had been found responsible for the deaths. That there was something troubling about the whole thing, and it seemed to somehow involve a young patient of mine who had died, and a colleague who now worked in Zambia. The photograph had found its way onto the cabinet beside my bed, with the rest of the contents of my pockets, and the surgeon now picked it up and studied it. This is your friend who killed himself? No, I said. Not the man, but the woman is my colleague. Her name is Amelia. Yes, I recognize her, she said. She went to medical school with us. If my first reaction was shock to have got so lucky, my second was to kick myself for not having done so sooner. Of course, the most likely place to find a doctor who had studied medicine with Amelia in Prague was the city's biggest hospital. The surgeon was about my age, and my first action that morning should have been to come to the hospital and search for somebody like her to show the photograph. Still, she could not tell me much. She explained that by the time they graduated, the numbers swollen each year by an influx of medical students from abroad. Each year group at Prague University consisted of upward of 500 students, and she had only known Amelia as an acquaintance. Is there anyone else that I could talk to? I asked. Somebody who might have known her better. The surgeon thought for a moment, and then told me that the guy Amelia had been closest friends with was a Dr. Stepin, who she believed now worked at the National American Clinic in Karlovy Vary. Her pager went then, and she told me to wait for my discharge paperwork. I did so, but what arrived instead was a nurse with a box containing enough pethidine to get me through the next few days. I could have wept with gratitude. But as it was, I simply asked the nurse to thank the doctor for me. I got dressed and hurried back to the hostel Czech, where I slept fitfully until 6 o'clock in the morning, wolfed down my breakfast and 2 pethidine, and headed to the station. Chapter 42. The train out to Karlovy Vary would take 2 hours. Seen from a carriage window, the urban sprawl outside Prague looked a lot like the central Scotland of my youth. Housing estates and industrial parks, factory farms, and graffitied children's playgrounds. I quickly fell asleep. I awoke as we approached Karlovy Vary. Something new had appeared in the landscape. Billboards in English that touted the benefits of all kinds of medical and surgical procedures. 19th century travellers had once visited European spa towns to take their restorative waters, but nowadays they came for liposuction, nose jobs, and colonoscopies. It was at least a better class of tourist than the marauding packs of puking exchange students that roamed Prague. It was easy to find the National American Clinic, because a giant billboard in the station proclaimed I should turn left out the doors and I would reach it in under 3 minutes. The bigger challenge was navigating the insistent throngs of hawkers who seemed to all make a beeline for me. Maybe I still looked pale after yesterday's events, but they clearly considered me the traveller in most urgent need of expensive private medical care, and eagerly pressed flyers into my hands while asking what I was looking for. When I did not reply, they listed the services they could provide and the discounts they could obtain. Endoscopy at 10% off, 3 sessions of cryotherapy for the price of 2, as much liposuction as I could tolerate for €500. I smiled politely and continued out of the station. Apart from a tired-looking stars and stripes that hung outside the National American Clinic and a price list in dollars, there was nothing American about the place beyond its bombastic name. Be that as it may, the marketing strategy seemed to have worked because the waiting room, which, with its marble floors and fresh flowers, was more like the lobby of an upmarket hotel than any hospital I have ever worked in, was packed. Mostly, the would-be patients seemed to be German, although I overheard some speaking in French and also what I think was Russian. Nobody looked particularly sick, but nobody looked entirely well either. The receptionist was wearing a nurse's uniform, but she wasn't really a nurse. If she had been, she'd have known that the MRI scan of the customer in front of me had been cancelled because the internal pacemaker circled on his intake form meant that going ahead with the scan risked blowing up the entire building. As it was, she apologised for the inconvenience and said she would speak to the radiologist and see if the patient could be squeezed in today. When it came my turn, I requested to see Dr. Steppin. The pretend nurse asked if I had an appointment. When I told her it was a personal matter, she told me firmly that the doctors did not see personal callers. I therefore asked if Dr. Steppin had availability. When she acknowledged he had some later that morning, I requested an appointment for Botox, which the billboard outside had told me was the cheapest service available at $150. The pretend nurse seemed to consider arguing, but a queue was forming behind me, and she told me my appointment would be in half an hour. I passed the time reading various health magazines, most of which seemed to concur that the secret of a long and enjoyable life was to have regular enemas, preferably of the lilac and cucumber variety. When the pretend nurse called my name, a real nurse led me into a clinic room that was more like a penthouse suite. Here, she measured and weighed me, and performed an entirely unnecessary ECG. 5 minutes later, Dr. Steppin appeared. He was about the same age as me, and this caused him to do a double take. "You are not here for Botox," he said, not as a question but as a statement of fact. For the second time in less than 12 hours, I found myself confessing to a Czech doctor that I was seeking healthcare under false pretenses. I told Dr. Steppin about my encounter with his surgical colleague in the emergency room in Prague, though I of course omitted the part about having gone there because I was withdrawing from opioids. Instead, I took the photograph out to show him. He stared at it for a moment, and then sat down and took his glasses off. "You paid $150 to ask me about this, so I suppose you must have a good reason?" "I do," I said. I left that to hang, and after a moment he began to talk. Maybe I'd learned something from D.I. Afferson after all. Dr. Steppin told me that he had met Amelia on the day she arrived in Prague, as she had been assigned the room next door to him in the residencies. She had only completed a year and a half of study in England, but they had fast-tracked her into the 3rd year of the curriculum, which was his class. The two of them had quickly become close friends, and he had acted as her guide to Prague. He spontaneously told me they had never been lovers, which made me think he probably wished they had. The most striking thing about Amelia, he said, had been her brain. He had never met anybody with a mind like hers. She had seemed to require to only hear a fact once to forever retain it. But more than that, she was the most logical thinker and the best diagnostician he had ever met. Their professors had noticed this too. Amelia had won every academic prize going and had even been granted her degree with honours. This was a once-in-a-decade distinction at Prague University, and consequently Amelia had been offered her pick of residencies. Stepien caught himself then and asked me if I had heard everything I needed to. I hadn't, of course, and he must have known that I'd hardly have travelled from London simply to hear him reminisce about the academic achievements of our mutual friend. Nonetheless, I had the feeling that if I pushed too hard for more information on Amelia, he would end our consultation. So instead, I pointed to the photograph. "And do you recognise him?" I asked. Stepien looked again at the photograph and nodded. "This is Felix," he said. "They dated briefly, he wasn't around for long, and he was a drug addict." I nodded. "Felix was my patient," I said. "He died of endocarditis." This visibly surprised Stepien. He studied me now, trying to figure me out, and I saw something soften in his face. It appalls me to write it now, but in that moment it felt true. I think he decided that any doctor who had killed Felix Smollett could not be all bad. "And Felix, he was Amelia's patient too?" Stepien asked. "No, but she worked in the same hospital. It's complicated, but look, I was mainly wondering if you had ever practiced with her." "Yes, we did our residency together for a year." "And how was that?" I asked. "Our residency? Same as yours, I suppose. Brutal, sick patients, no sleep. I think it is the same everywhere, no?" "But how was Amelia as a colleague?" I asked. Stepien looked at me then, and I had the feeling that he knew for the first time what I was really asking and why. "In our first 6 months, she was the best resident in the hospital," he said. "And the second?" Stepien sighed. "Well, in the second job, we can say that Amelia had a lot of bad luck." "What kind of bad luck did she have?" "I mean, not her personally, but her patients. The patients always seem to have bad luck. Complicated illnesses, strange drug reactions, and just many unexplained events. She was the very best at fixing them, of course, and to begin with, we were always relieved that she was there." "To begin with?" "It happened too often. Nobody should be that unlucky." Stepien did not say anything more. He did not need to. "But there wasn't an investigation?" I asked. "It's a hospital," he said. "Sometimes people die." Sometimes people die. I knew that, of course, just like I knew and understood exactly what Stepien was telling me. "I have to go now," he said. "I have another patient who does actually want Botox. I hope you got your money's worth here." "I did," I said. When doctors give our patients bad news, we sometimes leave them alone in the room for as long as they need. I sat there in the fancy room in the National American Clinic for a long time, finally contemplating the truth that I should have worked out long ago. I had my unifying diagnosis, and it had been right in front of me all along. The single piece of information that made everything fit was Amelia. Of all people, George the orthopod had been the doctor to make the diagnosis first. Perhaps he had put it all together himself, or maybe he had got most or even all of it from Felix Smollett. However he had come to learn about it, George had known, and had seen no route out for himself but to end it all. He adored Amelia, and could not possibly have lived without her, and yet he now had to either send her to prison forever, or break his sacred oath and turn a blind eye to murder. A logical and binary surgeon to the end, George had chosen the only pragmatic solution. He had killed himself. Likewise, he had hidden the photograph in the most secret place he knew, not because he had ever intended me or anybody else to ever find it, but because his training had endlessly taught him he must never destroy an important record. Felix, of course, had possessed no such scruples. When they had happened to cross paths again at St. Luke's, he'd used whatever he had known about Amelia's past to blackmail her into supplying him with the opioids he craved. This was no doubt the real subject of the argument that had nearly caused the nurses to call the police. It had indeed been about methadone, but we had all entirely underestimated Felix's leverage. Even at that, it is possible Felix's hold over Amelia was merely the knowledge that she had not graduated from Cambridge, but, recalling Felix's fascination with every morbid detail of Operation Nightingale, I suspected it was far more than that. Amelia had reciprocated by giving him his opioids, but making sure they were contaminated. She had finally managed to dispatch him with a speck of the cactus soil from the mess that had brewed its lethal badness inside Felix, even as she flew to Zambia. As for the others, well, they had all been Amelia too. Mrs. Horsburgh, who had died of an opioid overdose that nobody had spotted. Along with the opioid, Amelia had also given her belladonna to dilate her pupils, hadn't she? And Mr. Singh, and the patient with the flecainide and beta blocker, and my patient with the bright red blood. And who even knew how many more than 12 her real final total had been? It was still not impossible that Louise Fisher had killed Mr. Athol, but it seemed a great coincidence. The more likely explanation was that Amelia had written up the insulin on Mr. Athol's drug chart and then removed it once the deed was done. Louise had taken the credit for Amelia's belladonna diagnosis at her case presentation. Amelia then ensuring Louise also took the credit for one of her murders seemed to have a perfect symmetry to it that must have appealed to Amelia's fastidious side. We would never know the truth about Mr. Grenslow, but Occam's razor held that he had died by the same hand that all the others had. And who knew what had happened in Cambridge? The most generous version was that the trauma of accidentally causing the death of her friend had somehow contributed to Amelia's actions. But something in Smithfield's reaction, his fury at the mention of Amelia's name, his instinct to involve the press officer, told me that he had long known that she was capable of unspeakable things. Likewise, what had occurred between Amelia and I in George's room, and the diary that had gone missing thereafter, now took on an entirely new meaning. On the train back to Prague, I did something I had not done in months. I cried. I cried for myself, for Mrs. Horsburgh, the Wilsons, Mr. Grenslow, and Mr. Athol in his firm handshake, and Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer sweater. I cried for Louise Fisher, in prison and condemned as evil for crimes she had not committed. I even cried for Felix Smollett and his parents. Mostly, I cried for poor old George. I'd always hoped that finding out why he had killed himself might bring me some relief. but this brought only anguish. My friend had not left this world because he had failed an exam or lacked enough serotonin to make it through the dark February days. He had left this world because he had discovered that the person he loved more than life itself was a murderess. Chapter 43. Back in London, I waited until after New Year to call D.I. Afferson. The approaching millennium had rendered the whole city hysterical, and I wanted to ensure I had his full attention. For my own part, I marked the passing of 1,000 years in suitably anticlimactic fashion by taking an extra dose of methadone and getting an early night. The officer who answered Afferson's extension on the 3rd of January told me Afferson was on sabbatical, writing his next book. The inflection in her voice told me that she did not approve of this. I then asked to speak to D.S. Newington and was surprised to be put through to something called the Community Safety Initiative. It seemed like the kind of place a detective would be sent as a punishment in the movies. I never found out if that was what had happened, because Newington seemed irritated to hear from me, and even more so when I told her I was calling with important information about the events at St. Luke's. She scolded me that the case was closed, but said that she would pass the message on to D.I. Afferson. 3 days later, Afferson paged me at work, and we agreed to meet in a pub in Euston. It transpired he had wanted to meet in Euston because it was near the British Library, where he had been working on his Aberystwyth Milkman book. When I got to the pub, Afferson was already sitting at a table with a pint in front of him, and made a show of getting up and buying me one. "Now then," he said as he sat back down, "just what was it you wanted to talk to me about?" "It wasn't Louise Fisher," I said. "What wasn't Louise Fisher?" he asked. "Any of it," I said. "She didn't do it." Unsurprisingly, Afferson seemed irritated by this. "I've got a confession and a conviction that says otherwise. Are you saying you know something that a High Court judge doesn't?" "I suppose I am, yes." "Well, fine. Who was it then? Because unless you are here to confess, I don't think you actually know what you're talking about." "Amelia," I said. "It was Amelia Bowen." "Your flatmate's girlfriend?" "No, it wasn't her. We looked at her. I even wrote about it in my book." "Well, you didn't look at her hard enough." I thought Afferson might get up and leave then, but he didn't. And that alone told me what I'd been looking for that night in Piccadilly. He wasn't entirely convinced it was Louise Fisher, and this thought still nagged at him like a pebble in his shoe. Afferson did not speak again, but waited for me to talk. I did, but this time it was not because I was incriminating myself. It was because I knew a great many things that he did not. And so there, in the Euston Flyer, while commuters drank pints, a drunk man in a suit played the fruit machine, and trains arrived from and departed for Scotland, I laid it all out for the detective who had become nationally famous on the strength of a false conviction. Afferson did not interrupt, and when I finished speaking, I took out the photograph and placed it on the table. He stared at it. "So, where did you get that from?" he asked. "It was hidden in Georgie's room all along." "That's quite a story," he eventually said. "Maybe you should write a book." I was about to say something, but he cut me off. "Leave this with me," he said. "I'll look into it." Afferson lifted up the photograph and walked out of the pub, turning his collar against the January rain as he went. He had hardly touched his pint. A week went by, and then another, and then another. I called the police station and asked to be put through to Newington again, but our extension rang out. And the next time I tried, they refused to put me through. I even called Afferson's literary agent and publishers, but neither would relay a message. Louise Fisher's lawyer was at least willing to talk to me on the phone. He listened to about half of my story and then cut me off and told me that what I was suggesting was incredibly damaging to his client. Once a person had been convicted, he told me, innocence and guilt no longer mattered, only legal procedure. The police would never willingly reopen Louise's case, and nobody ever got off by demonstrating actual innocence. Or if they did, it invariably took decades. No, Louise's best chance at winning her freedom now lay with a legal technicality he was pursuing around her confession having been made before she had been informed of her rights. Claims of actual innocence would jeopardise this, so he asked me not to talk to any reporters and not to tell Louise about any of this either. I ignored this and wrote her a letter, telling her I had new information and that I would come to see her in Durham as soon as I could. But there was something I needed to do first. Chapter 44. The thing I needed to do first was go to Zambia. I was not planning to make some kind of citizen's arrest, and I did not expect to find any new evidence. If anything, telling Amelia what I knew would realistically only make it harder for her to ever be brought to justice. I had no doubt that if she ever chose to disappear, she would likely be able to. But I needed to know for certain that she was guilty. I mean, I already knew, but I needed to have the diagnosis confirmed. In medicine, making the diagnosis is the important thing, but the true satisfaction lies in performing the test that confirms it. The microscopic confirmation of an elusive parasite, the laboratory identification of a hormone secreted by a rare tumour, the glowing uptake of an isotope on a bone scan. These findings are rarely good news for the patient, but for the doctor, they are reassurance that a puzzle has been finally and forever solved. So I wanted to confirm to myself that I was right. But perhaps just as much, I wanted Amelia to know that I had caught her, that she might have outsmarted everybody in Cambridge and Prague and London and no doubt Zambia too. But she had not outsmarted me. I had seen her. I knew who she was and I knew what she was. I knew what she had done to George. Getting to Zambia itself turned out to be surprisingly easy. I had always imagined Africa as an impossibly distant continent, but the truth was that Zambia was only 2 plane rides from London and almost even in the same time zone. I would legally need only a yellow fever vaccination, and a clinic in central London did the needful and gave me a prescription for Malarone, an anti-malarial. When I asked them what to do about my methadone, the nurse said nobody would be remotely interested. This would prove to be correct. Truly, the Malarone was the only difficult part about the whole thing. I could not travel until I had been taking it for 2 weeks, and it gave me a headache and made me restless. Still, I'd worked at St. Luke's for long enough that I knew malaria would give me a worse headache and perhaps also kill me, so it seemed worth it. I landed first in Cairo, where the international airport was crowded but had the same duty-free stores and ATMs as those I had just left behind in London. It was only on my next flight, aboard the plane to Lusaka, that I began to feel like I had reached another continent. This plane was much smaller and half empty. I was seated beside a garrulous Irish oil worker who insisted on giving me the benefit of his expertise as a self-styled old Africa hand. The golden rule, he insisted, was never to catch malaria, but he said none of the drugs worked, and the thing to do was to drink copious amounts of the local beer, which would undoubtedly protect me. I pointedly took a Malarone and yawned loudly, but neither of these things deterred them. He proceeded to tell me a long story about once having been aboard a plane that had begun making desperate manoeuvres while passing over Uganda. The passengers all assumed some technical malfunction had doomed them. But after 20 minutes, the pilot came on the radio and apologised that Idi Amin had spotted them in the sky and demanded an air show. Soon, I really did fall asleep. We landed at Lusaka a little after 7 in the morning. Even inside the tiny terminal, it was already far too hot, and only more so when I got outside. Worse, it was almost impossible to find a driver willing to take me to Mbala. They all shook their heads and mumbled about Mbala being in the northern province and the rainy season making the roads up there too treacherous. Eventually, I found a driver called Jacob, who warned me it would take 2 days, but said he would do it for $50 plus expenses. I knew I was supposed to haggle, but I'd recently spent $150 on Botox that I didn't even get, so it seemed a bargain. Like seemingly every other vehicle in Zambia, Jacob's car was a beaten-up 4-wheel drive. The red dirt streets around the airport were crowded with people and motorbikes and seemed to my green eyes like a scene from a movie about Africa. At one point, Jacob even had to do an emergency stop to avoid hitting a donkey that had wandered out into the street. I was not wearing my seatbelt because there weren't any, and I only narrowly avoided hitting my head on the windscreen. When Jacob found out I had come from London, he proceeded to talk about Arsenal for the next 3 hours. I didn't know the names of many of the players, but that did not matter, for Jacob only needed me to agree at certain points and condemn the depravity of Tottenham Hotspur at others. Eventually, he asked me why I was going to Mbala, and I told him that I was visiting an old friend who worked at the clinic there. Jacob nodded and said Mbala was an excellent place to have a clinic because it was truly riddled with sickness. As we got deeper into the countryside, Zambia looked only ever more like African countries did in Hollywood movies. I quickly ticked off every cliché I knew. Minibuses overloaded with people, potholed roads lined with stalls, children playing by the roadside, and every third person wearing a Premiership football strip. I'd made the mistake of claiming to support Chelsea in the hope it might stop Jacob talking about Arsenal and Tottenham Hotspur, but instead, every time he saw someone in a Chelsea strip, he now honked his horn and grinned back at me in delight. As evening fell, the air got cooler, and soon the sun began to set. Jacob said he knew a good hotel, 5 stars, he said, Michelin Guide, and drove us to what turned out to be an abandoned youth hostel. We reclined our seats and slept in the car. When I woke up, it was 5 a.m, and the sun was already beginning to rise. We drove north through the morning until, only 15 miles from Mbala, Jacob insisted on stopping at a roadside restaurant to use the bathroom. He was in there for so long, I was worried he was going to require medical assistance, but when he came out, he restarted the car as if nothing had happened. We reached Mbala a little after noon, just as an approaching storm began to darken the skies. The hospital at Mbala was unlike any I had seen before or since. It consisted of little more than a large tent and several run-down shacks, outside one of which hung a hand-painted sign that said, "I see you." As we approached, I became dimly aware of a curious keening sound. It sounded like the mating call of some tropical bird. The most striking thing, though, was the sheer number of people. Initially, I assumed they were patients or relatives, but as we got closer, I saw that they were mostly gathered around a small stage, upon which a man was stood. He seemed to be a preacher of some sort, not from how he was dressed, he too wore a football strip, but from the words he spoke. "In my Father's house there are many rooms. If it is not so, I would have told you." I understood then that the keening sound was emanating from the crowd. It was the sound of a great number of people wailing. We had happened upon a funeral. Seeming to have realised this at the same moment as me, Jacob quickly shut off the engine, got out of the car, and stood at respectful attention. I followed suit. The preacher continued his homily, which was all about how many rooms there were, so many rooms in his Father's house. So many rooms that you couldn't imagine. So many rooms that you could not even conceive of this many rooms. So many rooms that even God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit themselves could not keep track of them all. And if even they could not keep track of them, who were we to ever question that our Almighty Father had a plan and indeed a room for each and every one of us? Of course, I wasn't wondering about God's plan for me. I was wondering who had died. And I felt a little sick thinking the deceased might be yet another of Amelia's victims. I noticed now that the coffin itself stood off to the side. It was gaudily white with faux gold handles, the kind of thing you saw in the news when a pop star had died. Some of the red mud had inevitably got onto it, and it looked only even more preposterous. As the preacher continued, I wondered about the ways a patient might have died here that were not caused by Amelia. If there had been a case in my exam, a patient at Umballa would have died from tuberculosis, HIV, schistosomiasis, or malaria. But of course, Africans have ordinary sicknesses too, so it could just as easily have been a pneumonia, a bleeding stomach ulcer, a leukemia. I was still wondering this when I thought I heard the preacher say, "Dr. Amelia." I listened more intently, and it came again. Dr. Amelia. The preacher seemed to be exhorting the crowd to do what Dr. Amelia would have wanted. And what Dr. Amelia would have wanted was for them to live healthy and productive lives, to eat fruit and vegetables, to not smoke cigarettes or drink liquor, and to exercise regularly, the way she did on the evening runs they had all seen her taking. The running. That was when I knew I was not mishearing things. Sure enough, the preacher now turned to talking about safety on the road, that God had a plan, but he needed each of us to do our part too, and that included always wearing our brightest clothes when we were out running, especially if it was dark. If we did not do this, he said, God could not be responsible for what befell us. I understood then what had happened to Amelia. She had been knocked down and killed on one of her after-work runs. I had not felt much in a long time, but suddenly I now felt everything all at once. Cheated, confused, relieved, angry, grateful. Maybe Amelia now would not face justice, but perhaps she never would have anyway. And this way, I would not have to worry about convincing Afferson to arrest her, or somehow safeguarding her patients here in Zambia. As the preacher finished speaking, a torrential rain began to fall, but nobody ran for shelter. Instead, 6 strong men got up and hoisted the muddy white coffin on their shoulders, and the rest of us followed them. They led us behind the hospital buildings and over the small brook that ran by it. There, we found ourselves in a green field that turned to red mud even as we walked across it. Small wooden crosses littered the earth as we made our way to the hole that had only recently been dug, but was already rapidly filling with water. The men did not wait for the preacher, but quickly lowered the coffin in to get ahead of it. The crowd then took turns to throw handfuls of red dirt atop the white coffin, and when my moment came, I did my best to remember the good things Amelia had done along with the bad. Jacob threw a handful of earth in too, and when it was all done, he patted me on the back and told me it was okay. I appreciated it, but I was even more grateful when he agreed to hang around that night before taking me back to the airport in the morning. When I introduced myself, the chief nurse of Mbala offered her condolences about Amelia, and then insisted on giving me a tour of her hospital. The large tent turned out to be the waiting room. It contained so many patients that a clinic consisted of asking everybody who had a cough to raise their hands, then treating them all for tuberculosis. Likewise, anybody with a fever and a raised hand got treated for malaria. When I asked the chief nurse about the patients who were inevitably misdiagnosed, she said, they come back or they die. The thought struck me then that for all our tests and our scans, it was not so different from what we did at St. Luke's. Patch them up, send them out, and see if they come back. Perhaps I inadvertently frowned at this, because the chief nurse hurried to tell me that she hoped I would not consider the care they provided at Mbala lacking. I replied truthfully that I had no idea how they managed any of it. She then proudly took me through the wards and the X-ray room. She apologised profusely that the ICU was currently closed due to rainy season flooding, and it was only finally as our tour entered the laboratory, little more than a cupboard with a microscope, that I was able to summon up the courage to ask the chief nurse what Amelia had been like as a doctor here. She was the best doctor we have ever had, she said. I wanted to ask her more, of course. I wanted to ask her whether there had been incidents, but I already knew the answer. If there were, nobody had noticed them. How could they possibly have, when everyone with a cough got treated for tuberculosis and everyone with a fever got treated for malaria? Anyway, the chief nurse had already begun to imply that I might like to be Dr. Amelia's replacement, so I made a point of saying that I was not half the doctor she had been. The chief nurse did not question this. That evening, there was a kind of wake for Dr. Amelia. It was very informal. Curried goat and maize porridge, local beer, and endless talk about her. Everybody had a story about Dr. Amelia making a difficult diagnosis and saving some patient or other's life. If I had not witnessed the very same things myself, I would not have believed the half of them. At one point, they even asked me what kind of doctor Amelia had been in London, and I told them the truth. She had been an extraordinary one. Perhaps, I told myself that night, Amelia really had done no harm here. Maybe Georgie's death had changed her, and she had even come to Zambia for redemption. How many lives do you need to save to make up for deliberately taking one? 1, 10, 100, 1,000? It was all academic now. Amelia was dead, and with the single exception of Louise Fisher, the book could be closed forever. Before we left the next morning, Jacob took me aside and said that the chief nurse had asked him to persuade me to stay, as the people of Umballa desperately needed a doctor. I apologised and told him I could not. For one thing, I wasn't good enough, or at least not nearly as good as Amelia. For another, I already had a job, and the conditions still in my practice would anyway render it impossible. Then there were the opioids I needed, and also the fact that I simply did not want to spend a year in the red mud. Jacob said he entirely understood, but we nonetheless spent much of the next 2 days driving back south in silence. Dr. Harold Shipman. Dr. Harold Shipman worked as a general practitioner in a small town in the north of England. He was known as a skilled and dedicated physician who would always go the extra mile for his patients, many of whom knew him as the good doctor. Dr. Shipman's kindly facade belied a dark secret. He was murdering his patients, particularly elderly women. He would give them lethal doses of diamorphine and then alter medical records to indicate they had required the drug due to poor health or addiction. As a GP, he could then write the death certificate that would obviate any need for a post-mortem. Dr. Shipman's downfall only began when he forged the will of one of his victims. The family called in the police, who exhumed the victim's body and found traces of diamorphine. Dr. Shipman claimed the deceased woman had been an opioid addict, but digital forensic examination showed that he had added this information to her medical records only after she had died. When news of his arrest broke, hundreds more people came forward with concerns about the good doctor's interactions with their late relatives. Dr. Shipman killed himself in prison before he could be tried, but a public inquiry subsequently found him responsible for at least 250 deaths. The report did not assign a motive to him, but, the single forged will aside, Shipman appears not to have been motivated by money. Likewise, power seems unlikely to be the answer. Dr. Shipman's victims were usually frail and vulnerable, and many of them may have had months rather than years left to live. And yet, Shipman's motive certainly could not have been mercy, for the vast majority of his patients were not acutely sick. The most intriguing explanation may relate to Dr. Shipman's own mother. She died of lung cancer when he was 17 years old, and during her decline, the young Harold Shipman would reportedly watch with morbid fascination as her pain was relieved by morphine injections provided by the family doctor. Is it then possible that 250 people lost their lives due to some psychodrama playing out in the good doctor's head? It seems as likely as any other explanation, and yet it shows only how unfathomably fragile and utterly random all human life is. A single cell divided erroneously in Mrs. Shipman's lungs, and decades later, her son murdered hundreds. Chapter 45. Back in London, I still had a few days of my annual leave left, and I went and found Afferson in the British Library. He came downstairs to talk to me in the tea room where I had once run into Colette. When I told him about my trip to Zambia, he was furious. He told me there was an active murder investigation and I may very well have jeopardised it. I was fairly sure he had not actually done anything about what I had told him, and so I assumed his anger was mostly performative. Still, Afferson made it a good show of it. What if Amelia now ran, he wanted to know. What would happen then? She won't run, I told him. And how do you know that? Afferson asked me. How do you know that? Because she's dead. And then I told him the whole thing. The funeral in the rain that we had happened upon, the gaudy coffin I had watched lowered into the ground, and how much they had all loved her. Afferson stirred his coffee, looked around the room, and then sighed. Well, I suppose that's that then, he said. Nothing more to be done, is there? When I pointed out that Louise Fisher was still in Durham prison, Afferson shrugged. And what is Nurse Fisher in prison for? He asked. Murder. Whose? I stopped. As far as Afferson was concerned, Louise had been convicted of the murder of a patient she had indeed killed, and he saw no reason whatsoever to challenge that. The fact that he had become so wealthy and famous based upon that conviction was, he seemed to want me to believe, simply incidental. Of course, if you could find me Mr. Athol's drug chart, Afferson said, then we'd be in business. We both knew the drug chart was long gone. I stood up and left. I went to Scotland later that spring, and did stop off in Durham again on the way. Louise Fisher seemed happier even than she had been the last time I visited, and proudly informed me that she had become a kind of advanced nurse practitioner for the prisoners. The prison doctor, Louise whispered, wasn't very competent, and the girls on the wings trusted her clinical expertise far more. She said she had even been helping out some of the staff with their own medical problems. Eventually, Louise asked me about the information in my letter, and I told her the full story. She listened quietly and intently, but when I was finished, she simply told me the version of the same thing that Afferson had said. One way or another, she had killed Mr. Athol. So really, she was in the place she deserved to be, at least for the time being. She promised me she would mention what I had told her to her lawyer, but as she understood it, her appeals were mostly exhausted. She seemed to actually smile as she said this. I left, utterly bemused. But on the train north, I saw that it all made a horrible kind of sense. In prison, Louise was considered the esteemed professional she had always dreamed of being. She was a celebrity. She had respect and even a degree of power. More than anything, people listened to her and gave her the attention she craved. It was just about everything she had ever wanted, even since those bygone days. Nonetheless, for the first few months, I kept thinking I would hear again from Louise or her lawyer, but I never did. Chapter 46. These events were all 2 decades ago now. Louise Fisher will be eligible for parole next year, and a few of the newspapers have already been running their annual story about how the Angel of Death has become a model prisoner. It doesn't matter, of course, because the current Home Secretary is far more likely to bring back hanging than ever set Louise Fisher free. But none of that is what prompted me to set all this down. A month ago, I was watching the 10 o'clock news when a report came on from a war-torn hospital somewhere in the Middle East. It was a scene so familiar, I barely paid attention. A harried young doctor tended to the bandaged and bleeding victims of a drone strike, explaining to the camera as she worked that without antibiotics or morphine or even simply clean water, she was more or less powerless to help any of them. But then, they cut to a wider shot of the crowded emergency department itself. And there, in the background, using her stethoscope to listen to the heart of a man who appeared to be dying, was Amelia. I glimpsed her only for a second, and she had aged the same 20 years we all have, but it was unmistakably her. In that moment, I immediately understood what had happened on those hot days in Mbala all those years ago. Amelia had known I was coming to Zambia. I had written and told her about the photograph I had found, and she was smart enough to know that I would eventually put it all together. And so she had been waiting for me. It would not have been hard for her to do. Maybe somebody at the clinic knew someone at the airline, or perhaps one of the taxi drivers who declined to take me to Mbala had been somebody's cousin. It'd only have taken a single phone call to set the whole thing in motion. Jacob had no doubt been in on it too. His willingness to take me to Mbala and his prolonged bathroom break at the roadside restaurant 15 miles from the hospital both suddenly now made sense. It would have been easy enough for Dr. Amelia to get the chief nurse on side. But I wondered what she had told them. That I was a crazed ex-boyfriend, or a stalker, or a violent former colleague with a grudge. Whatever it was, they no doubt all already loved her so much they would have done just about anything for her. Throwing a pretend funeral and wake would have been the smallest of asks. And the guilt trip the chief nurse laid on me was simply the coup de grace. For a brief moment, I wondered if Amelia had actually been there that day, watching me from within the ICU. I did not wonder about this for long, because the answer was as obvious as all the rest of it. Of course Amelia had been there watching me that day. She was a doctor and loved to be proved right as much as the rest of us. I searched online for information about the news report I had seen and found the clip again. The website said it had been filmed somewhere in the northwest of Syria, but for security reasons they would not specify where. I tried to call Averson, but he has long since retired from police work. His website told me that he was in America consulting on a police show for cable television. Eventually, I tracked down Newington, who was now an assistant chief constable in charge of some kind of internal policy review department. It took her a moment to place me, and when I finally explained what I was calling about, she said that if I sent her the information, she would look into it. 3 days later, Newington called me back and said that they had confirmed with the relevant aid organisation that the doctor in the footage was not Amelia. I did not believe her, and I don't think she even expected me to. I say this because she went on to explain that the world was not perfect and that Louise Fisher was up for parole this year, and our lawyers would not want any unnecessary noise. So why not just let sleeping dogs lie? She said too, the quiet part out loud, that even if Amelia had been responsible for what happened at St. Luke's, maybe the good she was doing now offset it. It was true. more even that it had been once in Zambia, that nobody wanted to go and work in Syria, and so Amelia's patients there would be lucky to have her. At least, some of them would be. Chapter 47. And so, here we now are. For 20 years, any time I have been unable to sleep, the old question has returned to nag at me. It is the question we never ask in medicine, because we all know it has no answer. And yet in this particular case, the word still whispers itself to me each time the blood pulses in my ear on those sleepless nights. Why? 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 No doubt the experts would say that Amelia was a psychopath, and then argue among themselves about whether or not she also fulfilled the diagnostic criteria for Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Just as Averson had once done in his book about Louise Fisher, they would search for a magical combination of nature and nurture that might somehow explain it all. A childhood illness, a sick parent, a history of abuse or neglect, a head injury. And yet when that part of the conversation was over, they would anyway sigh and shrug and declare that the bottom line was that Amelia was simply hardwired wrong. Nothing anyone could do. Barely even worth studying. Throw away the key. Maybe they'd even be right. I have read endless lurid paperback books about medical killers, and every academic paper that has ever been published on the subject. And the only consistent conclusion I can draw is that we all must pray we never suffer the misfortune to fall under the care of such an individual. Still, on those nights when I lie awake, I find myself returning to a hypothesis of my own. Long before I had ever heard of St. Luke's, I had wondered if spending so many days and nights wandering the corridors between life and death meant that some of us eventually begin to see things differently. No God, no redemption, no salvation. Only some bodies that get lucky amid the carnage and many that do not. Medicine is a dark and terrible knowledge, and sometimes it can even be a lethal one. The junior doctors found in car parks and walking out onto bridges at night. The consultants who disappear on their solo hiking trips. People say it is the stress of the job that kills us, but I do not think that it is. I think it is the knowledge. As the small hours tick by, I wonder if it was this knowledge that changed Amelia. Not the knowledge that we dutifully learn by rote in the library, but the kind we come by harder on the wards and at the bedside. The knowledge that nobody is coming to save us, that any one of us could drop dead at any time, and, beyond the grief of those few nearest to us, it would merit no more than a raised eyebrow, a hurried post-mortem, and some lines on a piece of paper to ultimately explain nothing. We each seek our solace from that terrible truth wherever we can. For some of us, it is family, children, or a parallel career as an opera singer. For myself and many others, our solace too often ends up coming in a bottle or a needle. Twice a day, I still measure out 5 millilitres of the red liquid, and will do so now for the rest of my life. Perhaps, I decide in those sleepless hours, Amelia simply sought and found her solace somewhere infinitely worse still. Why? 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 I have watched human babies born and cannot believe such perfect creatures could ever be hardwired wrong. Maybe then, Amelia too had her tonsils removed in those bygone days, and the sight of the nurses in their starched uniforms planted a seed that was finally watered to fruit years later. Maybe she had a sickly parent. Perhaps in her first year of university, she found herself dissecting a body while her classmates chatted about their plans for a skiing trip. Or maybe the incident at Cambridge truly was an accident, and the random misfortune of her stupendous fall from grace fractured her mind forever. None of those feels quite like a correct diagnosis, and there is no blood test that could ever elucidate her motivation, no X-ray of the heart that could confirm it. I suspect that even Amelia herself, brilliant diagnostician that she always was, could not tell you the reason for the things that she has done. But on each night that I find myself turning this all over, I inevitably finally return to the sole idea that seems at once simple and correct enough to allow me to drift toward my uneasy dreams. For the rest of us, there is a satisfaction in curing disease. Perhaps, when you are as gifted at that as Amelia, there is simply a darker satisfaction in causing it. And maybe, I conclude as I slip off, it does not matter much in the end anyway. A cell divides unconscionably. A blood vessel clots itself off. A piece of food lodges in the trachea. A heart slips into a rhythm it should not. And eventually, the green line on the monitor turns forever flat. We are all no more than bodies, and sometimes people die. This is Greg Miller Burns. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Sometimes People Die, a novel by Simon Stevenson, presented by Hanover Square Press and Harper Audio. This programme was produced by ID Audio, engineered by Lawrence Pearson, Dylan Kendrick, Steve Chase, and Emmanuel Lucan. Executive producer, Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2022 by Simon Stevenson. Production copyright 2022 by HarperCollins Publishers Limited. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.